The story begins with the protagonist, Sang-hyun, at 55 years old with a weary face, sitting collapsed on the ground. What am I doing at this age? Others are thinking about retirement. My life is a failure, Sang-hyun's voice brimmed with sarcasm. At that moment, outside the cave, 3 flying lizards crawled over. They glared fiercely at the protagonist and began baring fangs and wielding claws. Seeing them charge, Sang-hyun helplessly stood, clenched his sword and forced a smile. Damn it, won't you even give me time to breathe? No sooner had he finished speaking than the 3 flying lizards gave Sang-hyun no chance and dove straight into the cave. Their huge jaws easily tore the small cave to pieces, but Sang-hyun wasn't afraid of anyone. He planted power into his legs and shot forward like an arrow. Even as he prepared to face these dangerous monsters, Sang-hyun had time to reflect on his life. Why am I a failure? Players of my generation are called sword gods, sword saints, or whatever. I'm just seen as an old man with a sword or a swordsman who forgets. That's all the recognition I got. Isn't that reason enough? I have no family. I grew up in an orphanage, but even the orphanage teacher and the other children, those who were like my family, all died when the heavens fell occurred. The sky in our world poured down through cracks like rain from the monsters and took everything from me. Yet Sang-hyun did not despair. Standing at the brink of life and death, a miracle occurred. A figure in silver armor lunged forward and, using the sword in his hand, sliced the monster that held Sang-hyun into countless pieces. After finishing, he even slightly turned his head, his voice full of warmth. "Hey kid, are you okay?" That childhood image remained deeply etched in the protagonist's mind to this day. Sang-hyun had been saved by that symbol, so he wanted to become like them. I truly gave it my all, but then what? No matter how many monsters I slashed down, I don't get any stronger at all, and I can't avenge anything. The helpless feeling of watching comrades slowly fall still remained etched deeply in the man's mind. Back in the present, Sang-hyun had just taken down the 3 flying lizards that intended to make a snack out of it. But as he had said before, his body had entered retirement age. After defeating the pathetic monsters, he was panting like an ox, had to brace his sword against the ground to keep from collapsing. "I'm dead. My body has really given out. This is getting intense," Sang-hyun said, his body shaking continuously from exhaustion. However, that was not all. Those 3 flying lizards were only the appetizer. At that moment, the ground suddenly trembled to the beat of some monster's footsteps. Hearing that, Sang-hyun quietly glanced ahead. Right in front of him stood a giant dragon, its entire body covered in gleaming red scale armor. Upon seeing Sang-hyun, the dragon didn't want to waste time. It let out a thunderous roar, opened its mouth, and gathered fire power inside. Waves of heat began to emanate. As for Sang-hyun, seeing this scene, he could only force a strained smile. "Family, I don't have any. My life has failed so badly that I can't stop regretting. Damn it. God damn it, I want to reset," Sang-hyun lamented inwardly. Time quickly passed. The land in this area had been so devastated by the battle that it was unrecognizable. Scattered around were the corpses of countless different dragons, and miraculously, our protagonist, Sang-hyun, was still alive. His sword was lodged deep in the head of some unfamiliar dragon. A notification appeared. "Congratulations, you have cleared the ancient Dragon Clan dungeon." Ignoring the notifications, the protagonist threw his head back and let out a loud shout. "God, I'm almost 60 and still doing this hard work." Brief introduction to the protagonist. His name is Shin Sang-hyun, 55 years old. The old man had been a swordsman for 30 years, but his best achievement was only ranking within the top 100 in his homeland. That meant he was essentially a nobody, since there were so many players worldwide. Back in Sang-hyun's perspective, after leaping off the giant dragon's body, he happened upon a glowing skill book lying nearby. He was surprised. "Oh, the reward this time is a skill book. I've eaten artifacts before. Can I eat this too?" he wondered. But before our protagonist could do anything, a flash of light suddenly sparked beside Sang-hyun, drawing his attention. Through Sang-hyun's gaze, a spatial gate had appeared, and from inside it, a young, blonde-haired man wearing glasses and holding some book jumped out. Then a message was sent to Sang-hyun. "The late-blooming model student constellation has arrived. The kind late-blooming model student blesses you for your diligence. Additionally, he praises your flawless finishing move." Seeing this newcomer, Sang-hyun wasn't very surprised because the newcomer was his contract constellation, the late-blooming model student. "Haha, thank you," Sang-hyun replied, genuinely grateful that he had formed a contract with him when Sang-hyun was just a mediocre C-rank swordsman. Regarding the benefits of linking with the late-blooming model student constellation, when a player reaches level 850, All artifacts and title stats are doubled. When a player reaches level 900, stats are tripled. Because of these conditions, Sanghyun had not yet received any benefits from this constellation. Unaware of Sanghyun's thoughts, the blonde fellow suddenly transformed into a chibi form, flew close to him, and urged him to quickly consume the skill book. Hearing that, the protagonist forced a laugh. "Haha, I was going to eat it. I'm about to eat it now." Saying that, he extended his palm toward the book and used his skill, Devour Artifact. "That's the only skill I've had since awakening. To understand my skill, I tried cooking and eating artifacts. I even tried frying them, but noticed no difference. By the time I finished those useless experiments, 30 years had passed. When I tried syncing mana with an appropriately tiered artifact, I realized it activated the Devour Artifact skill. However, I realized it far too late. Others became powerful the moment they awakened. In front of them, after being affected by the protagonist's skill, the book flared with a burst of light, but only seconds later it suddenly went out like a doused flame. That's it. Nothing else happened. This left Sanghyun silent. Then the old man, annoyed, angrily threw the book forward. "Shouldn't this have some sort of guide or something? This can't be a skill book." Beside him, the constellation friend was also flustered, scratching his head and saying there was very little information available about the skill, and apologizing for not being able to help. He told him there was plenty of time and that Sanghyun should try again, beginning another mana sync. To Sanghyun, the constellation's advice seemed to spark his anger. He ground his teeth, his eyes watering, and turned to demand, "Plenty of time? Who said I have plenty of time? I'm almost 60 years old. If I had a child at 30, they'd be almost 30 now. And if I had kids even earlier, I'd probably have grandchildren by now. You wouldn't know because you're a constellation, but humans die early." The constellation friend's face began to sweat. He apologized if he'd said something wrong. Seeing himself unjustly angry at his friend, Sanghyun softened and shook his head. "No, you didn't say anything wrong. It's just, my life is full of regrets. I can't forget that person's silhouette. I tried to become someone like him, but now I'm exhausted. I'm too old. If only I were a bit younger." At this, Sanghyun's voice trailed off. The constellation friend listened to that lament in silence. Then the young constellation smiled, as if he'd made a decision. Unaware, Sanghyun scratched his head. "Anyway, I'm planning to retire. Note that I'm going to cancel my contract with you. You should go find someone else to team up with." No sooner had he finished speaking than the surrounding space suddenly began to change. The blonde constellation was using a magic that warped the space and made it slowly melt. At that moment, Sanghyun received a system notification. "The late-blooming model student is maximizing the essence you've been exposed to. Beginning regression." Cut to an outdoor interview. A handsome brown-haired reporter asked, "Dungeons and gates. They are the basic environments for awakened, or in other words where players work, right?" Opposite him was a beautiful red-haired woman with her hair tied up. Han Hyunjeong, CEO of the Hyunjeong conglomerate. "Correct. You can think of dungeons as a springboard for players. As for gates, they are other dimensions. In other words, they connect to unknown areas that players must pioneer and explore." The reporter exclaimed, "Oh, so what do you think about this year's dungeons?" "My hypothesis is blah blah," Hyunjeong answered. Back to Sanghyun. After seeing the interview program on TV, he completely confirmed his current situation. He wiped the short sword in his hand and smiled. "I've really regressed. It's been a long time since I've watched this show. I've got the situation, but 4 days have passed to be exact. I've gone back 30 years. Right after the constellation used the skill, he blacked out. When he woke up, he found himself in the apartment from 30 years ago, no longer in a 55-year-old body. Now he was in a 25-year-old body, with all memories from before the regression. No matter how I think about it, the reason I regressed must be the constellation's magic. There's no other explanation. Still, I'm a little confused. Oh well, fine. I should go out and get to work, right?" Saying that, Sanghyun gripped the short sword. Weapon info appeared. Venomoth's dagger, bronze artifact. One-handed dagger. Attack, plus 17 speed effect, plus 10. This is a self-defense dagger. It doesn't dull easily. Looking at the dagger, a memory crossed Sanghyun's eyes. "This is the bronze dagger I was lucky to get at this time. Its tier may be low, but I know its hidden skill." Without hesitation, Sanghyun immediately used Devour Artifact. The dagger burst into blinding light. Absorption rate determined. Absorption rate for bronze tier artifact, 10%. Prior artifact usage applied based on past evaluation. increasing absorption rate to 20%. Mana sync with Venomoth's dagger has begun. Entering the unconscious void, Sanghyun's consciousness was pulled into a pitch-black space. The unconscious space is where I must overcome to consume an artifact. I always get nervous when I come here. I don't know what dish will appear, Sanghyun said, smiling with anticipation. Shortly after, a roast chicken emitting a soft glow appeared before him. This is a barbecue roast chicken with olive oil. I'm glad it's an ordinary dish. I was worried something like swamp centipedes would show up. If it's a meal like this, I can eat it easily. He plucked a drumstick and brought it to his mouth. With each bite he swallowed, the system kept notifying him. Venomoth's dagger has begun to be absorbed. You gain +2 speed. You have acquired the skill Demon Walk. Venomoth's dagger, once fully absorbed, will disappear forever. After finishing the meal, Sanghyun's consciousness was pushed out of the unconscious space. He rubbed his stomach and let out a heavy breath. It's a shame it was destroyed. Well, I wasn't going to use it anyway. I absorbed a useful skill as expected. Well then, I should get going. Time passed quickly. Cutscene. A huge blue gate appeared in the middle of a city street. Countless awakened gathered around. This was dungeon number 85, where Yoon Dekyung's entire team assembled. A man dressed like a worker ran up in a panic. Captain Yoon Dekyung. Yoon Dekyung paused his pen and turned. Huh. What brings the gate guard captain here? A member of mine was pulled out. He just joined 4 days ago. His name is Shin Sanghyun. Don't worry. Shin Sanghyun has been transferred to the player's team. The man exclaimed. What? He joined the player's team, not the gate guard team. I'm the approver. Is there a problem? The man in green shouted. Of course there's a problem. He just awakened and hasn't graduated from the player's academy. You can't put him on your team. The whole team's balance will be ruined. Yoon Dekyung sighed, stepped forward, pressed his face close with pressure, and glared. Aren't the gate guards supposed to handle things to the fullest? The man panicked and scratched his head. Haha, of course. Sorry. After the man left, Yoon Dekyung sneered. Really? If you let the gate guards talk, this is what happens. Balance. Nonsense. The blonde subordinate asked in surprise. But sir, why did you accept him? Yoon Dekyung laughed scornfully. If someone has to die, it should be him, not us. Once he's dead, the gate guards shut up. What can a level 1 idiot do anyway? As the two laughed, Sanghyun stepped forward. Hello. From today, I'll be working as a player. My name is Shin Sanghyun. Everyone around immediately looked at Sanghyun with unfriendly stares, while the other awakened wore sly, scheming looks. Being stared at by so many made the protagonist's scalp tingle. Although I expected this, do they really not bother hiding their feelings? Sanghyun thought. Turning to Yoon Dekyung's perspective, he quickly masked his expression and smiled. Finally, our rookie has arrived. Sanghyun, right? Nice to meet you. I thought you'd be late on your first day as a player. Then he noticed the weapon Sanghyun carried and squinted slightly. Oh, your weapon. Is that a longsword? Opposite him, the protagonist offered a polite smile and explained. Yes, that's right. I learned from a lot of YouTube videos, but a longsword is one of the hardest swords to use, Yoon Dekyung warned. Sanghyun clenched his hand and answered determinedly. I'll do my best to protect myself. Trust me. The protagonist's reply pleased the captain a little. He slapped Sanghyun on the shoulder and said excitedly, Haha, good spirit, that's the way. A man must have spirit just like me. Having said that, he turned to the others in the team and instructed. Now, let's begin conquering the dungeon. Let's fight. Hearing this, the others raised their hands excitedly and shouted. And so, with Sanghyun present, the group quickly checked their gear and slowly proceeded through the gate. As for Yoon Dekyung, he stood aside to make sure everyone entered properly. Watching Sanghyun's retreating figure, he still felt a bit contemptuous inside. He learned from YouTube. Ridiculous. Does he think dungeons are a joke? He gets arrogant just because he awakened and became a player. Looks like he wants to die. Well, based on the assault strategies I have, the orc dungeon is called the Weeping Coal Wall for rookies. He'll soon learn his place. That idiot. That was what Yoon Dekyung was thinking. However, not long after entering the dungeon, his face went pale and sweat began to pour down, because right before his eyes were the corpses of countless orcs strewn everywhere. And there was only one cause for this. Our protagonist, Sanghyun. This made the captain want to scream inside his head. This is insane. What the hell is this guy? Orcs are monsters that mostly appear in games, novels, and fictional film. And because we're so familiar with them, we tend to be biased and think orcs are weak. Of course, compared to monsters like dragons, they are indeed weaker, dull-witted, and mostly ferocious. So new players get cocky and often rush into fights with orcs without much thought. The attributes of orcs are even simpler. On average, they stand about 250 cm tall and weigh 180 kg. Their physique gives them an overwhelming power advantage over humans. Thus, orcs are nicknamed the Weeping Coal. Cut to inside the dungeon. The scene looked like the corridor of some ancient fortress. While moving, a black-haired guy turned back and warned the protagonist. "Hey, Shin Sang-hyun, you don't get special treatment for being new, so from now on you take care of yourself." His warning made the protagonist's eyes flicker in surprise. At the same time, the captain of the hauling team spat and sardonically sneered from behind. Just awakened and already acting like a player. Arrogant brat. Having lived to 55, Sang-hyun had endured all kinds of hardship, pain, and societal abuse, so he ignored it, scratched his head, and said, "Ha, I'll do my best." Seems no one is nice to rookies, Sang-hyun thought to himself. Whether the black-haired armored guy was constipated or what, even though Sang-hyun spoke cheerfully, he snapped. "Don't do your best, do it properly, do your best my ass." Back to Sang-hyun. Those insults slightly dampened his mood. After about 2 seconds of silence, Sang-hyun asked, "So can I fight on the front lines if we encounter monsters, huh? Have you lost your mind or what?" The armored man retorted, but then his expression turned panicked as he warned the group, "Wait, there's an orc." Hearing this, Sang-hyun and the hauling captain both turned around and found, sure enough, a blue-skinned, bulging-muscled orc wielding an axe closing in on them from behind. Seeing it, Sang-hyun felt not fear but a bit of excitement. "So this is my first fight after rebirth. Leave it to me." Before he finished, the armored guy gripped his shield, charged forward, and slammed into the orc, momentarily immobilizing it. Seeing that, the black-haired man, panic on his face, warned the protagonist, "You bastard, are you crazy? You're so slow. How do you expect to use a greatsword like that?" "You don't need to help me," Sang-hyun reminded him. "Then stop talking and prove your skills," the man yelled again. Not noticing that the orc had raised its axe to strike, Sang-hyun had to call out, all right, watch in front of you." "You should be grateful, kid," the black-haired man rasped as he turned his head. But it was already a bit too late. The orc's axe blade was almost on top of him. The black-haired man could even smell the rust and old blood on the axe. It seemed like he was done for. But at the most dangerous moment, Captain Yoon Dekyung charged in like a tank, using his shield to strike the face of the huge monster, sending its massive body flying backward and leaving a small crater where it hit the ground. Seeing the orc temporarily unable to attack, the captain turned back and shouted at the two, "Are you two here to play? Focus." "I'm sorry," the black-haired man stammered, while the others admired Yoon Dekyung's quick reaction. Up front, Yoon drew his sword and took an offensive stance. "Stand back, I'll handle it." At that moment, the orc regained its footing, let out a terrifying roar, and charged forward wildly. Its axe slammed into the shield with a deafening crash. However, Yoon Dekyung proved worthy of his captain title. The man's strength was anything but ordinary. As he blocked the attack, he drove his sword into the orc's left chest, causing streams of blue blood to pour out. Behind them, the rest of the team clenched their fists and beamed with excitement. "Amazing! Captain, he pierced its heart. Is it dead?" The chatter began, but unlike their expectation, somehow, despite being stabbed squarely in the chest, the orc grinned wildly as if nothing had happened. It let out a shout, gripped its axe tightly, and swung it forward with all its might. The strike was so powerful it immediately left a small crater in the floor. Fortunately, Yoon Dekyung sensed the danger from the blow, so instead of trying to block, he jumped back to keep his distance. From Sang-hyun's perspective, watching the two big men fighting ahead, his experience quickly allowed him to spot the problem. Yoon Dekyung was probably the highest-level person here, but at level 50, he couldn't land a killing blow on that monster. Cut to the front. Yoon Dekyung let out a shout, tightened his grip on his sword, and lunged forward. While the orc couldn't react in time, he drove his sword deep into its body once more. And with that critical thrust, no matter how tough the orc was, it had to fall dead to the ground. Seeing this, the amateur group nearby excitedly told each other, "He killed it. He single-handedly took down an orc." Hearing this, Captain Yoon Dekyung breathed a sigh of relief and turned back to ask, "All right, are you guys okay?" "Of course, you're so reliable," the awakened group replied cheerfully. "All right then, let's go." No sooner had the words left than, before the group could take a step, distant, horrifying screams began echoing repeatedly, drawing everyone's attention. When they turned around, they discovered a pack of red-skinned orcs approaching aggressively, clearly looking for a fight. Seeing the sharp weapons each of them carried, sweat started to bead on every awakened veteran's face. "Those are Armored orcs. Captain, what do we do now? Assessing the enemy force, Captain Yoon Dekyung began to consider retreating inwardly. We should withdraw to ensure the team's safety. After saying it, he felt a twinge of regret. We finally took down one, and now an entire pack shows up. Contrary to their fear, Sanghyun, seeing the big brutes advancing, volunteered. Let me try, okay? His words made the weaker ones around him glare angrily. What is he saying? Hey, Shin Sanghyun, are you malfunctioning or what? Sorry, Captain, I should have trained him better. On the side, Captain Yoon Dekyung advised the protagonist. Sanghyun, I know you're excited from just awakening, but before he could finish, Sanghyun grabbed his sword and dashed forward like a gust of wind, leaving the group stunned in place. Hey, you'll get yourself killed, Yoon Dekyung called after him, but completely against everyone's expectations. As Sanghyun charged at the monster, with a single strike he easily cleaved the young red orc in two. The battlefield fell utterly silent in shock. Only Sanghyun's voice rang out. Great sword, truly magnificent. After several seconds of stunned silence, the weaker ones' faces were drenched in sweat. They looked at Sanghyun as if witnessing a living dinosaur. Shin Sanghyun, what the hell just happened? An elite orc was sliced in half. Even with a greatsword, that's unbelievable. Ignoring their comments, Sanghyun rested the greatsword on his shoulder and smiled. Maybe it's because I'm still level 1. That swing wasn't as smooth as I wanted. Across from them, the orcs, seeing their comrade sent to the afterlife, clenched their jaws until veins stood out on their faces. Then, without anyone telling them to, they all roared and lunged at Sanghyun like rabid dogs. Seeing this, Sanghyun tightened his grip on the sword and said coldly, "My level may be low, but my experience is full, you know." With that, the two sides began to pass through one another, and with an extremely light swing, Sanghyun could easily slice several orcs in two. At the same time, an orc wearing a bone mask raised a razor-sharp axe and aimed straight at the protagonist. Seeing that, Sanghyun smoothly turned his body, dodging the attack to one side. He then swung his sword from low to high, cutting through the arm and entire face of the brutal orc, killing it before it could gasp. "Do you know how many monsters like you I killed when I was young?" Sanghyun said with a bitter smile. Meanwhile, the awakened ones behind could hardly believe their eyes. Is that really Shin Sanghyun? He might wipe them all out, no joke, someone said. Back to Sanghyun, he now stood opposite the leader of the orc pack. Now it's just you left, armored orc. As he spoke, Sanghyun stared intently at his opponent. This was a massive orc, unlike the others. Beyond its huge frame, it was also heavily equipped. On this side, seeing all its underlings taken down, the orc leader opened its mouth and howled, swinging its mace straight at Sanghyun. Seeing that, the protagonist quickly leapt to the side to dodge. Poorly for the nearby wall, a large chunk of it was smashed to pieces. Paying that no mind, Sanghyun began to execute a spinning maneuver in midair, slicing his sword clean across the orc leader's throat. However, the wound he had just inflicted was still too shallow to fell the monster. Seeing this, fifth captain warned anxiously, "Its skin is too thick, the attack isn't effective. We're done for." No sooner had he finished than the orc leader took advantage of Sanghyun's landing, swinging its arm back, aiming its gigantic mace straight at Sanghyun's small frame. However, Sanghyun showed no concern at all. "Don't panic," he said calmly, activating his skilled demon smash. System notice, hidden skill activated. Status interruption cooldown, 15 skill level, 1 effect. When attacking a human or monster target, the target is stunned for 2 seconds. Success rate and stun duration depend on the target's skill resistance level. Under the skill's effect, the orc leader's entire body froze. Its weapon could not move another inch. It trembled uncontrollably, struggling to break free from the restraint. Seeing that, Sanghyun smiled until his eyes narrowed. "That's right, just stay right there." Across from him, the orc leader let out a terrified cry. Then Sanghyun's sharp blade swept across its throat, finally taking its head clean off. Its massive body collapsed to the ground, and the skull flew straight to the feet of Yoon Dekyung, who was watching not far away. Looking at the bloody scene, everyone felt it was surreal. What the hell am I witnessing? Wasn't he only awakened 3 days ago? And that interruption skill he just used, isn't that an advanced skill? I thought even famous players could at best interrupt an attack for 1.5 seconds, and he handled a greatsword so skillfully. Should we ask him which YouTube video he watched? Admiring voices began to rise. Meanwhile, Captain Yoon Dekyung was bewildered by his thoughts. Seeing Sanghyun display such astonishing power, he muttered, did he just use a high-level skill? And against an armored orc, how many days has he been awakened? Where did he get that skill from? The more he thought, the more curious Yoon Dekyung became. System notice, congratulations. You have leveled up. You are eligible to receive a title. You have received the title. Brave Puppy title rank, F effect, +5 evasion. Seeing the unexpected reward from the system, Sang-hyun felt both astonished and delighted. He didn't care much about leveling up, but a title and effect were a pleasant surprise. Great, the system continued. You have unspent stat points. Please choose a stat to increase. Available points, 1. The attribute screen opened. Sang-hyun reached out to allocate the point. I've already decided which stat to raise. In my previous life I learned this lesson too late. Luck directly affects skill accuracy and drop rates. I need it now. With that, he didn't hesitate and invested the free attribute point he had just received into luck. Then, before he could study it any further, Captain Yoon Dekyung from the back stepped forward and asked, "Are you really Shin Sang-hyun? The skill you just used was interruption, right? Where did you get that skill?" The question made Sang-hyun a little flustered. "I just reincarnated and I used the skill for good already." Still, I couldn't say it. Thinking that, he lied aloud. I already had it when I awakened." On the other side, Yoon Dekyung of course wouldn't accept Sang-hyun's answer. He pointed at Sang-hyun and demanded, "Does that even sound reasonable to you? Don't try to dodge the question. Are you sure? Did you randomly get lucky and obtain a diamond tier artifact, or something even higher tier?" He said this while glancing at the greatsword in the protagonist's hands. He probably thought all that power came from the sword. Sang-hyun saw the doubt in his eyes and offered the sword for inspection. "Do you want to check it yourself?" Captain Yoon Dekyung, a bit embarrassed at Sang-hyun's casual offer, still accepted the sword to examine it. All right. If that's the case." He studied the blade carefully, and very quickly all the information about it appeared before Yoon Dekyung. Greatsword of killing, two-handed weapon type. Greatsword attack power, 50 effect. None description. A common greatsword with a simple design and no special ability. Seeing the system information, Yoon Dekyung immediately shouted as if his house were on fire. "What the hell? This is just an ordinary greatsword. So that skill really was yours." He pursed his lips. Veins began to stand out on his face as he cursed inwardly. "Damn it. I've been raiding dungeons for 2 years, yet my skills aren't as good as his even at level 50. At this rate, today's loot split." Before Yoon Dekyung could think further, a guy in the party shouted, "Captain, the sub-boss has appeared." Hearing that, the others turned their eyes to Yoon Dekyung. His expression darkened slightly, and he instructed everyone, "All right, move out." Then he turned to Sang-hyun and said, "Thanks to you, we handled those small monsters easily. But don't get too deep and accidentally get yourself killed. Your flashy skills won't do anything against the demon orc we're about to face." Yoon Dekyung's attitude made Sang-hyun a bit curious. Then, as if remembering something, he smiled. "I nearly forgot why I rejoined this party right after respawning. This group splits rewards by contribution." Then Sang-hyun called to him, "Hey Captain, if I personally kill the demon orc, can I take the artifact as my reward?" Sang-hyun said with a bright smile, "The red crystal is an artifact that can only be obtained by defeating a demon orc. That said, even if you defeat a demon orc, it's known to be very difficult to obtain. No, rather, its drop rate is extremely low. However, in my previous life, after our team failed to beat a demon orc, we were lucky enough to see a red crystal that another team had obtained." Sang-hyun still remembered vividly the moment that other team defeated the demon orc and acquired the crystal. "Wow, Captain, congratulations. How did you get it? If you sell this at the market, you could make a lot. Isn't it the only artifact with a delay skill?" the party members said, staring at the red crystal with greedy eyes. This made the party leader a bit embarrassed, and he warned, "Hey, talk less. Your spit is all over me." "Delay? That's a skill I desperately need right now," Sang-hyun thought to himself, snapping back to the present. Sang-hyun's words stunned the whole party for a few seconds. Seizing the moment, Sang-hyun hurriedly explained, "If I remember correctly, this party splits loot based on contribution, right? If I personally defeat the monster, there shouldn't be a problem yet." Hearing this, Captain Yoon Dekyung in front fell silent and said nothing. This made Sang-hyun sweat with worry. Getting the delay skill is important for future events. However, most people would think badly of a new player acting arrogantly like this. No one would take him seriously. At that, 2 weak members of the party, unaware of their own limitations, glared at him like debt collectors. "Hey, are you crazy? Who do you think you are? You think killing a few orcs makes you great, and you talk about splitting gear." Before they could yell more, Captain Yoon Dekyung kept his composure and stopped them. Hey, calm down. It's up to you. However, it only applies if we fail to defeat the boss. Only then can you enter the dungeon yourself and kill it. Clear, Captain Yoon Dekyung said with a warning look. Still, just hearing him agree to split loot by contribution was enough to make Sang-hyun happy. It's easier than I thought, huh? Thinking that, he asked again to confirm. So that means I'll stay out of this battle, right? Suit yourself. With that, the captain turned and strode forward. Inside, he deeply disliked Sang-hyun's attitude. Who the hell is that? He acts like he's hot stuff just because he has one broken skill. I'll clear this dungeon and shut him up. I'll show him how important experience is on the battlefield. With that thought, Captain Yoon Dekyung raised his hand and pushed open the giant door ahead. Inside the dark room, a huge orc wielding a massive axe had been waiting for the group. The system announced to Yoon Dekyung's party, "You have entered the mid-boss room." The mid-boss looked nothing like the others. It had a massive, muscular body, purple skin, goat-like horns on its head, and a red crystal embedded in its chest. Its body was wrapped in chains. This was the mid-boss, the bloodthirsty demon orc. Seeing its ferocious form, Yoon Dekyung's face turned more serious than ever. He tightened his grip on his sword and said sternly, "Everyone ready for battle. Surround it and attack from behind." Saying that, although the boss looked beefy, Yoon Dekyung wasn't too worried. He'd heard some information about this monster. "It looks fierce, but I heard it's actually easy to beat. According to what I heard, fighting it alone." "Sorry, you won't get a chance to do that," Shin Sang-hyun. Thinking of Sang-hyun's stunned face when he saw the boss fall, Yoon Dekyung felt pleased and smiled. But illusions are just illusions. Quickly, Yoon Dekyung snapped back to reality and shouted, "I'll lead the way." With that, the group took him as the vanguard and surged toward the bloodthirsty demon orc. Time passed quickly. All of Yoon Dekyung's plans for victory completely collapsed. He had just regained consciousness and asked in a daze, "What just happened?" Beside him, Sang-hyun was leaning against the wall. Seeing him wake, Sang-hyun clicked his tongue and shook his head. "I panicked for a moment when I saw them run, but who expected they would charge straight at it like that? That's also why we failed back then." Over here, the party members hurriedly ran up to help their captain to his feet and asked for orders. "What should we do now? If this keeps up, we'll all be done for." Hearing this, Yoon Dekyung didn't answer immediately. His gaze remained fixed on the orc ahead, puzzled. Not to mention this mid-boss orc, even the earlier orcs. How are they this strong? Damn it, I shouldn't have trusted that advice from the market. Thinking of the boss's terrifying power, despite some reluctance, Yoon Dekyung had to give his command. "All right, we don't have to defeat this boss today. For now, retreat." Saying that, he also noticed Sang-hyun still casually standing with his arms crossed, smiling at the side. This left Yoon Dekyung stunned, because he realized Sang-hyun seemed intent on challenging the boss. Unlike Sang-hyun's calm demeanor, the blonde guy kept grinding his teeth, as if Sang-hyun owed him money. "Seriously, what's wrong with you?" Without letting him say another word, the captain waved him off. "Okay, everyone retreat. Because it has poor peripheral vision, we'll slip around its flank." When the others heard this, they all breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank God," someone sighed. Turning back to Captain Yoon Dekyung, he then looked at Sang-hyun with a bloodied face and said, "As for you, Shin Sang-hyun, I warned you. If you die, don't blame me." In response to that, he only gave a faint laugh, then drew the sword from his back and affirmed, "Don't worry, I'm not dying today." Across from him, as if sensing the killing intent from Sang-hyun, the boss orc gripped its massive axe tighter. It charged at the protagonist like a tank with ferocious momentum. Seeing that, Sang-hyun inhaled deeply to steady himself, his hand unconsciously tightening on his sword as he thought, "If you compare stats alone with this demon orc, I can never win. But with all the experience I have, that's not the issue." With that thought, Sang-hyun swung his sword to his right, sending the axe flying to the side. A harsh clang rang out as metal collided. The demon orc let out a growl of surprise. Meanwhile, the awakened pretenders who had been preparing to retreat heard the sound and turned back, asking each other, "Did you just hear a clang? Can he really knock the axe away?" Back with Sang-hyun, he rubbed his aching wrist and complained, "Man, my arm's numb. Looks like I can only push someone's attack away, huh?" Then he stared at the red crystal, embedded in the boss's chest, and smiled as if he had found his motivation. "It's been a while." The red crystal. The reason Sang-hyun was obsessed with the red crystal was its special effect that combines the delay skill with the Demon Smash title skill. It's hard to find a way to improve Demon Smash's 2-second stun, even though it's already good. However, with his core skill, Devour Artifact, he can combine effects from different skills. It gave him an idea. What if there's a skill that lets me stack Demon Smash's stun effects? That would be the ideal skill combo for me. An infinite stun. If I can get the delay skill, it's totally feasible. Just imagining himself mindlessly spamming monsters while they couldn't retaliate filled the protagonist with overwhelming excitement. What are you waiting for? Come at me. Sang-hyun taunted, as if understanding his provocation. Thick, worm-like veins bulged on the demon orc's forehead. It roared and lunged toward Sang-hyun with terrifying ferocity. But that's exactly what the protagonist wanted. Perfect. Just what I needed. That way I can find your weakness. Saying that, Sang-hyun lunged forward. His sword immediately sliced along the monster's flank, leaving a serious wound. Purple blood began spurting endlessly from its body. At the same time, Sang-hyun activated Demon Smash, stunning the demon orc for 2 seconds. Its trembling hand couldn't even hold the axe anymore, and the massive weapon fell to the ground, leaving a small crater. At the back, the other's eyes widened as if watching a card flip scene from a fairy tale. Ridiculous. That skill, does it even work on a mid-boss? It's insane. Yoon Dekyung muttered. Back to the protagonist's view. He smiled and said, I know orcs are simple, but you're a demon orc. Before he finished, Sang-hyun's voice abruptly cut off as, somehow, the demon orc shook off the stun and kicked straight at him. Fortunately, he reacted in time, using his greatsword as a shield to block the blow. However, the force of the kick still sent Sang-hyun flying, his sword tip gouging a deep groove in the floor. I forgot about that. It's self-healing, Sang-hyun frowned. From his perspective, the deep wound he'd inflicted on the demon orc's flank was glowing green and regenerating at an unbelievable rate. That regenerative ability made the stun wear off earlier than usual. Because of its recovery effect, this fight just got harder. I need 15 seconds to stun it again. That's why I need delay. If I can't stun it, then I'll just have to beat it. Opposite him, the demon orc tightened its grip on the axe. Furious at being wounded by Sang-hyun, it wanted to crush him immediately. Yet once more, its powerful downward strike was easily redirected by Sang-hyun using his sword toward the floor. Pretty simple, huh? Sang-hyun said with a smile. Thus the two continued clashing, shockwaves erupting with each slash. Meanwhile, the blonde awakened pretender paid little attention to the fight and began urging their captain, Commander, we really have to go. Even that bastard's skill is useless. In response came Yoon Dekyung's confused voice. What? His stun skill is useless. In response came Yoon Dekyung's confused voice. What? His stun skill is useless. The distance is only a bit different. So how can he have that expression on his face? Is he really a new player? Yoon Dekyung wondered aloud. Back to Sang-hyun. After several successive clashes with the boss, he began to feel a bit bored. We should finish this now. I've been through this before. If I'm too weak, just focus everything on one point. Forget slashing the enemy. Use their force to your advantage to pierce through. Saying that, Sang-hyun tightened his grip on his sword, waiting for the demon orc to charge. His eyes widened as he observed every movement of the giant monster. In a flash, Sang-hyun sprang forward and drove his sword forcefully ahead. The momentum of the thrust, combined with the orc's terrifying charge, allowed the blade to pierce straight through its heart. In the end, the demon orc could only spit a mouthful of blood and die. At the same time, the system issued a confirmation message. Congratulations on defeating the demon orc mid-boss. You have leveled up. You have received the title Fierce Demon Hunter Rank E. Fierce Demon Hunter Rank E title description. When facing mid-bosses or higher, your healing is increased fivefold. After reading the title's effect, Sang-hyun couldn't stop grinning. Already 2 titles. Is this the perk of a solo player? Having said that, his gaze was drawn as Captain Yoon Dekyung slowly approached. His eyes were wide, as if he still couldn't believe the boss that had thrashed his entire team had been so easily defeated by Sang-hyun. Looking at their stunned faces, Sang-hyun gave a crooked smile. There's only one way to avoid this kind of trouble. With that thought, he switched on his amateur acting mode and shouted, "Oh, I almost died. Without the commander dealing damage, what would I have done?" From behind, the blonde idiot heard this and looked at the captain with admiration. I knew it. When exactly did you deal damage to that thing? For Yoon Dekyung, he clearly knew whether he had dealt any damage to the boss. He began to look at Sang-hyun with a puzzled expression. On his side, Sang-hyun muttered to himself, "You're not that stupid, are you? I'll give you a chance to save face." Turning back to Yoon Dekyung, he glanced at the red crystal on the ground and quickly understood Sang-hyun's intent. Keep your promise. Is that what he means? Thinking that, he muttered under his breath so only he could hear, "I've completely lost." Having said that, Yoon Dekyung regained his confidence and turned to command everyone. "Attention. We've defeated the mid-boss. Now prepare for the final boss. Roger, everyone shouted in unison. Next, the group filed up the stairs to the upper floor. As they walked, a few in the group couldn't resist mocking Sang-hyun. Wow, I knew it. There's no way that kid could have defeated that thing on his own, right? I wish I had that stun skill. Forget it. It didn't even work on the mid-boss. Ignoring the snide remarks, Sang-hyun turned his attention to the red crystal, the thing he'd been waiting for. Well, now that the audience is gone, should I try eating? Red crystal rarity, silver type, special equipment, accessory, special effect, delay attributes, life plus 10, strength plus 10 description. This is a rare item obtained only by defeating demon orcs. An item condensed with tenacity and endurance. Next, Sang-hyun's consciousness was drawn into the subconscious void. Before him now appeared a dish, a spicy cold noodle with jellied meat from the great chef. Just looking at it, Sang-hyun's appetite was uncontrollable. He immediately sat at the table, lifted the bowl of noodles and prepared to enjoy it. With each strand he swallowed, the system issued messages. You are ready to absorb the red crystal. Absorbing the red crystal. With the silver tier base absorption rate of 20%, your strength and life will +2. You have acquired the special effect delay. You can add this effect into one of your skills. Reading that message, Sang-hyun inexplicably broke into a sweat. He anxiously said, why do I feel so nervous? Which skill would you like to combine delay with? Add it to Demon Smash. Immediately, the system integrated the delay effect into Demon Smash. Delay has been added to Demon Smash. If you use Demon Smash before the initial stun ends, the effect can extend. Second and third times, 90% chance. Fourth time, 60% chance. Fifth time, 30% chance. No sooner had the notification ended than Sang-hyun was kicked out of the mental space. At this point, he still couldn't quite believe his plan had actually worked. Guarantee a 4-second stun. I only guessed it was theoretically possible. And it actually worked, he said, eyes wide, scrutinizing the system screen to make sure he hadn't misread it. Just then, Captain Yoon Dekyung appeared behind him and said, can we talk for a moment? Hearing that, Sang-hyun turned and asked, yes, what's the matter? Yoon Dekyung's voice sounded a little strained, but he explained, right in front of us is the final boss's room. You want me to go in after you? Sang-hyun asked. The captain's next words genuinely surprised him. No, I'd be a failing captain if I didn't know how to make use of someone like you. Let's cooperate, Shin Sang-hyun. As he spoke, he reached out his hand. It seemed that after Sang-hyun let him save face, he had sobered up and was fulfilling his duty as captain. Of course, Sang-hyun had no reason to refuse. Haha, but my conditions still stand, he said, taking Yoon Dekyung's hand. All right, fine, I know, Yoon Dekyung nodded. At the same time, the blonde man appeared from behind and reminded them, are we ready to enter the boss room? Yoon Dekyung nodded in response. Is that so? Then let's go. From now on, everyone be very careful. On the other side, for some reason the blonde suddenly looked irritated, stared at Sang-hyun and clicked his tongue. This left the protagonist puzzled about what was wrong with him. Did he eat expired food by mistake? Sang-hyun thought. Beside him, Yoon Dekyung seemed unaware of the blonde's uncomfortable stare. He still smiled and said, just a final stretch to loosen up. After this, let's go grab a drink. Time passed quickly, and now the entire group of Sang-hyun had arrived at the final boss room of dungeon number 85. This time their opponent was an orc with ashen skin. Strange spiral runes adorned its body, and its weapon was a spiked mace still seemingly stained with someone's blood. The creature radiated a ferocious aura. It was the final boss, the Raging Orc. From Captain Yoon Dekyung's perspective, having witnessed the mid-boss, the demon orc's power, he no longer held any contempt for this dungeon. He stepped forward, sweating profusely, and told the protagonist, Sang-hyun, I'll go first. In response, to prevent him from rushing ahead and being struck down by the boss, Sang-hyun removed the sword from his back and shook his head. Stick close to me. Hearing that, Yoon Dekyung, still a bit incredulous, cautioned at this time, you shouldn't, ignoring the remark. Sang-hyun exhaled and thought, actually, the Raging Orc's skill resistance is lower than the demon orc's, so it's easier to stun. If I attack calmly, it shouldn't be a problem. After all, stick close to me. Have I ever said that so confidently before? When I was young, I was always afraid. Then as I grew older, I struggled just to survive. I can't live like that again. I have to change the weak past of myself, and the future as well. To do that, I must demonstrate and prove to everyone here the overwhelming power I possess. With that thought, Sang-hyun swung his sword, cutting straight into the Raging Orc and inflicting an extremely deep wound. The The slash ran from its abdomen up to its shoulder, and the pain made the boss gasp and roar. At the same time, Sang-hyun immediately activated his demon smash skill, then turned back and shouted, "It will be stunned for 4 seconds." Hearing that, Captain Yoon Dekyung didn't hesitate and charged forward first. "Rush it. Give it everything you've got." Thus, while it remained stunned for a continuous 4 seconds, the raging orc could only helplessly take countless attacks from Yoon Dekyung's team. In the end, it was left to bite the dust without ever showing its true power. The moment it fell, everyone received system messages at once. "Congratulations on defeating the final boss, the Raging Orc. Congratulations on completing the Red Orc Sacrificial Altar dungeon." Nearby, some other team members looked at the Raging Orc's corpse lying in a pool of blood and said casually, "Wasn't this dungeon too easy? I didn't even get to use a single health potion, see? I told you the stun move was useful." Over on another side, some porters glanced at Sang-hyun and whispered to each other, "Do you think he has his own private portal? Should I ask him?" "Huh. I was about to ask first." The one beside him replied, "So what? I need to make a living too," the porter captain retorted. From Sang-hyun's perspective, seeing these people flip their attitudes so fast made his head spin. They switch faces so quickly. "I'm not planning to do anything for them anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, the system sent him several notices. "Congratulations on leveling up. You have received the rank D title, Wielder of Overwhelming Power. Effect: status effect durations are increased by 10%. Sang-hyun was fairly pleased with this title, scored a cool title. 4.4 seconds of stun, huh? That's brutal. In his previous life I never had a title. Then suddenly, Sang-hyun's face turned a bit melancholic. Still, this is nothing compared to that person. Du Junsu, the demon sword, the title collector, the perfect sword. He was the best swordsman player in Korea with countless titles. Only 2 years after the player era began, he had become a monster beyond level 500. Before I reset, he is someone I deeply respect, but maybe now I'm not necessarily that far behind. If I start working hard from now on, I might have a chance. Thinking about catching up to that demon sword, white steam began to puff from Sang-hyun's nostrils, startling the porters behind him. Not only them, even Captain Yoon Dekyung grew curious and asked, "What are you doing?" "Ah, nothing, I'm just stretching," Sang-hyun answered awkwardly. Paying no mind to that, Yoon Dekyung took out a ring and handed it to Sang-hyun. "Hey, you did well. Take this." Seeing the gift, our protagonist was startled and joked, "Who possessed you?" In response, Yoon Dekyung gave an embarrassed smile. "Hey, you really carried the team this time. I have principles, you know. Besides, it's only bronze grade, so I can be generous. Aren't you being a little too honest?" Sang-hyun teased. "Hee, if it were expensive I wouldn't have given it to you." Yoon Dekyung waved his hand, then thought inwardly, "I'm giving it to you because, from now on, we'll probably never meet again." Reluctantly, even I must admit, "You've been living in a completely different world from us." So the two of them began chatting cheerfully, unaware that the blonde behind them had started biting his lip, staring at them with a look of hatred. "He pays more attention to that bastard just because he showed off his skill a few times. I've served him for so long. Isn't this unfair? Damn it, let's die together." With that, he pulled out his phone and contacted someone. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to Shin Sang-hyun's home in Sompa District, Jamsil-dong. At that moment, the protagonist grinned like it was harvest time as he looked at his bank account. "Crazy. That's why I'm that player. The main transaction gate gives 200 coins per day. It seems he gave me double what he gave others, and even got an extra bonus. Ring of Fury rank, bronze type, auxiliary equipment special effect, lightweight attributes, strength plus 10 description. This is a ring that can only be obtained from the Raging Orc. The ring incites rage in its wearer. Special effect lightweight. Consumes 1 mana per second to reduce the perceived weight of all equipped artifacts by 1g. Looking at the ring's attributes, Sang-hyun couldn't help but feel impressed. Even though it's only bronze rank, I can't believe I got an artifact with lightweight for free. Now I understand why it's silver rank. Most players use up all their mana after swinging their swords. Spending 1 mana per second only affects most players. That's ridiculous. Saying that, Sang-hyun involuntarily smiled, then thought, I only discovered my ability after turning 50, but that's exactly why I practiced it so diligently. In my previous life, I once swallowed a mana-dependent artifact, but the result was surprising. Special effects of mana-dependent artifacts always carry penalties, but those penalties disappeared when I absorbed them. Who cares about the penalties? The more skills, the better. With that in mind, Sang-hyun began the process of absorbing the ring. In another scene, at Club H Seoul in Gangnam, the blonde from Yoon Dekyung's team was cuddling some pretty girl and telling someone about Sang-hyun. "I'm telling you, that bastard has a stun move that lasts 4 seconds," he shouted, prompting the person opposite to raise an annoyed brow and ask, "Hey, who are you acting tough for?" "No, sorry sir," the blonde quickly bowed. Next, the thug in front raised his brow and asked, "So, you want me to get revenge for you?" The traitor pup hurriedly explained, no, he definitely cheated. He used stun items too. Before he could continue, the thug angrily yelled, "So what exactly do you want me to do, you retard? I'm conducting business here, and Yoon Dekyung really likes him. So you want revenge for real?" The thug sneered. Elsewhere, a blonde girl leaned in and whispered to the one-eyed man beside her, "You're not close with that guy, are you? He looks like a loser." Haha. Tilda hearing that, the one-eyed man spoke up to show off in front of the beauty. "Hey." The blonde turned around, but at that moment, his left ear was suddenly sliced off. He screamed horribly and clutched his hand as blood gushed out. Paying no heed to his pain, the one-eyed man smiled with pleasure. "Who do you think we are? You think we're your personal servants or something?" With that, he hurled the drink in his hand straight into the blonde's bleeding wound, then said coldly, "Then you'd better pay. I'll hear you out worth the value of that ear. Tell me, where is that bastard?" Time passed quickly. Back at Sang-hyun's location, he still didn't know that the blonde and his gang were targeting him, so he was leisurely walking around. Sitting down beside the stairs, Sang-hyun let out a tired sigh. Remembering the taste of that earlier dish made the protagonist's stomach churn as if he might vomit. Who would have imagined cold cucumber soup would come out of the Ring of Fury? Eastern cold cucumber soup kills anyone who eats it. My stomach's turning inside out, but there's always light at the end of the tunnel. Thinking that, he began spinning the heavy greatsword in his hands like a fan, effortlessly, despite its crushing weight. All of this was thanks to the weight reduction effect he gained from the Ring of Fury. The special effect is always active with no cooldown. Because of the Devour artifact skill, the old mana-consuming effect was removed. As a penalty, the weight reduction effect is weakened, and the weight of all artifacts is set to 100 G. So I'll probably use the greatsword for now, but what if I accidentally drop it? Perfect. Next will be. Saying that, Sang-hyun quickly opened his status panel. This is his current information. Player info. Name: Shin Sang-hyun. Level 7. Titles: Wielder of Overwhelming Power and 2 other titles. Constellation: Non-exclusive skill, Devour artifact. Artifacts consumed: 3 HP, 324 mana, 32 experience, 307 strength, 13 stamina, 12 agility, 12 magic, 10 luck, 16 evasion, 15 defense, 10 unassigned points, 0. Looking at his current stats, the protagonist reminded himself, "Now I have to start attracting the attention of the constellations. Since a player can only have one constellation, I need to think carefully. If possible, I want someone who best matches my strongest stat, which is luck. Anyway, right now I lack the stats to interest the constellations, so I guess I can only train." With that, Sang-hyun slowly stood up and looked toward the numerous training dummies set up beforehand. 3 days later. At this time, Sang-hyun had just driven his car to an unfamiliar place. The moment he got out, his face went pale as if he could die at any moment. "I thought I was going to drop dead. It seems 3 days of training and a long drive were too much. Well, at least I got a new skill." Saying that, Sang-hyun began to twist left and right, moving his body to shake off the fatigue. The skill he had just acquired was Two-Handed Sword Mastery, a basic passive skill for swordsmen. Skill level 1. Description: increases adaptability with all types of swords, except short swords and one-handed greatsword. The place he had traveled to was Dungeon No. 101, a solo player exclusive dungeon. Looking at the blue glowing gate ahead, Sang-hyun smiled faintly. Today I'll go in alone and can give it my all. No more worrying about weird looks from others. Also, it would take months to queue for the solo dungeon, so I should be glad I can slip in. Saying that, as if sensing something, Sang-hyun glanced back and fell silent. In the distance, a black car was quietly parked. The car made Sang-hyun suspicious, because he had noticed it shadowing him for some time. Who would have thought they'd follow me all the way into the woods? I don't know what they want, but whatever it is, we can deal with it inside the dungeon. Sang-hyun said coldly, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Cut to the dungeon entrance, designed like a gigantic cave. From inside the gate, the gang of thugs hired by the blonde calmly stepped out. It seemed the blonde had somehow convinced. As soon as he saw them appear, Sang-hyun's voice rang out to greet them. Isn't this the solo player dungeon? You lot can't have entered by mistake. This is my place. Hearing this, the rodent gang leader was a little surprised. He eyed the protagonist. Sang-hyun looked as if he'd been waiting for them. But then the whole group sneered at his foolishness. Are you stupid? Turning to face Sang-hyun and seeing their menacing demeanors, he immediately realized this wasn't an ordinary crew. Thinking to avoid unnecessary bloodshed, Sang-hyun warned, I won't report you, so get lost. After speaking, Sang-hyun's eyes narrowed slightly. He silently observed the whole group closely and quickly formed his judgment. They don't have a healer or a mage. They've given up stability, which is essential for any dungeon raid, and formed a team of only swordsmen and archers. They're a team that specializes in hunting false awakened. A pack of hyenas, Sang-hyun thought to himself, and as he guessed, they were exactly a bunch who sneak up and stab others in the back. Now they didn't even bother to hide their intent. Haha, this dog thinks he's tasty. The big guy laughed. The smaller blonde beside him taunted, that's your fate, idiot. If you die here, no one will even pick up your corpse. Sang-hyun seemed somewhat familiar with these people. From his memory, they had once been wiped out under continuous surveillance by the Players Association. It's been a while. For teams like that, the archer is the hardest to deal with. I know that, the protagonist replied calmly. He stared at the archer, a man with a face as cold as money, showing no emotion about killing others. Not wanting to waste time, the archer began to draw his bow and reminded his comrades, all right, finish this quickly. In response, Sang-hyun said something that surprised the whole group. That's exactly why I've been waiting for you. If I have to dispose of 4 bodies, what better place than here? The mocking remark immediately angered the big thug. That bastard. He shouted and tried to rush forward. However, the one-eyed man blocked him with his sword. Do it the easy way, the one-eyed man said cold. Hearing that, the big guy glared and asked, the easy way? I'll rip his throat out. Ahead, Sang-hyun continued to taunt. Good dog, obey your master, haha. Don't waste time all at once. Unable to tolerate such extreme provocation, the thug snapped. You better shut your dog mouth. With that, he put power into his legs and charged forward like a mad bull, swinging his greatsword straight at Sang-hyun's torso without hesitation. The strong prey on the weak. Is there a phrase that better describes a dungeon? Monsters inside the dungeon always aim for your life, and within those dungeons, the artifacts you and others fight over sit on the edge between life and death. If you're weak, you'll die. In dungeons, there are no rules, so you must kill to live. That was my karma from a past life, and it still applies now. As a result, everything that happens here is just self-defense. At this, the whole gang went stunned. By their looks, the big guy had charged with tremendous ferocity, but Sang-hyun split him in two with a single proper sword stroke before he could yell another word. Sang-hyun's gaze turned cold as he looked at the remaining men and said, What are you still standing there for? Move out already. Without hesitation, the 3 remaining began to put distance between them. After witnessing Sang-hyun's strength, they understood that if he engaged in close combat, all 3 of them would be done for. So, using their experience ambushing other teams, they quickly devised a counter. While retreating, the blue-haired man directed the other 2. Cover while we get into position. Got it, I know, the archer replied, though inside he remained unsettled. He killed Sanho. Even if he's an idiot, Sanho was level 100, and the other guy only recently awakened. What the hell happened? The archer grew more and more baffled. Meanwhile, Sang-hyun began spinning the heavy greatsword in his hands like a helicopter rotor. The whistling wind it produced alone was enough to make listeners' hair stand on end. Hey, don't run off anywhere, Sang-hyun taunted. Damn it, this monster. The archer cursed as he quickly drew his bow and fired 2 wind-slicing arrows at Sang-hyun. But that extremely simple attack was child's play to Sang-hyun. With a single swing of his sword, he easily cleaved the 2 arrows in half. Then, while the archer still hadn't reacted, Sang-hyun spun, hurled the heavy greatsword forward, and immediately the archer met his doom. He only had time to let out one scream before he was gone. His miserable scream startled the 2 who were fleeing. They turned back, stunned. What kind of freak is he? The smaller orange-haired one blurted. Unlike him, the blue-haired man thought differently. He noticed that Sang-hyun no longer had a weapon in his hand. He threw away the heavy greatsword, which means he has no weapon right now. This is the perfect moment to strike. Go, the blue-haired man shouted. So the 2 of them charged at the protagonist at once, while he sprinted all out toward the greatsword still lodged in the fallen archer. But the instant Sang-hyun's hand reached the sword, the 2 thugs' attacks were already aimed straight at. The clash of blade on flesh rang out. A spray of bright blood erupted somewhere, But it wasn't Sanghyun's, it was the archer's. At the nearest moment, the protagonist used the sword as a pivot and launched himself into the air to evade. Are you insane? The orange-haired one ground his teeth, seeing Sanghyun manage to dodge in such a brief instant. Sanghyun didn't want to waste words on these people, so he quickly yanked the sword free. At that moment, the blue-haired man suddenly reached out, grabbed the orange-haired man's head from behind, leaving him momentarily alarmed. Jun-T, what are you doing? No sooner had he spoken than Jun-T shoved the orange-haired man forward, using him as a meat shield to take Sanghyun's attack, which sent him out of the picture in an instant. Returning to Sanghyun, he paused his assault for a moment and said, "Now that I think about it, you lot traffic in organs, don't you? No matter how I look at it, you can't be cooperating out of trust. I guess your goal is to awaken mana stones by swapping organs, right? I may not look it, but I've seen a lot in the past." Jun-T snarled a laugh. "So what, you know that end. What are you gonna do, dog?" Saying that, he lunged forward, thrusting his sword at Sanghyun while wearing a triumphant grin. But just before the blade reached about 5 cm from Sanghyun's face, it froze, unable to move another millimeter, because at that moment, Sanghyun activated his Demon Smash skill, stunning Jun-T for 4.4 seconds. Looking at Jun-T's body frozen like a statue, Sanghyun continued calmly, "So let me ask. I was worried you'd bore me to death." From Jun-T's perspective, his face was sweating profusely from tension. "What? I'm stunned. But why? Could it be from those earlier wounds? Just because of those small cuts? There's no way a skill could be that broken." "Finished? What is he talking about? Am I going to die like this? No way, I'm always the killer. It's always been like this, I always." Now he could only feel his mission ending. Memories began to return to Jun-T's mind, of when he deceived a newly awakened rookie. "Try your best this time," he had said, slapping a young freckled boy on the shoulder. "With you here we can do anything. I believe in you," the young man replied. Cut to another frame. The young man, his face streaming blood, now panicked and questioned Jun-T. "Why, please don't. I'll do whatever you tell me." Back in the present, Sanghyun looked at the villain's trembling body and smirked. "How about it? You've been through this yourself before. Aren't you scared now that it's your turn?" Time passed quickly. Sanghyun sat by a small stream, wiping the blood from his sword. He'd likely already sent Jun-T to meet his comrade, and although he'd seen this many times, Sanghyun still felt a bit uneasy. I shouldn't be getting used to this. I haven't been reverted for long. Looks like I won't have a chance to make a pact with the constellation. But wait, that was self-defense. Whatever. Then I guess it's really mine, As he spoke, Sanghyun glanced at the pile of weapons thrown carelessly to one side. "System notice. You have acquired 8 artifacts from this dungeon." Time moved on. Sanghyun put his coat back on. He'd taken it off in battle to avoid getting it bloody. At the same time, he checked his status. He was now level 10 and had 11 consumed artifacts. Life 400, energy 50, experience 12. Looking at his stats, Sanghyun's expression was complicated. "I wish I could have avoided that situation. But judging by the outcome, it was worth it. I'm glad I didn't get fat from eating artifacts. Still, by the numbers, aren't I basically as strong as level 50 players? How long have I been back? My growth is crazy. And besides," saying that, Sanghyun reached into his inner pocket and pulled out a ring. It was the recovery ring, a silver artifact, an auxiliary equipment type, ring. Special effect, recovery. Use effect, consumes 10 mana to immediately remove any abnormal status. If used again within the next minute, mana cost doubles. Seeing the ring, Sanghyun couldn't help but be a little surprised. The guy who rushed me at the start. Who would have thought he had an artifact that removes abnormal statuses? Wait, that means if I'd blindly trusted the stun, I would have been done for. I'll be more careful next time. Now, I'll start synchronizing mana with the recovery ring. With that, Sanghyun began the process of consuming the ring. Cut to deep inside Dungeon 101, the internal access route. Far within the cell, it looked like a mine being worked by a group of goblins. A few goblins even carried small sacks on their backs, as if for ore. However, after only a few steps, one of the monsters in the group noticed something and turned back. From their perspective, Sanghyun was there now. He gripped his sword tightly, and most surprisingly, Sanghyun had wrapped a black cloth over his eye. Never mind them, even Sanghyun felt his action was a bit crazy, but he couldn't do otherwise. Requirement to earn the Lucky Day title is as follows. This is insane. It requires the player to kill 500 monsters while blindfolded. Across from him, the goblins froze for a beat at Sanghyun's odd behavior. They didn't rush to attack. When will these monsters attack?" the protagonist muttered. Once they confirmed Sanghyun couldn't see, The goblins chuckled with delight, drool continuously dripping from their mouths. From Sanghyun's viewpoint, he began to sense something and tilted his head up. I can sense them. I need to feel the airflow and listen carefully to everything. Focus. I must maintain this state of concentration. Inside the protagonist's mind, he stood as if on a sheet of mirror-smooth water. Then from behind, countless sounds and ripples began rushing toward him. I can do this, Sanghyun reminded himself. At the same moment, a goblin shouted, gripping its axe and swinging it straight at Sanghyun. But it didn't know its move had already been detected by the protagonist's sensing ability. Without hesitation, he swung his sword in a wind-tearing semicircle and immediately cleaved 4 goblins in half at once. A rain of blood erupted, the air filled with the acrid stench of fresh blood, yet Sanghyun seemed exhilarated by it. This feeling is great, he chuckled. Then from afar, a flash of light suddenly shot toward Sanghyun's head at lightning speed. As it entered his perception range, Sanghyun flicked his hand and effortlessly caught the arrow, then instantly snapped it in two. This made the distant goblin archer break out in a cold sweat and cry out incoherent. Back in Sanghyun's perspective, his sensing ability began to expand in all directions, letting him discover countless pairs of eyes staring at him from the darkness. Yet he felt no fear at all. Not long ago I was in a terrible state, but thanks to it I recalled the past. Maybe that's how I sharpened my senses, huh? Anyway, come on then, you bastards, he jeered. And at his taunt, how could the green-skinned monsters hold back? Overwhelmed by numbers, they charged forward like moths to flame. The only thing waiting for them was death. Sanghyun's sword slashes began whipping rapidly and continuously like a machine, so the goblins were cut to pieces before they could close in. Sanghyun even wore an excited grin, charging forward. Everything in his path was mercilessly slaughtered by his blade. Only a single goblin at the rear, too slow to join the charge, witnessed everything. But seeing its comrades die without warning, its face registered panic before it too followed them to another rebirth. After temporarily defeating the front group of monsters, Sanghyun paused. His sword's tip still radiated heat from the monster's blood. The scene was more horrific than a slaughterhouse. The sacrifice of these monsters had become nourishment for Sanghyun's growth. A system notification appeared to congratulate him. You have leveled up. You have received the title Lucky Day Rank D. Hearing this, Sanghyun immediately ripped the blindfold from his eyes, no longer needing it. Doesn't feel like I did much. Sanghyun shrugged and took the chance to check the title he'd just received. Lucky Day Rank D main effect. Luck plus 20. Secondary effect. Whenever you defeat a monster of the same type, your luck increases by 0.1. Luck can increase up to a maximum of 10. Reading the description of the title, our protagonist couldn't help but chuckle. Haha, I'm gradually collecting the titles I need. Elsewhere, a group of goblin monsters, drawn by the commotion, crawled over here. What met their eyes was the carnage of goblins scattered everywhere. The hair on their bodies bristled, but before they could retreat, Sanghyun stood right in front of them, wearing a perverse grin. Haha, time to farm more stats. They came here themselves. Seeing Sanghyun soaked in blood with a killer's face, even the goblins couldn't hold back their panic and screamed as if the place were on fire. Time passed quickly. The unlucky goblins from earlier had sorrowfully followed their comrades. Sanghyun, meanwhile, trembled with excitement as if having a seizure. My luck stat just increased by 30, from just one title. This is even better than most platinum titles. It must be worth 500 million. No, maybe 1 billion won. This life I can finally buy a house, Sanghyun exclaimed excitedly. At that moment, a red rift in space suddenly appeared behind him, crackling with lightning. Along with it, a notification was sent to the protagonist. The space around you is beginning to fade. Without needing the reminder, Sanghyun felt the spatial disturbance behind him and hurriedly turned to look. His face broke out in sweat, and the smile on his lips froze. A series of notifications began arriving for the protagonist. 3 constellations have found you. The constellation Space Collapse Cleanup asks, are you interested in bringing misfortune to others? The constellation Servant of the Great Space is intrigued by your mystery and requests a conversation. The constellation Goddess of Luck smiled at you while extending her hand. Now, before Sanghyun stood the entities of the 3 constellations. From Sanghyun's perspective, seeing all 3 patrons notice him at once made him feel a bit overwhelmed by the favor. That was fast. And 3 of them too, he thought to himself and began to promote himself aloud. Haha, did you see my performance? At his words, the Goddess of Luck suddenly flew right in front of Sanghyun. Rather than being stunned by her beauty, he felt a bit anxious, unsure if he'd offended them. What was my tone too arrogant? I never experienced this in my past life. No, the more this goes on, the more I have to act confident. The protagonist reminded himself. Luckily for him, the goddess of luck had no intention of reproach. Instead, she beamed a radiant smile and showed favor toward Sanghyun. The goddess of luck said, "This is the first time I've seen such a lucky swordsman. It's very strange." In response, Sanghyun scratched his head sheepishly. "Oh, luck. Right, I'm extremely lucky, haha." Saying that, he was amazed at his absurd luck. Great. Just as expected, this constellation seems interested in a contract. Now I can freely check it out right. Elsewhere, the Space Collapse Cleaner praised Sanghyun's latent ruthlessness to the fullest. The Space Collapse Cleaner is a constellation with the personality of a classic slaughterer. Is it because I massacred those goblins so quickly that I attracted his attention? Sanghyun wondered inwardly. Meanwhile, the great servant of space was curious about the hidden inner self of Sanghyun. This made the protagonist a bit puzzled. He didn't understand why the great servant of space had appeared here. I heard that constellation only appears to players with the aura of a saint. So, should I think they showed up because of her? Sanghyun spoke while casting a skeptical look ahead, where the goddess of luck was happily chatting with the other two. She even reached out to pat the great servant on the head, making his face flush. Seeing that, a rumor Sanghyun had heard in his past life suddenly came to mind. The goddess of luck, even in the realm where constellations exist, has a reputation for having extremely wide connection. Across from him, the beautiful goddess also caught Sanghyun's skeptical stare. She turned to him and conveyed. The goddess of luck said, "She is not possessive. Even if you choose her, you can still contract with other constellations." Reading that notice, Sanghyun found it almost unbelievable how good it sounded. Wow, really? He asked, then thought to himself. Indeed, that's a huge advantage. An archer can hit a target precisely, even firing an arrow into the air. Under the world's blessing, he never lacked arrows. A miraculous archer. Among archers, Hashimoto Yuki defeated countless of the strongest swordsmen. He not only had extremely high luck but also devastating destructive power. Some suspected cheating or fraud, but it turned out he simply had two constellations contracted to him. And it was the goddess of luck who made the impossible possible. Thinking that, Sanghyun didn't want to offend the three constellations, so he forced a smile. Haha, suddenly three constellations appeared at once. It's really hard to choose. Across from him, the emotional states of the three constellations shifted immediately. They urged him to dismiss petty mortal concerns and decide his fate. One constellation even thought it had chosen the wrong person. Back in Sanghyun's view, it wasn't that he was cleverly trying to raise the contract's value. He genuinely found it hard to choose correctly. The goddess of luck is certainly a good constellation, but if choosing her means no other constellations will appear later, this choice would essentially decide the player's future fate. In my 10 years as a player, only one constellation ever approached me, and that was the late-blooming model student constellation. His arrival was like a ray of salvation. I was extremely happy. No matter how much I struggled, I still believed the future would be bright. But nothing changed until I reached 55. That's right, I never received any benefits from that constellation. The reason was its absurd activation condition. It required the player to reach level 850 before all stat effects from artifacts and titles would be doubled. I couldn't use the constellation's most important power in my lifetime. No, more precisely, I didn't even dare to think about using it. But then again, perhaps it was thanks to that constellation that I could turn back time, so I'm grateful for it. Therefore, this time I must be more careful than ever. From now on, I have to accept there will be no more time reversals. With that thought, he scrutinized all three constellations carefully. He wondered, should I choose divine power, destructive power, or choose luck? After a short period of thought, our protagonist made his decision. He immediately pressed the confirm button on the system screen, and the system returned a notification. You have signed a contract with the goddess of luck constellation. Once the contract is signed, even if the player dies, it remains in effect for 30 years without disappearing. In another world, an entity was closely observing the pact between the reincarnated player and the goddess of luck. 15. Friendly constellations sincerely congratulate the contract and wish you victory. 3 hostile constellations have decided to use their players to hinder your development. A series of notifications began to appear, making Sanghyun awkwardly watch the blood-red screens. Haha, what the hell is this? Why is there so much attention all of a sudden? Well, anyway, from now on, I look forward to your help, goddess of luck. He said this as he reached his hand forward. Seeing this, the goddess of luck gently placed her hand on his. The goddess of luck blesses your wise choice. Just as Sanghyun was about to say something, the system suddenly issued a few more notifications. Goddess of luck, contract effects and wishes. Trait 1. All offensive actions are guaranteed to deal critical damage to enemies. Trait 2. When you obtain a unique grade artifact or higher, its hidden effect is guaranteed to unlock and be inherited. Trait 3. When defeating a mid-tier boss or main boss, if the boss's level is higher than yours, you will receive an artifact at a 100% rate. At the same time, the goddess of luck suddenly switched to a chibi form. Her face looked arrogantly proud, while Sanghyun yelled as if he'd heard the neighbor's kid bought a house by cheating. What is this? Why are all these effects overpowered? Wait, is that not all yet? Sanghyun gaped as the fourth trait appeared in the notifications. Trait 4. When you invest level-up points into luck, each point increases the stat twice as much. This effect is retroactively applied to all previously invested bonus points. Looking at the 4 traits tied to the contract with the goddess of luck, Sanghyun was so happy he cried like rain. Guaranteed crits plus guaranteed artifact drops. You're having a rough time, Sanghyun. The protagonist said, feeling like his life was really starting now. Then suddenly, the goddess turned to ask Sanghyun. The goddess of luck asks, what will you do about offers from other constellations? For Sanghyun, after seeing what he received from the goddess of luck, he had no mood to care about the other 2 constellations. He turned and waved his hand. Ah, it's fine. You 2 can leave now. I need to focus on the goddess. In front, the other 2 constellations immediately felt annoyed by the protagonist's words. Great servant of space, take a number, we'll meet another time. Space collapse cleaner. Warning, prepare yourself, for one day he will take from you. The goddess of luck applauded and praised that your determination is attractive. She thought, with this effect, you don't need to be greedy for now. Agreeing with her reminder, Sanghyun said, no rush. A better opportunity will come. Time passed quickly, cutting to the final boss's chamber in Dungeon 101. At this moment, Sanghyun was clashing directly with the boss, a blue-skinned monster. Their weapons kept colliding, producing piercing sounds in the air along with shockwaves released outward. Watching from the side, the goddess of luck also became dazed. Meanwhile, the more Sanghyun fought, the more fired up he became. Is the final boss only this strong? Push harder, you weakling. As he spoke, he swung his sword down hard forward, forcing the blue-skinned monster to raise its 2 battle axes to block the strike. It was the dungeon's final boss, the greedy goblin chief. Next, the goblin thrust force into both hands and shoved Sanghyun backward. Seeing that, Sanghyun quickly drove his sword into the ground to stop himself from sliding too far, carving a large groove in the earth. Then the goblin chief suddenly opened its mouth and let out a piercing roar, its eyes glowing blood red. At the same time, Sanghyun received a notification. The goblin chief has applied weakening and intimidation to you. You have fallen into a paralyzed state. From Sanghyun's perspective, thanks to his previous life's battle experience, he quickly suspected the goblin chief had this move. It's trying to crush my will to fight, he muttered to himself and whispered, recover. At that moment, the goblin chief gave Sanghyun no chance and lunged, swinging its axe straight forward. Its blow cleaved downward, shattering the floor into pieces as jagged stones flew everywhere. However, the boss monster's expression turned puzzled, because it didn't feel like it had actually hit anything. And indeed, Sanghyun's voice rang out without any trace of fear. This is definitely a skill with clear limits. It can't completely seal movement. It seems only enough to handle small mobs, huh? At that moment, Sanghyun was bracing his sword against the goblin's axe, preventing it from withdrawing its weapon. The reason Sanghyun could move was because he used the stun break effect from the recovery ring he got earlier from the thugs. All right, time to try my luck, Sanghyun muttered. Meanwhile, across from him, the goblin chief's face went pale. It hurriedly activated the weakening state on Sanghyun again. But this time Sanghyun only gave a cold laugh. You think that will work again? Then with a quick glide forward, Sanghyun swung his sword, delivering a deep slash to its left chest. The goblin couldn't bear it and screamed in agony. Next, Sanghyun activated his demon smash skill, causing the goblin chief to be paralyzed for 2 seconds. Seeing that, Sanghyun rushed in. His sword became like a milling machine, unleashing countless wind-tearing strikes as he said, only 2 seconds. Then I'll add 2 more. Thus, a delay effect was added, extending the paralysis by another 2 seconds. The boss's face went blank. It couldn't move at all. But that wasn't all. Immediately after, Sang-hyun began circling the blue-skinned beast, performing numerous varied attacks. The second delay effect activated, with a 90% chance to continue extending the paralysis state. A second success in a row, Sang-hyun said with a smile. Time passed quickly, and finally the goblin chief could no longer withstand Sang-hyun's assault and reluctantly moved on to its next life. The moment its body collapsed to the ground, Sang-hyun received a congratulatory notification from the system. Congratulations! You have cleared the Dark Goblin Swamp dungeon. You have leveled up. You have received the D-rank title, Don't Touch Me. Title description: Luck plus 30, Evasion plus 10. Accompanying effect: you can enhance a designated skill once. The increase is based on the multiplier set by the player system. Back to Sang-hyun. He was exhausted like a dog after dealing with them from the start until clearing this dungeon. They say youth and hard work pay off, but I think I'm pushing my body too hard, he complained. Meanwhile, the goddess beside him cheered on. The goddess of luck says you'll have good fortune if you do everything. Hearing that, Sang-hyun's eyes rolled back and he muttered, at this point you could call it a skill. At his remark, the goddess beamed with pride. The goddess of luck says luck is a skill too, and she's very pleased to have luck follow you. She added, in fact, it might all be thanks to me. She spoke self-admiringly while Sang-hyun took the chance to recheck his stat points. First, I'll add points to the luck stat. Wow, my luck stat is over 100. When a stat exceeds 100, an adjustment occurs, increasing effects related to it by another 10%. For example, the evasion stat affects dodge rate, while the luck stat affects drop rates. Then, as if to prove Sang-hyun right, the giant shield of the goblin chief, the one it hadn't used in the battle, suddenly glowed a little. Glancing at it, the full item information appeared before Sang-hyun. Kudni's shield, silver forge, secondary equipment, equipment type, shield, special effect, sacrifice, defense plus 20. Description: a shield left behind by a goblin warrior named Kudni's. It amplifies power with mana and converts incoming damage into healing, but the entire process consumes an equivalent amount of mana. It seems this is an item meant for tanks. Still, Sang-hyun had no problem receiving it. Anyway, it's a guaranteed drop thanks to the goddess. That means luck affects artifact drops, right? One thing's for sure. This is even more troublesome than being a contract of the constellation late blooming model student. Thinking that, Sang-hyun used his devour skill to absorb the shield's properties. Meanwhile, the goddess of luck rushed over to hug him tightly and rub her cheek against his. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to inside the Q area building. At that moment, our protagonist was here trying to make a case. However, the sleep-deprived-looking female staff member refused outright. No way, she shook her head. Across from him, Sang-hyun still tried to plead. I understand what you're saying, but there are personal reasons. Before he could finish, the staff girl interrupted. I'm sorry, but could you reconsider? I'm losing my mind here. I don't even know how many bodies I've seen this week. Hearing that, sweat poured down Sang-hyun's face. He told himself, things can't go wrong from here on. To explain this, we must go back 2 hours earlier on the Hanam Highway. Sitting in the car, Sang-hyun was still savoring and remembering the ordinary moment of devouring that shield. I worried because it's a goblin shield, but a simple meal of kimchi and plain white rice in classic peninsula style at least. Luckily, there's kimchi with rice. As he thought that, Sang-hyun's car suddenly stopped and began shaking violently. Then countless bright red icons flashed on the dashboard, making our protagonist startle and shout, "What's going on? Why are so many warning lights on? Time to change cars, huh?" he whispered, then quickly shook his head. No, moving to a new location is more important than switching cars. The lower your player level, the more criminals will target you. You can't stay on high alert forever. Moving to well-guarded places like player districts is more convenient. And if I consider artifacts too, I should buy used ones to consume and absorb more easily. Money, I need a lot of money, and I need a pile of it right now. There's only one place where I can earn that kind of money. The system appeared when the player era began. Quests showed up beside that system, and organizations monitored all those quests. That is the Players Association. If it's a system overseen by the association, I can do it. We're going there to the quest area. With that thought, Sang-hyun slammed the gas and sped straight toward the Player Association. Back in reality, being denied at the door suddenly snuffed out all his money-making dreams. Across from him, the dark-circled staffer was trying to enlighten Sang-hyun. So please enter a dungeon appropriate for your level. Why are you going into a level 100 zone? Besides, you're not even ranked. In response, the protagonist pleaded, I won't cause trouble. Please trust me. I may only be level 17, but with my current skills, going into low-level areas would be a waste of time. From the staffer's viewpoint, she was in tears now. Her whole body trembled as she pointed to the side and stammered. Yesterday someone said the exact same thing. Guess what happened to them? So please, go to the area that fits your level. Seeing her like that, Sang-hyun actually understood why she felt that way. I get why this worker is like this. Too many players overestimate themselves and die stupidly. But at times like this you have to grow a thick skin. Thinking that, Sang-hyun put on a very trustworthy face like a conman in an MLM and insisted plainly, "No, I absolutely won't." At the same time, a purple-haired girl who'd heard the commotion came over and asked, "What's going on?" Hearing that, the black-haired girl quickly turned and shook her head. "Hello, it's nothing." The purple-haired girl was named Miso, a member of Eden Guild, level 100, an A+ ranked player. Back to Sang-hyun, looking at her face, he froze for a few seconds as he recognized her identity. She's called the Divine Archer of Slaughter, Kim Miso, the first level 100 player to reach A+ and earn the Divine Archer title, a rising star. But beyond her skills, what made her stand out was that she was the daughter of Kim Yoon-cheol, chairman of the Holy Biotech Corporation. That means she's also known by the alias Shadow Child Assassin, alongside Shin Tae-rai, the nation's top assassin player, and Do Jin-ho, one of South Korea's top swordsmanship players. She was the daughter of the company holding the largest shares in Eden Guild. You could call her the most privileged player in history. Ahead, Miso's sharp gaze noticed Sang-hyun staring and she turned to ask, "This is our first time meeting, right? I've been watching for a while. Why are you trying to pick a level 100 quest?" Sang-hyun replied, "Because it pays well." After he said that, he heard whispers from nearby players. "Wow, Kim Miso started the conversation. But what's with that guy's attitude? Is he crazy? Come on, leave it." "She's about to say something to that level 17 trash," the guy in the cap whispered, holding back his two cronies. To their comments, Sang-hyun shut his eyes and stayed silent but cursed them inwardly. "I can hear you, you bastard." Unaware of these thoughts in Sang-hyun's head, Miso warned, "That'll be a tough area for you." At that, Sang-hyun sighed, shrugged, and said, "Of course I know, but the bigger the risk, the greater the reward." Saying that, he paused to think. "I'm definitely not doing this out of personal feelings. Even though in my past life I asked to join Kim Miso's party and was even rejected, I'm absolutely not doing this out of spite." Unaware of Sang-hyun's petty thoughts, Miso still spoke excitedly to him. "But you know doing a quest solo isn't allowed under the association's rules, right?" Her words immediately snapped Sang-hyun to attention. He quickly realized the problem. Come to think of it, solo runs won't have their restrictions lifted for another 4 years. Knowing he couldn't freelance here, Sang-hyun could only scratch his head awkwardly and say, "Haha, I probably didn't read the info carefully. Well then, I'll be off." With that, his steps quickened. However, he didn't realize his odd behavior had apparently caught Miso's attention. She suddenly offered, "So would you like to team up with me?" Around them, the players who heard this widened their eyes as if doubting what they'd just heard. "Wow, is she crazy? Why, pick that bastard. I'll go too. Damn, I'm so jealous." Back in Sang-hyun's view, he wasn't the kind of gullible fool who expected a tasty cake to fall into his lap so easily. He wondered what the girl in front of him was plotting and asked, "What are the conditions?" Hearing that, Miso shot Sang-hyun an approving, praising look. "Oh ho, as expected you don't just take this as a simple favor, huh?" "Ha ha, I tend to trust situations more than people," Sang-hyun replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Miso voiced her thoughts. "Hee, impressive, but there are no conditions. It's more like a promise. If your skills don't match your confidence, then you'll pay the corresponding price. Of course, if the opposite is true, then I'll sincerely apologize," she said in a cold tone. Sang-hyun smirked. He had already guessed Miso's intent. "So you're testing me." Kim Miso's influence went far beyond a famous player. The brand value of the outfit she wore shot up. She only needed to say one word and the news would spread. The moment she labeled someone as an arrogant player, their career was basically over. "This will be interesting," he thought. And with his "fight if I want personality," Sang-hyun agreed without hesitation. "Shall we go right now?" Back to Miso's perspective, a few minutes before she got out of the car, the driver instructed, "I'll wait here, miss." In front, Miso waved him off. "Do whatever you want. You can watch for a bit." After saying that, she felt a bit bored about going alone. All the guild members are tied up with schedules. It's annoying. I guess I'll have to find party members myself. As soon as she thought that, she was drawn to Sanghyun's conversation with the association staff. Coincidentally, Kim Miso had reason to go with Shin Sanghyun. The minimum party rule for the quest was a bothersome obstacle for Kim Miso. Amid all that, she suddenly discovered a confident player, a situation where no one knew what that player's actual abilities were. It was also a rather interesting situation for her. The result was that the two of them got paired up. While the staff member squeezed between them was sweating non-stop, Miso casually asked, "So, Shin Sanghyun, which quest are you planning to take?" Hearing the celebrity ask, the staffer flustered and hurriedly replied, "Ah yes, please wait a moment." Saying that, she quickly checked the system screen in front of her and pushed it aside for Miso to see. On the quest screen it read, "Defense Quest, eliminate all living monsters approaching the defense tower. If the defense tower core is destroyed, the quest will fail. Monster type, wolf-type monsters. Number of monsters, 300. Recommended quest level, 100. Quest reward, 500 million won." After reading the requirements and description, Miso's expression shifted slightly. Even a level 100 player like her couldn't take this quest lightly. What is this? It's not a gathering quest or a hunting quest, it's a defense quest. This is the kind of quest that requires you to defeat every monster to complete it. A crucial rule is that a 4-person team must include at least one long-range damage dealer, and he's planning to do that alone. If I weren't here, he'd basically be dead. The more she thought about it, the more she felt Sanghyun must be crazy to accept this quest solo. Then, as if noticing her wary look, Sanghyun taunted, "Well then, are you scared?" His confident words made Miso wonder if she'd misheard. She exclaimed, "What? Did I hear that wrong?" Sanghyun replied with a smile, "Oh no, you suddenly went quiet, so I was just wondering if you were worried. If it's too much, we can recruit more people before going in. Another tank or another primary long-range damage dealer, or..." Sanghyun began suggesting options, making the black-clad staffer's face sweat profusely because she noticed Miso trembling with anger. Feeling her pride severely wounded, she immediately grabbed Sanghyun's wrist and hissed each word through gritted teeth. "No, Shin Sanghyun, there's absolutely nothing wrong with this quest." With that, she pressed the accept button. At the same time, they both received a system notification. "Quest accepted. You will now be transferred to the quest zone." As the notification appeared, a blinding light erupted from their positions, lightning crackling wildly in all directions to teleport them. Meanwhile, the staff member had gone pale and muttered, "With Kim Miso going along, nothing should go wrong, right? Hopefully nothing bad happens. No one knows what could occur." Elsewhere, the black-clad player who saw them vanish on a quest blankly asked, "Do you think he can actually succeed?" To that, the big guy in the iron helmet answered firmly, "No way. He's only level 17. How could he stand against level 100 monsters?" Unlike their disdain, the blue-clad player thought differently. "Do you think Kim Miso would randomly bring him along for no reason? She's being praised as the youngest A+ ranked player. Do you really think her judgment is that bad? You know about the ranking system recently revised by the Players Association, right? It was created because evaluating strength solely by player level is inaccurate, correct? There are 2 criteria for ranking. First, the number of dungeons cleared, and second, an overall assessment of the player's combat sense. But that means Kim Miso achieved A+ rank based solely on her combat sense. The other 2 teammates already knew this, yet they still asked with some curiosity, "I get that, but why A+ and not just A?" The blue-clad player immediately replied with a mysterious smile, "Ah, that's of course because there are even more terrifying monsters ranked above her, right? Forget it, that's not important now. What's important is he entered with Kim Miso. I'm so jealous." Cut to Sanghyun's group. After reappearing, they realized the quest setting was a modern city. What they needed to protect was a towering spire continuously emitting bolts of light. At that moment, the archer Kim Miso was standing atop the tower. She glanced at Sanghyun, who was silently walking on the bridge, and thought, "Words come with responsibility. If things get dangerous, of course I'll help, but I hope this experience will sober him up a bit." Back to 30 minutes earlier, just after they appeared, Sanghyun made a proposal that startled Miso into asking, "What did you just say?" Up ahead, Sanghyun checked his weapon and said, "That's exactly what I mean. Don't intervene unless I ask. If you focus on support, I'll give you 5%. At that, Miso blinked and asked, "So I didn't mishear?" "That's right. You stay back and support and you'll get 5%. That's a steal," Sanghyun replied nonchalantly. Miso glanced Sanghyun up and down, then shook her head. "You think I'd hesitate because of that condition? There's no way you can handle it alone. There are at least 300 of them. That's 300, not one or two. Even at level 100 like me, I'd struggle to deal with them solo. At that point, she suddenly fell silent up ahead, and Sang-hyun put on an extremely confident face and said enigmatically, "Just watch." Then for some reason, looking into Sang-hyun's eyes partially convinced Miso. Finally, she sighed and said, "Fine, but you'll lose 1% of the share for every monster you miss. If you miss 95, you get nothing." Clear. Back in the present, in front of Sang-hyun now were wolves with deep blue fur. Their eyes glowed purple and emanated an ominous aura. They snarled, staring at Sang-hyun with bloodthirsty intent. Sang-hyun gripped his sword, struck the ground hard, and laughed. "Sorry, but that's not going to happen, because I'm not going to miss a single one." Then, with no warning, both sides charged and traded blows of affection. And true to form, Miso was not disappointed. With a single sideways slash, Sang-hyun's blade flew at super speed, striking the wolf monsters so precisely, they only managed a cry before all of them went down. After finishing, Sang-hyun turned back, looked at his handiwork and smiled lightly. "They may scream, but it's kind of cute, isn't it?" As for Miso, after seeing Sang-hyun's performance, she couldn't help but admit, so he's not an arrogant player. That last strike was flawless. It was the stance that concentrates maximum reach for a greatsword. It's a perfect posture, like the swordsman in my guild. He always talks about offense and defense as one, and above all, he minimizes unnecessary movement, slicing through multiple enemies with each swing. But compared to that confidence, there are simply too many monsters. After all, a level 17 player facing such overwhelming numbers can't manage it. Miso wondered to herself, before her eyes went blank as she realized something. Wait, something's been off this whole time. Why haven't the monsters moved at all? That's impossible. Could they be stunned? She shouted, so forcefully that she lost her balance and stumbled forward. Luckily, in that dangerous moment, Miso grabbed the railing, then quickly hauled herself up. "Oh my God, that was close. I almost fell. But what was that just now? No matter how you look at it, that was a stun." I counted about 4 seconds. If it's a 4-second stun, that's even more than Jin Ho. It means he can calmly apply effects to monsters and wipe them out. What on earth is this monster? Miso murmured inwardly. Back in Sang-hyun's perspective, with his stun skill he could slice through the monsters like cutting chickens. "Haha, why is this so easy?" Sang-hyun said cheerfully. But as if answering his expectations, heaven raised the difficulty of the quest a bit. At that moment, suddenly a wolf was blasted forward, halting Sang-hyun's movement. He looked up. In his sight, something huge was charging toward him from the distance at an incredible speed. The whole pack of wolves was flung about like torn sacks. Seeing the cause of this, a bead of sweat slid down Sang-hyun's face as he muttered, "So it has finally arrived." The black wolf. Before Sang-hyun stood an enormous black wolf, its size comparable to a truck. With its mighty presence, it began to howl madly upon spotting Sang-hyun's figure. He thought to himself, "Black wolf. I didn't encounter it many times in my past life, but could this be why it feels familiar?" At the same time, Sang-hyun suddenly felt his body freeze. The system announced, "Black wolf has caused a negative effect, stun." And not only him. The stun from this black wolf was so strong it affected Miso, who was observing from afar. However, as it approached, a protective glow automatically emanated from Miso. "Thanks to your artifact effect, the negative effect stun cannot be applied." Reading that notification, Miso suddenly snapped back to attention. Right, black wolves can also stun. I was so focused on watching that I forgot, and I was thinking of lecturing him. How dangerous. If I were generous, I'd accept that he could trigger a stun, but the ability to remove it at such a low level is extremely rare. Thinking that, she hurriedly drew her bow to prepare ranged support for the protagonist. But before she could do that, Sang-hyun used a recovery ring to remove his stun. Immediately after, his body launched forward like an arrow. This made Miso, who was drawing her bow, freeze. She looked on in disbelief. How is this possible? A nearly perfect greatsword stance, an unusually long stun, and on top of that, he can dispel effects. Is he really a level 17 player? Unaware of her thoughts, the black wolf, charging to get a bit of Sang-hyun's flesh, saw him suddenly remove the stun and panicked, breaking hard. Its forepaws left long skid marks on the ground. Sang-hyun, looking at its dumbfounded face, couldn't help but laugh. "Surprised, are you? You thought your prey couldn't move because of stun, but I move freely." That moment of panic decided the outcome of this battle. With that thought, he leaned back, performed a long slide, and passed under the black wolf's belly. At the same time, He thrust his sword forcefully upward into its belly, creating a long gash across the giant wolf's abdomen. In the end, it could only ruefully meet the ruler of the underworld, having not even a chance to fight back. Beneath its body, Sanghyun pulled out its tail and complained, "Geez, blood's all over my clothes. I thought I'd just glide through it. Ah well, since it's come to this, should I mess things up a bit for fun?" Saying that, he looked at the remaining monsters with a dangerous gaze. Meanwhile, Miso watched from afar, her face brightening as if she'd found a raw gem in a pile of trash. Haha, what on earth is he? As such, not long after, by plunging into slaughtering monsters like a madman, Sanghyun had cleared almost the entire pack inside this quest. Lying around him were countless corpses of the blue wolves. A notification window began to appear, reminding the protagonist. Monster Defense Quest Progress updated. 299 300 target monsters eliminated. You have leveled up. You receive the D-rank title, Fearless. D-rank title, Fearless title effect. Grants full resistance to status effects caused by the roar of wolf-type monster. For Sanghyun, although this title only worked against a single monster species, gaining a new title still made him happy with nothing to complain about. Then he also glanced backward, toward the direction where the archer Misa was standing. He thought to himself, "The suspicious looks I used to get are gone. Now they're entirely watching to see what I'll do. There are viewers now, so a performer like me can't rest. I should finish this quickly, right? Are you ready, Grey Wolf?" he said, glancing slightly upward, just as the boss monster of the final stage finally appeared. It was the end boss, the werewolf lord, a hulking half-man, half-wolf bristling with muscle. The moment it saw the protagonist, it let out a thunderous roar to intimidate and slammed its razor-sharp claws toward the protagonist. The strike was so powerful it cracked the ground into countless shards. However, with his combat experience, Sanghyun nimbly leaped to the side to dodge the blow, even taunting the monster. "Your attacks are known for being unpredictable, right? But after 30 years, every gesture and action of yours has been analyzed. Isn't it more accurate to call them predictable now? Sorry, but I already know all your moves and skills." As soon as he finished speaking, Sanghyun gathered power in his legs and darted at the wolf with wind-tearing speed. At the same time, he swung his sword, cutting straight into the werewolf so that it only managed a pitiful cry before a large wound appeared on its chest. Yet looking at his handiwork, Sanghyun still didn't seem fully satisfied. Just as predicted, even a level 100+ boss is still tough, even if I can anticipate its action. As for Miso, seeing Sanghyun easily deal with the quest boss, beads of sweat formed on her face as she muttered dumbfoundedly, "Isn't this absolutely insane? There are more than one strange things here. Not only is he in berserk state, but he also has a way to counter the werewolf's fear effect. And he carries that huge sword and acts so simply. This is a joke. Moreover, he even predicted the werewolf lord's movement and faced it without being weak at all." The more she thought, the more incredulous she became, and she watched their battle intently. At this point, the werewolf had gone completely berserk. It opened its jaws wide and bit straight towards Sanghyun as if to crush him in a single chomp. Seeing that, Sanghyun also tilted his body aside to dodge the attack. However, the werewolf reacted extremely quickly as well. It let out an angry roar, then thrust its arm with razor claws toward the small body of the male lead, forcing him to use his greatsword like a shield to block the blow. At this, the werewolf's eyes showed a streak of astonishment, for it had not expected Sanghyun to be able to block its attack. All it could see was the cold gaze of the protagonist. He snarled once more, "I told you I know everything about you. I spent my whole past life to figure that out." Saying that, he glanced at Miso in the distance, making her seem to understand the protagonist's intent. What struck her as most ridiculous was that attitude and fighting style. It was as if Sanghyun wanted to prove something to her, thinking that Miso could only force out an awkward sigh. "Haha, what kind of person is he?" Back in the fight, the clash of weapons rang out continuously. After a round of blows, Sanghyun himself began to feel his stamina plummeting. "This battle is lasting longer than I expect. I've been showing off in front of Kim Miso, and it's costing me time against the boss. If everything went according to plan, it should have been exhausted a long time ago. So why is it still full of energy now?" Behind Sanghyun, the werewolf kept chasing him, as if it wouldn't relent until it landed a few hits. Feeling the constant whoosh of strikes behind him, made the hair on Sanghyun's body stand on end. He thought to himself, "At this rate, I could fall to the wolf if I'm careless. My stamina has already dropped." At the same time, the boss behind him seemed to be losing patience with Sanghyun, and without wasting more time, It began to charge with a burst of speed, startling Sanghyun into turning back. But for some reason, Sanghyun suddenly felt its movement was somewhat familiar. This motion, it's a heavy boss attack that opens the way for follow-up strikes. It deceives the opponent to land a deadly straight thrust. This is the wolf's signature attack. It's taken the lives of countless players. I've never used that in real combat, but sometimes you have to make bold decisions. With that, the two of them lunged at each other. Sanghyun quickly swung his sword, slicing across the monster's right arm and severing it in an instant. However, this did nothing to scare the werewolf. Seizing the opportunity while Sanghyun hadn't assumed a defensive stance, it lashed out with its left arm and clawed straight into Sanghyun's chest. A spray of hot blood arced through the air, the metallic scent of blood wafting everywhere. Far away, Miso, witnessing the scene, sank to her knees in shock. Her eyes filled with tears. For someone she'd only known a short while, Shin Sanghyun, this is so foolish, she choked out. I should have intervened to help him immediately. Even if Shin Sanghyun displayed superior skills, standing by doing nothing is no different than letting me kill him. I'm sorry, Shin Sanghyun, the archer lamented at herself, but there was no way our protagonist would be done for so easily. At that moment, a soft green light began to rise from the battlefield, causing Miso to stop crying and watch. All of this traces back to a time when Sanghyun cleared the goblin dungeon and received a shield, the Kudni's shield. When the shield was fully absorbed and turned to dust and disappeared, the special effect, Sacrifice, was activated. Sacrifice, a conditional special effect. It converts all wounds inflicted on designated body parts into healing power. If damage exceeds the player's maximum HP, they will restore life equal to the maximum value when they take that lethal damage. After reading the description, Sanghyun immediately understood how this skill worked. A conditionally activated healing skill. It becomes very useful after absorbing lethal damage. Do I have to choose a body part to activate it? Next, the system screen displayed the body parts he could choose to apply, Sacrifice, 2, and prompted him to select one. Seeing this, Sanghyun involuntarily swallowed, unsure what to pick. What is this? It breaks the parts down too specifically. 16 parts in total. That's way too many. The safest choice is usually the back, but even the back is divided into 4 parts. That's inefficient and dangerous since you can't predict where the damage will land. In that case, I need a strategic way to use this effect. Back in the present, by using the Sacrifice trait, all the damage he took from the boss's recent strike was converted into life force, instantly filling his HP bar. However, Sanghyun himself broke into a cold sweat over that decision. Phew, it worked. If I'd miscalculated by even a bit, I would have died instantly. That was dangerous, and I didn't expect to hit 2 targets with one shot. At that moment before Sanghyun, the werewolf was stunned, its entire body frozen. Seeing that, Sanghyun shook his head at the creature's misfortune. Not sure if it's my luck or your bad luck. The right arm you used as bait to lure me attack has been severed. Who would think you'd forego defense to inflict lethal damage on me? Now then, let's move on to a different test of combat prowess. Thus, not long after, having lost an arm and being stunned, how could this hulking monster possibly resist Sanghyun? Now it was kneeling before the protagonist, its body reduced to only a faint trace of vitality. Seeing that, Sanghyun breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the stun only lasted a short while, but it was enough to take you down. At the same time, the archer Miso ran over to his side. Hearing footsteps, Sanghyun turned and said, "You're here, Kim Miso." In response, the archer reproached him. "If you have a healing skill, you should have told me first. I almost had a heart attack over your death. Hey, have you resurrected before or something? How do you know the werewolf lord's movements and skills so clearly? I've met many swordplay players before, but I've never met anyone as mysterious as you, Shin Sanghyun. It's like..." Before she could finish, Sanghyun gave a cold laugh and asked, "Like what?" Then Sanghyun realized Miso was looking at him oddly, which made him curious and ask, "What's wrong with you?" Miso replied, "Oh, nothing, it's just, you look like a high-ranked player." To Sanghyun, Miso's words left him flustered. I thought she was going to say, "How could you defeat the boss so easily?" But she's not wrong. A normal player couldn't act like this. Putting that aside, Miso glanced at the giant wolf's corpse and asked, "So, are you going to take care of it?" Hearing their conversation, the werewolf groaned a few times, as if signaling it was still alive, and Sanghyun didn't intend to prolong the dialogue. "I'll make this easier for you. I almost forgot about you." Then, with the next slash, Sanghyun sent the monster to join its minions in rebirth. The rewards from this giant wolf were no small matter. A notification appeared. "You received the C-rank title, Fight to the death. Fight to the death, title rank. See description. When in isolation with no allies within a 5m radius, the fight to the death state will activate, temporarily increasing all stats by 20%. The effect ends immediately when isolation ceases. Seeing this reward, the joy on the protagonist's face became obvious. A special title for one-on-one combat, and it's my first C-rank title. How nostalgic. Beside him, the archer, seeing Sang-hyun so excited, guessed at the reward and asked, "You got a new title, right?" Responding, Sang-hyun didn't hide it and asked, "You already knew about this." "Miso, you fought this boss before," Miso answered proudly. "Yeah, that's right. Of course I fought it alone before." At that, her voice suddenly stopped. A flustered look crossed her face and she sighed, admitting, "There's nothing to be proud of. To be honest, I only beat it because of an artifact. I can't say I defeated it by skill like you did." Hearing that, Sang-hyun waved his hand and said, "Using an artifact is a player's skill too." "Thanks for the compliment," Miso replied with an awkward smile. When she glanced at the gear Sang-hyun was wearing, she didn't know what to say about her own situation. She thought to herself, "But the artifacts I own are worth over 20 billion won. Comparing that to common greatsword users like him makes me feel embarrassed." Thinking that, Miso of course kept it to herself. Instead, she suggested to the protagonist, "By the way, don't you want to try activating the title's effect now?" No sooner had she finished speaking than an icon, two crossed swords, appeared above Sang-hyun's head. A system message followed. "The title Fight to the Death has been activated. Isolation. Player Kim Miso. No allies detected within a 5m radius of the player. The title Fight to the Death has been automatically activated." Seeing this, Sang-hyun put his hand on his head to dismiss the notification. "Haha. There's absolutely no enemies here." Afterwards, since the quest was complete, the archer waved goodbye to the protagonist. "I'll head out first. You know I need to contact the dungeon porters outside." "Ah, okay, thanks," Sang-hyun nodded, watching her small figure walk away. A bit of nostalgia crept in. Quest rewards include monster-related items, so calling porters to clean up is the next obvious step. In my past life I used to do this too. Handling tedious tasks makes me look more reliable in her eyes. As he thought this, Miso's steps suddenly stopped ahead. She turned and said to Sang-hyun, "And I'll give up 5% of the quest reward I mentioned earlier." Her words startled the black-haired young man, who immediately shouted, "Wait, that's a bit unfair to you." Before Sang-hyun could protest further, Miso waved her hand. For someone wealthy like her, 5% of this reward was nothing. "I'm fine, don't jump like that. We'll meet plenty of times. Think of it as my investment in you, Sang-hyun, okay? Well then, I'm off." After saying that, Miso immediately vanished from the dungeon, leaving Sang-hyun no time to stop her. He could only force a smile. "I'll accept it. I can't let my guard down around her until the end. All right, now let's check the reward I've been waiting for." With that, he glanced back toward a blue stone emitting a gentle glow. This was the Blue Moonstone, a platinum item, special equipment, and accessory type. Special effect: Wolf's Presence. Attributes: Health plus 100, Mana plus 100, Luck plus 50. This gem was created by the faith of the Silver Wolf tribe, worshippers of the Blue Moon. For Sang-hyun, simply looking at the stats of this item made his whole body tremble with excitement, as if having a fit. Finally, it's a platinum-grade item. Platinum artifacts start at around 1 billion. Amazing. This is worth as much as an apartment in the capital. Sang-hyun exclaimed as he hurried forward, clutching the stone and pressing it to his face in delight. At the same time, the goddess of luck appeared to claim credit. The goddess of luck asked with a smile, "Have you believed in her influence yet?" Below, Sang-hyun's smile faded when he saw her and he said, "Why is it her influence? It's mine." Before he finished speaking, a strange deity interjected into their conversation. "The owner of the Torn Lips strongly objects to the favoritism you are receiving and requests the removal of the Goddess of Luck from the player system." In response, the Goddess of Luck took action. She suddenly proposed a vote to the constellations connected to the player system. The vote read, "Proposal to expel the owner of the Torn Lips from the player system." The current vote count was 61,100 and still rising. The proposal passed unanimously, and the owner of the Torn Lips could no longer act as a constellation. He was kicked out of the player system to the delight of the Goddess of Luck. The expulsion happened so quickly that Sang-hyun barely had time to react before it was over. That actually got approved, and she's quite a famous constellation. Putting that aside, Sang-hyun focused on the stone before him and murmured, "First, Since it's platinum rank, I can absorb about 40% of its power. Its special effect is Hour of the Wolf. The passive effect is always active with no cooldown. When the moon is visible in the dungeon, recovery speed increases fivefold. Regardless of the moon's presence, wolf-type monsters remain in a constant state of fear toward the player who owns the blue moonstone. Additionally, if the moon is visible, wolf-type monsters will never attack the player holding the blue moonstone. After reading the description, even a fool could understand it, let alone the protagonist. Clear enough. So now I can be terrifying even without the moon, right? With that, he began absorbing the stone's power. Time passed quickly as the scene shifted to the quest hall area. At that moment, a spatial gate suddenly opened inside the hall, and Sang-hyun stepped out from within. He was greeted by countless scrutinizing gazes from hunters who had been waiting. As soon as he appeared, murmurs rose non-stop. Is that really Shin Sang-hyun? Did he really clear a level 100 quest alone? Someone asked, and another answered, I think so. Kim Miso wouldn't lie about that. Among the group, the female clerk couldn't hide her worried look. Then, as if sensing her anxiety, Miso stepped forward to reassure her. Don't worry about that. Who in their right mind would send a level 17 into a level 100 quest? I'll stop them. You did great. Her words moved the young clerk to tears. Miso also reminded her. Remember Shin Sang-hyun's face from now on. He's going to be a regular customer. From the protagonist's perspective, watching the clerk sobbing, he began to laugh. Thinking back, I feel bad for the staff. They must be under a lot of pressure. But before Sang-hyun could dwell on it, guild members rushed forward to recruit him. Shin Sang-hyun, I'm Yoon Juhan, scout captain of the Guardian Corps Guild. You seem like an outstanding player. How would you feel about joining our guild? Don't join them. Our guild offers the best conditions for you. Blah blah. A multitude of voices rose. However, before these people could promote their guilds further, Miso stepped in to block them. Sorry, but Sang-hyun has a few matters to settle with us first, so please excuse us. Her words made the others feel a little awkward. Wait, does that mean the Eden Guild has recruited Sang-hyun? On this side, Miso didn't explain much. Instead, she looked at Sang-hyun and said suggestively, Right, I guess so, probably, Sang-hyun answered dazedly. A bit of unease began to rise in him. That action saved me from trouble, but what's her plan? He wondered inwardly. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the inside of a luxury car. After seeing the 500 million won deposited into his account, Sang-hyun couldn't stop grinning. Seeing that, Miso smiled and said, the quest reward was processed pretty fast, wasn't it? Hearing that, Sang-hyun wiped his smug look off, scratched his head and said, that speed I've never experienced before. Honestly, I'm pretty happy to get that money. In reply, Miso explained that she had called A-rank representatives and they moved faster to handle his reward. Thank you for helping me, Sang-hyun said again in thanks. Then, while he was still basking in the money he received, Miso spoke softly. Driver. Up front, the driver seemed to understand what his mistress intended and replied, Understood, miss. Miso switched to private mode. No sooner had he spoken than the small rear window behind the protagonist suddenly closed, startling him. Realizing he was just a fish in a bowl, just as I thought, what's going on? There's no kindness without a reason. He said this while looking at Miso and waiting for an answer. And at that, Miso wasted no time on small talk and went straight to the point. Haha, I'm not good at sweet talk. Player Shin Sang-hyun joined my Eden Guild. On his side, although he had expected it, the protagonist was still embarrassed by Miso's bluntness. You seem confident, going straight to the point rather than beating around the bush, huh? Miso replied with a squinting smile. There's a reason we're called Eden. It means paradise for players. I don't think you'll regret it. Back in Sang-hyun's thoughts, faced with the offer, he began to hesitate. It would be a lie to say I didn't anticipate this situation. Before I was reborn, I was just a member of an ordinary guild. Back then, being part of something gave me a sense of security. It was a small guild of anonymous players with nowhere to go. It was fun and comfortable, at least until that accident happened. And with how fast I'm progressing now, no matter how good the facilities are, having a big opportunity is still a form of help. However, it would be restrictive. Right now, fighting alone helps me grow faster. Thinking that, Sang-hyun made up his mind and began to speak. I'm sorry, but before he could say more, Miso seemed to read his intention and interrupted. Are you planning to start a one-man guild? Hearing that, Sang-hyun went blank. It seemed he had never heard of a one-man guild before. Still, the god acted as if it were obvious and nodded. Oh my, you grasp the issue quickly. Unaware of the protagonist's true thoughts, Miso shrugged and replied, "Well, I'm the daughter of a big conglomerate chairman. Considering your abilities, Sang-hyun, it's not hard to see. And the thing is, I'm the only one who knows this truth right now." She said this while looking at Sang-hyun with eyes full of interest. This left Sang-hyun at a loss for words. He could only smile. He thought inwardly, although she already knew I would form a one-man guild, she still voiced her intention and showed interest, creating a relationship she could profit from later. Honestly, she's a good negotiator. Time passed quickly as the scene shifted to the player district, Building C near Jamsil Station. As planned, Sang-hyun was now arranging to rent a place in this area for safety. In front of him, a clerk smiled with narrowed eyes after closing a deal. "As I mentioned, the deposit is 100 million won, and the rent is 5 million won per month," she said with a wolfish look at the sheet. This made Sang-hyun itch at the back of his head and quip, "You say that price with a smile like that and it almost sounds reasonable." His joking remark made the girl laugh. "Ha ha, but you're still getting a good deal. This place usually has a long waiting list. I'll be off then. Contact me if any issues come up." With that, she turned and left. From behind, Sang-hyun waved. "Sure thing, take care." After saying that, he let out a sigh. "I found a place quickly just like I hoped. Made everyone on the waiting list have to work around me. Is this thanks to the goddess of luck? A short time, but so much has happened. Mysterious reincarnation, strange changes. All of it left me astonished. For many days, I focused solely on understanding everything. Even when that information didn't help me at the time. I didn't know what to do next in this situation. But soon my mindset changed, and I would act differently. Still, there was a feeling that I had forgotten something. Although I hadn't done anything to change my circumstances yet, I could feel hot blood flowing through me now. That was youth. Youth and the future were contained in these hands. I will not sit still. So this time I'll live a different life, happier and stronger than before. I swear I will no longer live like a coward. More than that, opportunities for my growth keep appearing. That is my luck." Thinking that, Sang-hyun remembered when the archer Miso received a call from an important person. "Ah, yes. It's you, reporter Park Yeoman, right? What wind brought you here? Haha, you sure get the news fast." Sitting beside her, Sang-hyun's eyes widened at the name Park Yeoman. He wondered inwardly, is that Park Yeoman from Player News? He's an S-rank reporter. At the same time, inside the Player News building, Yeoman smiled and said, "Yes. I heard you, Miso, were with him in the quest area. It's chaos here because of the reports we've received." In response, Miso confirmed, "Just as you've heard. Of all the players I've met recently, he really is." Before she could finish, Yeoman, sensing prying eyes from colleagues, hushed her. "Sorry, can you summarize quickly? Everyone's staring at me." Time flew by. At that point, Sang-hyun got out of the car and thanked Miso. "Thanks for the ride." As he was about to leave, Miso immediately stopped him. "Wait, Sang-hyun, hold on a moment. We're preparing to explore an unidentified gate. We're forming a free team to investigate it, limited to 4 members under level 120. Don't worry, it's not a guild mission. If you're interested." Before she could finish, Sang-hyun, smelling the scent of a quest, shouted, "I'm in." His dog-eager attitude left Miso at a loss for words. "You immediately refused the guild invitation, but you're extremely excited about this mission." Ignoring her slightly sarcastic remark, Sang-hyun couldn't contain his excitement and thought to himself, "Finally, I have a chance to enter the dungeon gate." Simply put, a dungeon is a fixed place. When you enter, the entrances and exits are fixed, and the traps and monsters operate according to set pattern. But a gate is a changing place. While you're handling the situation, the entrances and exits move in real time, and sometimes the monsters shift based on the gate's changes. As usual though, the higher the risk, the better the rewards. That's an unwritten rule in the player's world. And if it's an unidentified gate, there's a reward system for the first team to break it open, guaranteeing a high-grade item. Kim Miso may have experienced that before and obtained a high-grade item. An item capable of bypassing the thick hide of the black wolf she owns can only be acquired in gates like these. Turning back to Miso, she pulled out her personal phone and said, "I'll contact you as soon as I have more details. We might have to be in touch a lot from now on. Here, please write your number down." With that, she handed her phone to the protagonist. What surprised Sang-hyun, however, was a reminder notification on the phone screen. Friday, June 28, 0010, 30 p.m. Meeting with Mr. Gregory. Miso quickly realized the problem and hurriedly grabbed her phone back. "I'm so sorry, I was completely careless." What is wrong with me? She let out a sigh, which made Sang-hyun fall into a thoughtful silence. She seems to have a secret story she can't easily tell. But honestly, which player doesn't have their own secret? Even I, for example, have things I can't tell anyone. If anyone knew I was reincarnated, who knows what would happen, but it would be an enormous problem. Thinking of that, an image of his old constellation friend from his previous life popped into Sang-hyun's head. That made Sang-hyun feel a bit nostalgic. Right now, I don't know what or where my old friend is, but we spent many years working together before. Now, it's truly hard to find him. The scene shifted to the Eden Guild's VIP room, where Miso was sitting with a tall man wearing orange. Yet Miso only focused on the screen of her phone. This made the man a bit curious. I think it's been a long time since we had coffee together, hasn't it? But are you waiting for someone's call? Why are you staring at your phone like that? Hearing that, Miso replied with a slight smile. It's him, Shin Sang-hyun. We're preparing to explore a gate together. Oh my, are you that close with him? The man teased. That made Miso panic and protest. No, it's not like that. With that, the conversation shifted to Sang-hyun. The man asked, isn't he someone who can maintain combat focus longer than I can? And he even coldly refused Kim Miso's offer. If it were me, I'd like him too. Across from him, Miso admitted and warned, you really should start worrying Oppa. Huh, why me? The man asked, puzzled. Miso explained, his sword techniques are quite advanced like yours, or maybe even more so. Miso's very high praise for Sang-hyun made the man burst into loud laughter. Ha ha, you're saying that just because I teased you. He may be skilled, but comparing his strength to mine is a bit much. The man with a rugged face was Jo Jinho, level 700, an S-rank player of the Eden Guild. Time passed quickly until the next morning. At that moment, Sang-hyun suddenly received a call from the archer Miso and hurriedly answered. Yes, is this Kim Miso? I'm listening. On the other end, Miso called the protagonist to discuss the gate issue. Can you hear me? I'm calling about the gate. So soon? I can talk now, Sang-hyun asked in surprise. Miso didn't want to waste time and went straight to the point. An unidentified gate just appeared 500 meters northwest of the Route 7 mountain outpost. We did a preliminary recon of the middle area. I'm sending you the info now. At that, Sang-hyun's eyes lit up. He hurriedly checked the information Miso had just sent. Ah, yes, wait a moment while I check. Then his expression shifted slightly as he read the incoming data. On the phone it read, mid-level boss, second gate, Hellhound, Cerberus classified as a dog-wolf type monster. Estimated level 100, traits, biting, tearing, multi-headed, details of the third gate, and a series of other entries. With his experience, Sang-hyun could already guess what kind of foe he'd face this time. He thought to himself, what the hell is this? I just got that skill and this monster shows up so quickly. Cerberus. It seems to perfectly meet the skill's requirements. Sang-hyun possessed the skill midpoint between day and night, with a special effect. Always active, no cooldown, when the moon appears in a dungeon. Life and wound recovery speeds increase fivefold. Whether the moon appears or not, K9 or wolf-type monsters will enter a fearful state toward the player holding the blue moonstone. Additionally, if the moon appears, dog or wolf-type monsters will never attack the player holding the blue moonstone. Returning to the conversation, Sang-hyun nodded cheerfully and replied to Miso, yeah, I just checked the info. Thanks for the update. His polite tone made Miso on the other end laugh. Sharing is natural. I'll contact you later. Nearby, a tall man who saw them chatting happily grew curious and interjected. What are you two talking about so loudly? Something going on. Embarrassed, Sang-hyun turned to explain. Ah, sorry, Captain. Before he could finish, the tall man waved his hand. I was just teasing a bit. You're famous now, so I get it. And I'm not your captain anymore, just call me brother. This friend was Yoon Dekyung, the captain who once led Sang-hyun into the orc dungeon known to rookies as the Wall of Crime. Back to Sang-hyun, Yoon Dekyung's compliment made him a bit flustered and he scratched his head. Come on, you're exaggerating. I'm not famous, I still have a lot to work on. Hearing that, Yoon Dekyung smiled and guessed. From the way you talk, I bet you haven't seen that call yet, right? Huh, what call? Sang-hyun asked curiously. Not wanting to leave him wondering, Yoon Dekyung shoved his phone in Sang-hyun's face. See for yourself. You're on the cover of Player Weekly now. If this isn't fame, what is? On Yoon Dekyung's phone screen, Sang-hyun's photo was displayed clearly. Player Weekly, the legendary rookie has appeared. Player Shin Sang-hyun rises like a star. Reporter Park Youngmin, a new player suddenly appeared in the area. And more. Reading that, Sang-hyun realized he'd never actually looked at the article. His eyes widened and he shouted as if his house were on fire. "What the hell is this?" Sang-hyun's startled reaction made the captain laugh out loud. "Ha ha, you should probably turn your phone off now. You'll get calls from all kinds of people." From Sang-hyun's perspective, he thought inwardly, "It's not that I hate this paper, but don't they just post things like this without contacting the subject first?" Then, perhaps prophetic words indeed, Sang-hyun's phone began ringing nonstop. That gave Yoon Dekyung another chance to tease. "What is it? Don't tell me some distant cousin is calling." Sang-hyun replied, "I'm only thinking of close relatives." Saying that, he quickly switched off the phone, stuffed it back in his pocket and sighed. More things to worry about now. Before he could finish, Captain Yoon Dekyung, as if anticipating his purpose, put the bag he was holding in front of the protagonist. "Right, you're talking about this, aren't you?" Over here, after examining the items inside the bag, Sang-hyun joyfully shouted, "That's it. Thank you so much." The captain folded his arms and said, "Thank you. If others hear that, they'll think I just gave these away for free. By the way, these are all old pieces of equipment, covered in my fingerprints. Wouldn't it be better if you bought some new ones?" His tone was full of curiosity. As for Sang-hyun, of course he couldn't tell Yoon Dekyung that he took this pile of shabby gear to consume and boost his strength. So he could only explain awkwardly, "Maybe I wanted to emulate your fighting spirit, the way you handle things." The more he spoke, the darker Yoon Dekyung's face became. Finally, the captain couldn't help but chide. "Ha ha, you're talking nonsense again." Sang-hyun forced a smile. "Well then, just consider this a bit of bad luck relief or something." He said this while quietly shaking his head inwardly. How could that explain why old gear has a higher absorption rate? Just as Yoon Dekyung was about to ask something, a female voice suddenly interrupted from behind. "Sorry I'm late. Finding parking here was so hard. Let's start the appraisal right away." The voice belonged to a pretty girl. Seeing her appear, Sang-hyun glanced at her, then curiously asked Yoon Dekyung, "Huh, who is she?" Yoon Dekyung answered, "Ah, this is the appraiser who will help us with the transaction. I brought her so you wouldn't have to haggle since we're acquaintances." "Ha ha ha," he said, slapping the protagonist on the shoulder cheerfully. Next, wasting no time, the appraiser began her work. At that moment, a purple radiance seemed to rise from her lips, enveloping the entire pile of items. Not long after, she let out a soft breath and nodded, telling the other two, "It's all covered, appraisal complete, you can trade at the pre-agreed price." "That's fine." Then, perhaps feeling restless, Yoon Dekyung suddenly drew his sword and suggested, "So, before we finalize the price, could you watch my sword technique?" At this request, Sang-hyun quickly raised his hand to refuse. "No sir, I'm not skilled enough to judge that." Before he could finish, Yoon Dekyung bluntly admitted, "Don't fake humility. I'm not stupid enough to not realize that you're much better than me. And I'm not so proud that it will stop me from learning." "No, really, I'm serious," Sang-hyun tried to explain. Inside, he truly hated these kinds of troublesome situations. However, when Sang-hyun saw Yoon Dekyung's darkened face, he thought, if I refuse someone this sincere, that would be very rude. So he reluctantly agreed. "Fine, don't mind me, just do it like you always do." Hearing that, Yoon Dekyung's face brightened again. He took an attacking stance. Seeing that, Sang-hyun didn't forget to warn the appraiser. "Appraiser, you'd better stand behind me." "Ah, yes, I understand." She nodded and hurriedly stepped aside to make room for the two to spar. As soon as she moved back to a safe distance, Yoon Dekyung shouted, "Here I come," and lunged in. He swung with such force that the sword sliced the air, creating powerful gusts that spread out in all directions. Even Sang-hyun couldn't suppress his surprise and silently praised, "Impressive. He's much stronger than when we last met in the dungeon. Looks like he never stops training." However, he also noticed, "There's a bit of a problem." The protagonist spoke up. "Hey, stop for a moment." "Huh, that fast? I still have more," Yoon Dekyung said in surprise. But Sang-hyun stepped in front of him and said, "Is something wrong with your left arm?" Sang-hyun's words made Yoon Dekyung a bit embarrassed, and he admitted, "How did you know?" Sang-hyun explained, "When you swing your right arm, your left shoulder opens too wide, so it feels like you lose awareness in that area. If my guess is right." At this point, Captain Yoon Dekyung could no longer hide it. "You're right, I have a bit of an injury from taking hits with my left shoulder. So it couldn't be hidden, huh? Most of the injuries I get while training or in dungeons are on this side." "I know, but I can't do anything about it," he said, rubbing his left shoulder a little. But what Sang-hyun said next surprised him. He said, "It can be healed. This injury is much easier to handle than you think. Don't hide where you're hurt. Choose a sword style that's already in momentum to turn it into a strength." From control to the rhythm of footwork, Changing everything won't be easy, but you'll improve a lot. Try clenching as if you're squeezing your fingers a bit more, Sang-hyun said as he guided him by hand. Yoon Dekyung clicked his tongue. It's not easy, huh? Hey Sang-hyun, that hurts, haha. Hang on a bit longer, Sang-hyun urged. A few seconds later, Yoon Dekyung let out a relieved sound. Hee, it's a bit awkward, but I do feel a lot better. Proud of that, Sang-hyun replied. See, it will get better. Now rotate your hips this way. So the two began adjusting each other's stances. Unaware that the appraiser standing nearby had flushed bright red, she wondered to herself, what are these two idiots doing? What am I even watching right now? Time passed quickly. After completing the equipment trade with Captain Yoon Dekyung, Sang-hyun happily drove his beat-up car home. He was even whistling happily. Even though this deal cost me over 100 million won, it's still a great bargain. The benefits I'll get from it will far exceed what I spent. Although he seemed very satisfied after the sword practice, the appraiser had a strange expression at the end. Could she be tired? But whatever, never mind. I want to use this equipment quickly to see how much I've improved. How can I wait until the next gate appears? Maybe I should call Kim Miso now. As he said that, Sang-hyun glanced at the equipment bag on the passenger seat, because in that momentary lapse of attention, he almost crashed into the two people in front of him. Luckily, Sang-hyun hit the brakes in time and hurriedly stuck his head out, embarrassed. Sorry, are you okay? You were in my blind spot, so before Sang-hyun could finish, the thug-like man who had been waiting here earlier snapped. Finally you showed up. I'm tired of waiting for you. What are you doing? Get out of that shitty car now. He spoke as if giving an order, leaving Sang-hyun bewildered, not understanding why this gang of debt collector types had come for him. Seeing his expression, the skinny blonde guy shrugged and mocked. Haha, idiots always react like this. Like, what? I must have misheard. Next, as if to prove their unfriendly intentions, the fat guy used his skill, conjuring a blazing fireball before his chest, and growled, no need for more words. Do you want to be burned along with this piece of junk car, or do you want to get out here? From Sang-hyun's perspective, he finally recognized the identities of the two men in front of him, ones he knew from his previous life. Oh, I remember now. These are Choi Yeoncheol and Choi Seong-ho from the Unopia Guild, especially Choi Yeoncheol. He only targets those weaker than himself. Choi Seong-ho is his subordinate, the one who films YouTube videos for him. Thanks to his extreme content, he had a few loyal subscribers who always watched his video, but after he crossed the line, he received a life sentence and was largely forgotten by everyone. In other words, both of them are the scum of humanity. Thinking that, Sang-hyun sighed. Unaware of his thoughts, Yeoncheol and Seong-ho mocked him when they saw his expression. Haha, look Yeoncheol, the kid isn't moving at all. Haha, why does this kid make me so annoyed? From here, Sang-hyun could tell their levels at a glance. Choi Yeoncheol, level 100, a B-rank player, while his underling Seong-ho, level 75, was a C-rank player. Thinking about these pieces of trash targeting him for videos, Sang-hyun felt bored and didn't bother to reply. I said I want to test my progress with the new artifacts, so why do these annoying brats keep finding me? They're not the kind of opponents I want to test against. With that in mind, not wanting his car to be reduced to scrap, he grabbed a weapon, stepped out, and said, so, what's it going to be? Across from him, the fat guy, seeing Sang-hyun's attitude wasn't to be bullied, snapped his fingers to extinguish the flame in his hand and demanded, what do you think? Let me. Hold on. Calm down. We're the security force of this heavily populated city. A lot of people have complained about you. They say some bastard keeps driving a crappy car around here. In short, they're furious about being associated with your piece of junk car. As he spoke, he raised his foot and stomped directly on Sang-hyun's precious car, causing Sang-hyun's face to darken. Still, Yeoncheol didn't seem to notice and continued with his taunts. Is that so? Understand now. Unless you want your car to rot away, pack up your stuff and get out. Clear. At the same time, people around heard the commotion and paid attention. Upon recognizing that the troublemakers were Yeoncheol and Seong-ho, they began to whisper, what's going on? It's Yeoncheol and Seong-ho. Those bastards are acting aggressive again. At that moment, a reddish-brown-haired guy suddenly recognized Sang-hyun. Hey, I recognize that person. Isn't he the one who appeared in Player magazine? He's the one who went to the mission area with Kim Miso. What's his name again? I think it's Shin Sang-hyun. Their shouting was loud enough for Yeoncheol to hear. He grew a bit worried about Sang-hyun's identity and asked his underling, is he strong? The underling glanced at his phone, stroked his chin, and said, I remember now. That kid went to the mission area with Kim Miso. There's a rumor he cleared a level 100 mission by himself. Regarding that, Thug Yeoncheol clearly didn't believe it. By himself, he looks weak. In response, Seong-ho sneered. Haha, hey Yeoncheol, Kim Miso went with him. Do you really think she'd let that rookie take all the glory alone? Haha, I already have an idea for the title of our next video. Hearing that, Yeoncheol guessed what the bastard beside him was thinking and laughed along. Haha, I can't believe you're this good at that kind of thing. Saying that as if he couldn't wait, Seong-ho immediately pulled out his phone, switched to recording mode and reminded them, teach the rookie that Kim Miso is backing a lesson. The camera's rolling. Hearing that, the fat guy stepped forward and said coldly to Sang-hyun, hey Sang-hyun, I'll give you a little mercy. Let's switch to training mode and have a one-on-one duel. If I win, you must leave the player town immediately, and of course you'll appear in our video. But if you win, we'll stay as far away from you as possible. Deal. From Sang-hyun's viewpoint, he was furious that two thugs had come to wreck his car, so he agreed to the proposal immediately. Fine. If you add 500 million and your wrist to this bet, then we've got a deal. But if you're scared, get lost. Sang-hyun snarled, his eyes going mad like a rabid dog ready to bite. Hearing that, the veins in the thug's neck bulged. He was about to hurl some insults at the protagonist when suddenly a warning from a companion behind him sounded, making him turn back irritably and say, "What, you idiot? Can't you see I'm busy?" Paying no mind to his anger, Seong-ho's face went pale and sweat poured down. Look at this. The chat channel right now. On the chat channel, everyone typed in unison, 500 mil. It seemed they all agreed with the 500 million bet Sang-hyun proposed. This made Thug Yeoncheol curse. Meanwhile, Sang-hyun focused on him and taunted, "Do you dare to play, or are you scared?" Back to Yeoncheol, it was then he suddenly realized. Wait, if we do this, the video won't be monetized because it contains violent and adult content. Maybe I should take this chance to blow off some steam. Time quickly passed. The scene shifted to the plaza of Building C in the player town. At that moment, Sang-hyun and the two, Yeoncheol and Seong-ho, were here, drawing the attention of those around them who crowded to watch. A black-haired girl in the group asked, "What's happening? Is that really Shin Sang-hyun?" In response, the man wearing a blue coat spoke with some concern for Sang-hyun. "They're just show-offs, they always like to tease newbies. Do you live here?" Before he could finish, the girl next to him cut in, "I have a boyfriend." At that moment, an announcement rang out. Training mode has been activated. Players have received a protective shield effect. Training mode setup complete. Players, please proceed with combat training. At this point, Thug Yeoncheol still didn't realize just how dangerous an opponent he'd provoked. So he continued to shout insults. "As you said, 500 million and our wrists are on the line. And don't worry, I always keep my word. So don't be scared. Just don't beg for mercy later. If you want, leave while you still can." Up ahead, Sang-hyun said nothing, only exhaled a long breath, as if trying to control his temper, while arrogant Yeoncheol kept jawing. "You hear that? Let's begin, I don't mess around." Before he could finish, Seong-ho's alarmed voice rang out, "Hey, Yeoncheol." At that, Yeoncheol was startled awake. He looked up and saw Sang-hyun holding a sword, leaping straight at him from above. He stared at the thug with a cold gaze and warned, "I'm not kidding either. Even if you beg, I won't spare you." Thus, their fight was broadcast live on a YouTube channel, and somehow it happened to be seen by Miso, leaving her dumbfounded. Miso couldn't help but be curious, wondering what on earth was happening to Sang-hyun. However, after taking a closer look at the protagonist's opponent, she recognized his identity. Wait, isn't that Choi Yeoncheol from the Unopia Guild? He's a B-rank player but very famous because his uncle is the guild master. Why is he with Sang-hyun? At the same time, a female voice suddenly spoke up. "Hey Miso, what's wrong? Why is your face scrunched up like that?" The short-haired girl with a body as lean as a black panther was Shin Terry, a player from the Eden Guild, level 700, an S-rank player. Saying that, she also glanced at the TV screen and quickly realized what was happening. "That player, isn't he the one you're recruiting?" Hearing that, Miso turned and admitted, "Yes, it's Sang-hyun. But I don't understand why he's appearing here." On this side, Terry, with her level of skill, only needed a quick look to smile and appraise Sang-hyun. His movements are sharp. Back in the fight, Thug Yeoncheol couldn't help but curse when he saw Sang-hyun launch that sudden attack. "You bastard." At once he hastily jumped backward. If he hadn't, Sang-hyun's sword would have cleaved him in two. Furious at that, the thug quickly retaliated with a fireball. "You're really cheeky now." Saying that, he rapidly hurled the gigantic fireball straight at the protagonist. However, this still wasn't enough to trouble Sang-hyun. He tightened his grip on the sword and swung it upward, slicing through the giant fireball, splitting it in two, and causing it to explode in the distance. The explosion it caused was far from ordinary, yet Sanghyun's flashy action astonished everyone even more. "What's wrong with that guy?" Seong-ho stammered in disbelief. Meanwhile, Sanghyun himself couldn't hide the joy on his face. He whispered, "Finally! Since the regression, now, finally, my body moves the way I want it to." Rewinding about 3 hours earlier, after finishing the equipment deal with Captain Yoon Dekyung, Sanghyun didn't forget to thank the appraiser. "Thanks to you, the deal went through so quickly. Today turned out great." Hearing that, the woman in white quickly waved her hand. "Oh, not really. You two worked hard too. I also benefited from it," she said with a slightly flushed face, leaving Sanghyun confused. Then Yoon Dekyung laughed out loud. "Haha, on days like this, going for drinks is the best. You should join us. We have the money, so eat whatever you like. Salmon or beef." To that offer, Sanghyun, though very much wanting to go, could only awkwardly decline. "Sorry, but I have to head out. You two go on without me." Immediately, the burly captain suddenly asked, "Hey, what the Sanghyun? Did I bother you too much?" Sanghyun hurriedly explained, "No, I'm really sorry." Hearing that, although he wanted Sanghyun to join, Yoon Dekyung had to accept. "Is that so? Then we can't blame you. Looks like it's just the two of us, miss." Hearing this, the woman in white covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Ah, what am I doing? I forgot an important errand. I have to go." With that, she hurried off, leaving the burly captain looking stunned. Next, Sanghyun moved to a secluded park to begin sampling each item. He exhaled, and the system displayed a notification. Based on the absorption rate, the base stat absorption rate is at 10%. The previous artifact usage activated, increasing the absorption rate, finally reaching 90%. Hearing this, Sanghyun's eyes widened, almost unable to believe it. He shouted, 90%. Beside him, the goddess of luck also appeared. The goddess of luck believes all this joy you're getting comes from her luck. This time, Sanghyun didn't claim the luck for himself. His face showed a fierce hunger for a beating, and he said, "Normally, I only have about 10% due to the absorption limit." As expected, the item used by the appraiser is truly on another level. Then suddenly remembering something, Sanghyun turned to the goddess and said, "Ah, right, there's something I want to ask, goddess. You're famous among the constellations, aren't you? Have you heard of the constellation called Model Student, Success Lake?" In response, the goddess frowned, pointed straight at Sanghyun's nose and scolded. "The goddess of luck is angry that you're paying attention to another constellation." Sanghyun hastily raised his hand to placate her. "I was just asking. I didn't mean anything by it. It's just that that constellation means something to me. But I didn't think the goddess would get so upset. I'm sorry, please forget it." Seeing the protagonist's sincere expression, the goddess's anger subsided. "The goddess of luck permits it. She forgives you out of her generosity. She will find that constellation for you." Receiving the goddess of luck's approval, Sanghyun was overjoyed and shouted, "Really? Thank you, goddess. All right, if that's the case. Now I can finally focus all my attention on this." As he spoke, he began using his absorption ability to start feasting. His consciousness was thrown into the spirit world. The system announced, "Begin synchronization with the 5 artifacts, the 5 dishes supreme among humankind." Before Sanghyun appeared all kinds of delicious foods that made one salivate. Just seeing them made Sanghyun the same. It took him a few seconds to come to his senses. He wiped his drool with his hand and thought to himself, "No matter how illusory the artifact is, I never imagined a banquet could be this alluring. I truly love it. With the artifact over 90% absorption rate, once it's finished, how strong will I become? It's impossible to predict." Back in reality, an icon of 2 crossed swords appeared above Sanghyun's head, accompanied by a system reminder. The true duel title has been activated. Isolating player Choi Yongcheol. No allies detected within a 5-meter radius. True duel instinct has been activated. Across from him, Fat Yongcheol trembled as his attack was simply cut in half by Sanghyun, shaking as if having a seizure. The watching crowd took the chance to mock. "Haha, he's flustered. Is Yongcheol out of gas?" Then, like a volcano erupting, Yongcheol roared, "You dog." With that, he swung his arms forward continuously, unleashing countless fireballs. This made Miso watch anxiously for him. "Sanghyun, watch out." Unlike her sister, Terry was completely calm and reassured. "Don't worry, he'll dodge them." Her voice was full of confidence, and indeed, not to disappoint her, Sanghyun danced through the barrage of attacks. He easily dodged them all and reminded the fat opponent, "You haven't forgotten the deal, right? For 500 million, I'll take that arm." Saying that, he lunged forward. However, this was also what Seong-ho wanted. He muttered, "That's right, charge in. Got you now." Then, while no one was paying attention, the man quietly used some skill, causing Sang-hyun's steps to suddenly be bound by a stream of white light. Seeing this, Fat Yeoncheol also spread a malicious and flipped Sang-hyun the middle finger. "I won, you idiot," he laughed with a sly grin. Back at Sang-hyun's position, right now his entire body was held fast by the icy magic circle beneath him. A notification appeared on the screen. Condition met. Player Shin Sang-hyun, skill forced freeze has been activated. Immediately after that message, sharp pillars of ice kept sprouting up, imprisoning Sang-hyun's body inside. Meanwhile, on the other side, T-Rai, watching this through the screen, gasped in surprise. "Oh, so he can use magic other than flame. That's pretty good." In response to that, Miso suddenly chuckled mischievously. "Hee sis, don't be too surprised. Sang-hyun can even use that status effect nullify. You underestimated my judgment. You'll see why I wanted to test him so much. Take a good look." As she spoke, she glanced again at the screen, but then her expression froze, because, from her perspective, the ice block holding Sang-hyun had developed a large hole, and Sang-hyun himself was nowhere to be seen. Back in the battle, the fat guy Yeoncheol stared in bewilderment at the scene. "What the hell? Where did that bastard go?" He thought to himself. The skill must have been activated. Unless he has status effect nullify, there's no way he'd escape. Is he really a newbie? The fat man wondered inwardly. But at that very moment, Sang-hyun's figure appeared above his head. He tightened his greatsword in his hands and then, just like that, dove straight down. He thrust both feet into the fat man's back, sending his bulky body crashing to the ground and cracking the earth into pieces. However, one thing left the protagonist dissatisfied. When the tip of his sword aimed at Yeoncheol, it could not reach the intended target. All around, people who witnessed this were stunned. The skinny Seong-ho stammered, speechless, while the chat exploded at the power Sang-hyun displayed. "Oh my god, Shin Sang-hyun. It looks like he just used status effect nullify. But more importantly, Shin Sang-hyun seems a bit different from before." The words snapped Jeong-gu back to attention. He hurriedly glanced at Sang-hyun again, sensing the aura he emitted, and thought, "Come to think of it, that bastard's aura is completely different from before. What trick did he use?" To his eyes, Sang-hyun's pupils had turned completely black, looking like a demon. Back with S-rank hunter T-Rai, it seemed her sister Miso shared the same question. The white-haired girl answered, "It seems to be a form of awakening skill." Beside her, Miso turned her gaze and asked curiously, "An awakening skill? Shin Sang-hyun?" T-Rai nodded and clarified, "Yes, it seems like a branch of transcendence or illusion or something. Looking at those black pupils, it seems to be illusion. As far as I know, using that skill causes severe exhaustion. Didn't you hear him confidently say he could beat them without taking hits? That's bold." Saying that, she sighed at the protagonist's daring. Meanwhile, the archer Miso could only break into an excited smile. "Ha ha ha, no, sis, it's not like that. He really is different, but he never uses that kind of skill around me, and it's hard to trigger anyway." At this, T-Rai shrugged and observed, "Then it's one of two things. Either he has no reason to activate it when he's with you, or he doesn't have it at all." Then suddenly, T-Rai's face turned pensive. She pondered for a second or two and murmured, "There's another possibility. He found a way to obtain it in a short time." Back to the position of the examiner from before. Now she too stared at the report in her hand, muttering, "Oh no, this is bad. The artifact Shin Sang-hyun just bought. Does that item have to pass a latent ability test?" From her view, the chance of an hidden skill existing was 0.02%. The hidden skill itself was psychedelic. Looking at that rate, she shook her head and scoffed. A hidden skill with such a low chance? No way. If he got the skill with that probability, it's like being chosen by the luck deity. Psychedelic hidden skill, high rank awakening skill. 1 hour cooldown, skill level 1. When activated, fully restores life and enters an awakened state for 100 seconds. Physical and mental abilities surpass limits, approaching madness. In the awakened state, action decisions and information processing become much faster than normal. When the illusion effect ends, the user falls into extreme exhaustion for 10 minutes, suffering accumulated damage. Back to Sang-hyun, his mind really was like a drugged madman. "All right then, what about the bet? Or try again?" His voice was full of excitement. Meanwhile, the fat guy Yeoncheol had gone pale with fear. He silently cursed, "Damn it, that bastard. I let my guard down thinking he was a newbie, but I didn't expect him to be at this level. We have to fight seriously." With that thought, he slammed his hand onto the ground, releasing his mana and causing a small explosion that blew both of them away. The fat man used that move to break free from the protagonist's grip. While jumping back, he quietly calculated. First, increase the distance. But wait, will that really work? Isn't this completely different from what that bastard Zhou Xiangho said? If I knew he was this strong, I wouldn't have started the fight. Could those bastards? He could only spit out nonsense. As he thought, he looked at his subordinate, who now didn't even dare meet Yonchial's eyes. However, before he could curse Xiangho, Sanghyun lunged forward, grabbed his possessions with a hand, and slammed them hard onto the tiled floor. The blow was so strong that dirt and stone scattered everywhere. "You dog, it's over. Final act," Sanghyun said in a voice full of menace, while Yonchial could only scream and beg for his life. Wait. Okay, you win, all right. I'll transfer you 500 million now." As for Sanghyun, there was no way he'd easily spare this fat man. Not even halfway through, he wasn't about to stop. Good, the bet's over. Now it's personal revenge. Saying that, the protagonist raised his fist. At that, the fat man blinked and said, "What the hell? This lunatic." The more he spoke, the angrier Sanghyun became and began to school him. "Revenge. The reason I started is because of this place first." In Sanghyun's mind, a memory from about 3 days earlier began. At some car service center. An employee nodded and told Sanghyun, "We've finished the repairs, but you may have to let it go soon." Hearing that, the protagonist's face went naive as he asked, "What, I have to let it go?" The employee nodded, confirming again, "Yes, it's too old. I know you're very attached to it, but it's time to say goodbye. It took you everywhere during this time. I'm sure it was happy too." Saying this, both the employee and Sanghyun couldn't hold back their emotions and teared up, especially the protagonist. It seemed he began to hear the car's voice. "Kia, yes, Sanghyun. I was very happy to have taken you everywhere all this time. You must live happily too." Just thinking about his beloved car being retired early in the worst way sent Sanghyun's anger skyrocketing as he screamed like he was having a seizure. "This is revenge for my cherished junk car, you bastard." Below, the fat guy Yonchial was terrified to the point of tears. "God damn it. I'm sorry, I'm truly sorry." Then suddenly, a series of wet, splattering sounds kept arising. Spectators covered their noses and looked forward with disgust. "What the hell is that?" someone shouted. Meanwhile, Sanghyun stopped his action, because at this moment the fat Yonchial was so scared he had soiled himself. The worst part was that this scene was being broadcast live, making the watching audience feel repulsed. "Oh my god, is Yonchial joking? That's too much. Seriously." At this, Yonchial was in shambles, trembling as he begged for mercy. "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry." Around them, people continued to gossip loudly. "That shit smell is terrible, right? He must have been so scared he crapped himself." Jeering comments began to ring out. Meanwhile, Xiangho, filming on the side, was also terrified he'd pee his pants. Sweat poured down his face, his eyes were full of worry. "Damn, what do I do now? Maybe I should quit this YouTube channel. I messed with someone I shouldn't have," he thought to himself. While the skinny guy was still trying to figure out how to handle things, a man suddenly called out, "Xiangho, you lot have caused enough commotion here." Hearing the familiar voice, Xiangho turned and exclaimed, "Manager." The man was Moon Bikyun, administrator of the Gangdong area of the Utopia Guild. At his words, skinny Xiangho hastily bowed and apologized. However, Bikyun paid little attention to that. Instead, he began to glance at Sanghyun and silently assess him in his head. "Anyway, this situation is pretty interesting. I heard he just awakened yet managed to defeat Choi Yonchial, a seasoned pseudo-awakened. Let's see what kind of person he really is." With that thought, Bikyun stepped forward to greet him. "Ah, you're Shin Sanghyun, right? I'm here regarding cleanup and compensation for what you've suffered. Do you have time to talk with me for a bit?" Across from him, Sanghyun's brows furrowed slightly as he countered, "Please tell me your name and guild, okay?" Sanghyun's tone was blunt. For some reason, Bikyun felt a bit uncomfortable inwardly. What kind of arrogant attitude is this? No, that's not arrogance, it's calm, like a player who's been through hell and back. His skill and aura far surpass others of his level. Understanding this, Bikyun bowed and began to introduce himself. "My name is Moon Bikyun, administrator of the Gangdong district for the Utopia Guild. Sorry for the late introduction." He then thought to himself, "My guild must recruit him at any cost. Spending resources is fine if I show goodwill and build a relationship with him." Next, to carry out his plan, Bikyun declared he would take full responsibility. "The Utopia Guild will cover all your compensation for damages." On hearing that, Sanghyun immediately pulled out his phone, gave him his account number and demanded, What? Really? Then it's simple. Transfer 20 billion won to me, please. Here's my account. I think that amount is reasonable, not to mention the emotional damages and everything I've been through from this incident. At that figure, Baekhyun's face froze. It was a number that rattled him. 20 billion. No chance of a discount. Or should I just leave that guy covered in shit to you, do whatever you want? Time quickly passed, cutting to the protagonist's house. From outside the door, someone kept calling. Sanghyun, has Baekhyun's guild handled your compensation yet? Hearing that, Sanghyun complained, shouting, Jesus, are you planning to stay here forever? Haven't you reached Kim Miso yet? Baekhyun asked further. You're definitely not affiliated with the Eden Guild, are you? Sanghyun opened the door, stepped into the room, and said in a tone full of exasperation, No, not at all. Please, all of you just leave me alone. As he tried to close the door, countless reporter heads tried to squeeze inside. They thrust microphones towards Sanghyun and fired questions like a machine gun. Sanghyun, the public has a right to know about you, please tell us. That's right. Wait, why are we being dragged into this? Stop dodging and answer our questions directly. Are you dating Kim Miso? Faced with so many questions, Sanghyun felt more exhausted than when raiding a dungeon. He let out a heavy sigh. Right, people have a right to know about others' love lives now. Saying that, he ignored the reporters and slammed the door shut, then returned to his room, thinking to himself, Am I not tired enough already? Dating in my situation. All right, it's time to get ready. As he spoke, Sanghyun looked over the outfits he had prepared in advance, because today was the day of the raid that the archer Miso had previously asked him to join. I can't believe the gate raid Miso suggested is actually happening. It's been chaotic all week. I need to prepare for this event. Hope the outcome goes the way I want. Unexpectedly, the items I ordered have already arrived. That was fast. Not to mention, I leveled up after the last boss fight. The slash skill also upgraded, with the overwhelming impact title effect lasting about 2.6 seconds. If I stack previous effects, it will exceed 5 seconds. Depending on the opponent, I'll have a lot of advantages. And that's not all. Check the other results I achieved, see what else. Saying that, Sanghyun eagerly swiped the system screen, checking his remaining skill. Superior swordsmanship skill. Basic passive skill. Swordsmanship skill level 1. Improves proficiency with daggers and one-handed longsword. Full acceleration, a movement skill, skill level 1. Description. Focus immense power, then dash to strike the enemy immediately. The longer you charge, the greater the damage and dash distance, but you cannot move while charging. Looking at the effects of both skills, Sanghyun was fairly satisfied. He muttered, With this skill set, I can definitely conquer the gate. I have a secondary weapon and perfect mobility skill. In previous battles, I exposed many weaknesses. I can't repeat the mistakes of the past. When facing the wolf leader, I had to take risks because of my limited attack style and the sacrifice skill effect, and only barely won. The fight with Choi Yoncheol was the same. I fell into his trap easily due to my lack of mobility skill. In other words, if my opponent had been a bit stronger, I would have been done for. Right now, I must keep a clear head. At this pace, I need to train harder. If not, I'll only repeat failures like before, like the disaster in 2040. This time, I must ensure the future changes. I can't lose everything like last time. This time, yes, in this life I have to become stronger. I must be as strong as that person, Sanghyun vowed to himself. The image of the knight who saved him as a child began to appear in his mind. Then suddenly his phone rang, snapping Sanghyun out of his wandering thoughts. He reached out, took the phone, and answered, Hello. On the other end, the voice of a young man spoke. Hello, Mr. Sanghyun. I'm reporter Park Youngmin. I'm calling about the interview we scheduled for today. I want to confirm you're still available. At the reminder, Sanghyun's face looked as if he'd had chronic constipation, but the protagonist reacted quickly and hurriedly replied, Of course. It's still early, right? Youngmin nodded and answered, Exactly. Then see you at the cafe I sent earlier. The protagonist had completely forgotten about the interview. Damn, I forgot about this. The gate raid is at 7:00 p.m. The interview is at 2:00, right? But now it's. As he spoke, Sanghyun glanced at the time on his phone screen and could only give a crooked smile. Time quickly passed, cutting to the hallway outside Sanghyun's apartment. The reporters had even set up bedding, sitting and waiting for him to come out for the interview. When he appeared, the group cheered excitedly. Sanghyun is here. Come over. Tell us about your relationship with Kim Miso. At that, their voices faltered when they saw Sanghyun was fully armed. More so, A cold aura radiating from him made their hair stand on end. Sang-hyun shouted, "Everyone, get out of the way now." He was activating every power-up skill he could to dash to the interview spot as fast as possible. Cut to the position of reporter Yeoman. While waiting for Sang-hyun, he suddenly heard the staff woman's shriek, which drew his attention and made him look over. When he recognized the arrival as Sang-hyun, he waved and called, "Mr. Sang-hyun, over here. I ordered the coffee, just sit down." Saying that, the reporter hesitated a bit, sensing the aura Sang-hyun gave off. "Hey, why do you look so tense? Are you okay?" Before him, Sang-hyun was sweating heavily and breathing faster. He said, It's nothing." Yeoman asked, "Did you just come out of a dungeon?" Sang-hyun scratched his head and answered awkwardly, No, not really, haha." He thought to himself, running here was more exhausting than a dungeon run. Then after Sang-hyun sat down, he apologized. "Sorry I'm late." Yeoman waved it off and said, "It's okay." Next, the reporter smiled, narrowed his eyes, and got to the main point. "I originally intended to interview you about your recent quest, but there's something bigger to talk about, Sang-hyun. This thing, if you haven't heard, it's causing a storm among players worldwide. People used to care about player level as the measure of strength, but you're the exception. Being low-level yet powerful, people have started calling you a legendary rook." That made our protagonist blush and give an embarrassed chuckle. "Come on, I'm not that much." Hearing this, Yeoman continued, "By the way, you know it's not just players. Many guilds are targeting you, right?" From Sang-hyun's perspective, he had to admit, "Lately I've been getting more offers than usual." Then he laughed. "Haha, are you talking about the hot news on Utopia, or other guilds?" To Sang-hyun's question, Yeoman answered with news that left the protagonist dazed. "No, I mean even foreign guilds. Just this morning, you probably haven't heard yet, 5 foreign guilds this morning submitted requests to obtain information about you from the Korean Players Association. Foreign guilds typically recruit high-ranking pseudo-awakened, but they've never shown this level of interest in a novice like you. Still, from now on you should be more cautious. Many people want to know who you are." Time quickly passed into evening. After finishing the interview with Yeoman, Sang-hyun began moving toward the meetup point for the dungeon raid. As he walked, he thought, "Damn, I was planning to form my own guild and conquer things solo. But foreign guilds, that actually sounds tempting. Their level is completely different and they have so many resources. Thinking back, how badly was I treated before? God, it still hurts to remember." Sang-hyun sighed, before being roused by the archer Miso's call. "Hey, Sang-hyun. Long time no see, over here this way. There's still a bit of time before the gate raid starts. You two should get to know each other," she said cheerfully. Meanwhile, Sang-hyun was a little surprised as he looked toward the woman T-Rai ahead. At this point, he still didn't know who she was. He wondered to himself, who is that? On this side, seeing the protagonist's curious expression, Miso explained right away. "My sister kept insisting she wanted to meet you, Sang-hyun. So I brought her here before you enter the gate. I hope that's not a bother. Here she is, my sister Shin T-Rai. She's also a member of the Eden Guild like me. If you want to hang out later, there's a cafe nearby." Behind them, S-rank hunter T-Rai stood silently, watching the protagonist. Then she stepped forward and extended her hand to greet. "Nice to meet you. I'm Shin T-Rai." Seeing this, Sang-hyun quickly reached out in return and introduced himself. My name is Shin Sang-hyun. Nice to meet you." That said, Sang-hyun felt a bit of pressure. Even without Miso introducing him, who in Korea wouldn't know Shin T-Rai? Her fame had spread beyond Korea. Basically, she's one of Eden's leaders. Her mere presence could change a guild's ranking. "Since my return, I've met a lot of high-ranked people. In my past life, damn, I suffered." Thinking that, Sang-hyun sighed heavily. Then T-Rai suddenly spoke. "Hey, Sang-hyun, can I ask you a favor?" The question made Sang-hyun look a bit dumbfounded. "Huh, a favor? Out of the blue? Wait, this is Shin T-Rai, why would she need something from me?" He wondered, but he nodded in agreement. Sure, if it's something I can do." Before he could finish, the hunter quietly said, "It's nothing big. Could you spar with me quickly? Is that okay?" Before Sang-hyun could respond, the archer Miso complained. "Sis, really? We just met." T-Rai shrugged and retorted, "What's the complaint? I told you on the way." As she spoke, she began to recall the moment she mentioned wanting to test the protagonist's strength. However, it seemed this was only her imagination, because Miso didn't remember T-Rai saying anything like that. Then the archer, flustered, pushed her sister aside and said to Sang-hyun, "Haha, sorry Sang-hyun. It's just that she likes to joke." Hearing that with his bold nature, Sang-hyun agreed. "Hey, it's fine. How about we do it right here?" Saying that, as if he couldn't wait, Sang-hyun even wanted to draw his sword. This made Miso a bit embarrassed and want to stop him. However, Sang-hyun shook his head and explained, "It's not every day that a top Korean player spars with me. In a way, it's an honor." Hearing him, T-Rai seemed to look at Sang-hyun differently. "Looks like you have a good eye for people, huh? I apologize for my rough approach. So let's just do 5 moves. When you're ready, let me know." As she said this, she drew her weapon. This put some pressure on Sang-hyun. Sweat streamed down his face. Internally, he thought, "I hardly have a chance to win, but this is an opportunity. It's a chance to see how far I've come and what I'm still missing." The moment she drew her weapon, her presence was completely different from before. This time she's not joking. "I'm going all out from the start." With that, Sang-hyun activated his illusion skill and went all in. Meanwhile, Miso was thrown into confusion and couldn't keep up. "What the? I can't follow this at all." Ignoring her flustered face, T-Rai nodded and said, "Then I'll use my first move." No sooner had she spoken than her form twisted, like a spiraling vortex. Seeing that, Sang-hyun's face went blank. He berated himself inwardly. "Damn, I'm so stupid. With my current physical level, I forgot. Reacting only after seeing it is too slow." Thinking that, he forced himself to swing his sword back and succeeded in blocking T-Rai's dual sword attack. The clash was so strong it released a shockwave outward. Sang-hyun also reminded himself, predict and react ahead of her moves. On T-Rai's side, seeing Sang-hyun block her unexpected strike, surprise showed on her face. Then Sang-hyun swung hard, sending T-Rai's body flying up into the air. At that moment, she didn't hesitate to praise him. "Your technique is pretty good. So for the next move, should I increase the intensity? 4 moves left." Having said that, T-Rai flashed and moved faster than a streak of light. Her figure kept shifting, which made Sang-hyun gulp in terror. Truly, her moves are monstrous, and she's getting even faster. At times like this, it's like my visual power is completely blocked. I have to read her entirely by sensing. Of course, this time the difficulty has increased by tenfold. From Miso's viewpoint, she saw Sang-hyun suddenly close his eyes and was stunned. He closed his eyes in this situation. Even if it's Shin Sang-hyun, that's too reckless. Unaware of these thoughts in the archer's mind, Sang-hyun put himself into the deepest focus, sensing every movement in the space. At that moment, T-Rai's attack reached right in front of Sang-hyun, but the protagonist felt it and timely leaned to the side to dodge. This surprised T-Rai once more. "Your concentration is truly admirable. I didn't expect you to parry the follow-up strike. Most swordsmen can't achieve that level of focus. That talent is secondary. It's mostly thanks to experience. You're like a veteran player." She said that while jumping back to keep distance. Sang-hyun awkwardly replied, "You're flattering me." T-Rai continued, "All right then, 3 moves left." But before she could strike again, Sang-hyun intervened. "May I ask one thing before we continue? Instead of 3 moves, could you go all out in a single round, please?" To Sang-hyun's request, T-Rai's eyes showed slight confusion as she asked back, "What did you just say?" Sang-hyun answered with a firm voice, "I know it sounds arrogant, but I don't think I can let this opportunity go to waste. Please, just once, give it your all." After saying that, Sang-hyun felt a bit anxious. "I've put it out there. If I can't get her fully committed, I won't be able to grow any further from here." Nearby, the archer Miso wanted to stop her sister, but her sister agreed immediately, which drove Miso crazy. T-Rai said, "All right, but I can't be 100% serious because we haven't activated practice mode. I can only show you a simple max speed dash. Skills are too hard to control properly. I can't use them on another person." Sang-hyun nodded, satisfied. "That's more than enough," he thought to himself. "If it's a max speed dash from Shin T-Rai, just having her take me seriously like this is already a victory. I'll treat this as real combat. If I fail, I'm done for." Across from him, T-Rai assumed her starting stance. "Okay, here I come." With that, her body launched forward at wind-tearing speed. Seeing this, Sang-hyun hastily raised his sword into the air, silently reminding himself, "I don't even have time to sense her. I have to go all out. Instead of swinging before she arrives, I must move as if I'm already there." Sang-hyun slashed his sword wildly forward, because neither his sensing nor his sight could keep up with T-Rai's figure. At that moment, whether by luck or not, Sang-hyun's blade nearly grazed the hunter's face, making her eyes widen in an instant. With no other option, she activated her afterimage skill and looped behind Sang-hyun to dodge the blow. Seeing that, Sang-hyun quickly turned back to observe, and coincidentally at that moment his face struck the pommel. A painful sound rang out. Seeing this, the 2 beautiful girls both worriedly asked, "Are you okay?" Sang-hyun, of course, was in excruciating pain, but he forced himself to declare, "Ah, I'm fine." Yet inwardly he grumbled, You said you wouldn't use a skill. Sang-hyun sat down in pain on the ground, clutching his forehead. My head, did I split my brow? Suddenly a hand was offered before Sang-hyun, surprising him. When he shifted his gaze, he saw T-Rai fussing anxiously and apologizing. Sorry, I said I wouldn't use a skill, but it triggered reflexively. Are you okay? Sang-hyun didn't hesitate to take her outstretched hand. He slowly stood and answered T-Rai. I'm fine. Honestly, having you take this seriously is an honor. She smiled slyly. It's an honor for me too. And next time, I hope we'll have a chance to talk properly. As she said this, she looked straight at Sang-hyun with her lips curving beautifully. He laughed heartily. I'd be delighted. T-Rai, surprised, said, Really? Then we sometime. While they chatted cheerfully and shook hands, Miso watched them closely. She quickly went over to them and gently separated their hands, smiling as she reminded them, Sis, the gate raid is about to start. At Miso's reminder, the hunter remembered. At that moment Miso's anger still hadn't cooled, and she snapped angrily. Also, we have to file a report to the guild about today. Do you know how reckless you were? Faced with her temper, T-Rai couldn't help but sigh. I'm sorry. Then the hunter waved goodbye to Miso and Sang-hyun. All right, Miso, good luck in the raid. Message me when you're done. Miso replied in a flat tone. Stay safe, sis. He kept his eyes on T-Rai's departing figure and sighed softly, disappointment welling up inside. Anyway, this is my first defeat since the reset. If Shin T-Rai had been serious from the start, I wouldn't have lasted a single strike. This encounter was unexpected, but I've found a new mountain I have to climb. After she had gone a short distance, T-Rai glanced back. A mysterious smile now rested on her lips, and Sang-hyun saw. It seemed he could read her intent, and Sang-hyun's mouth curled slightly. Is she saying, try to surpass me? A while later at the unidentified gate 727, Ga Chunwi, a few people had gathered there. Miso beamed and clapped once. All right, let's start with introduction. These are the people who will accompany us, she finished, and T-Seok and Juhi greeted them. Sang-hyun responded warmly. I'm Shin Sang-hyun. It's an honor to team up with such excellent people. T-Seok politely replied. Oh, not at all. I just read an article about you, Sang-hyun. Really impressive. I'm Park T-Seok, a mage-class player specializing in the burn skill. He was currently level 120, rank A. Hearing the mage's skill, Sang-hyun was curious. Burn. That's a fire-type skill, right? The mage cheerfully answered. Exactly like what Choi Youngchul used in the recent incident. But T-Seok's voice trailed off. He raised both arms and conjured an enormous blue flame. I've poured most of my playtime into fire skills, so my firepower is definitely stronger than his. Everyone was astonished at the flame's might. After a few seconds, T-Seok quickly extinguished the flame. But I've only reached blue flame. There's still a long way to go. Sang-hyun smiled softly. No, you seem very reliable, he thought to himself. That's a wise choice. Focusing on one skill until it's stable is better. That's also why I dealt with Choi Youngchul so easily. Instead of focusing on one thing, he spread himself across many systems. So overall, he was weaker. Basically the kind of player who knows a little about everything but isn't good at anything. Suddenly Miso cut into his thoughts, extending her hand toward the blue-haired girl beside T-Seok and introducing. And over there is Kang Juhi, a user of spatial power. She's a mage-class player who mainly uses the spatial link skill. Juhi shyly added, Yes, that's right, as Miso said. Since T-Seok used his skill, I'll show you mine too. With that she began to cast and Miso hurriedly protested. Juhi, wait. But her efforts were in vain. The mage's skill activated, and a whirlwind rose, blowing everything away, which made Sang-hyun sigh in exasperation. Unable to hold back, Miso shouted, Juhi, how many times have I told you not to do that? Flustered, Juhi apologized, while Sang-hyun only paid attention to the roaring wind. What kind of wind is this? Didn't she say she's a spatial class player? The wind grew larger, and once it stabilized, a circular mirror-like portal appeared before Sang-hyun, reflecting the image of a city inside, which astonished him. Juhi then said timidly, Well, that's my ability. Please support me, she said, bowing deeply. Faced with her enthusiasm, Sang-hyun was a bit embarrassed. No, I'm the one who should be saying that. At that moment he couldn't help but admire inwardly. That's Kim Miso. She's assembled a remarkably balanced team. I'm for close combat, Kim Miso handles long range, Park T-Seok covers the lacking firepower, and Kang Juhi creates tactical variations. Aside from missing a healer, this is almost a perfect team. But the most important thing is, we coordinate extremely well. Clearly they've practiced together more than once. Things like that are often more useful for survival than strategy. I used to be like that too. Seeing Miso's group, Sang-hyun remembered his former teammates. A smile unconsciously tugged at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly Miso appeared in front of Sang-hyun without him noticing. She asked with concern, "Sang-hyun, are you okay? Did you get hurt from that earlier thing with Terry?" At her question, he froze for a moment, but quickly our hunter friend replied cheerfully, "I'm fine, just a bit distracted." He silently admonished himself, "Stop thinking about dumb stuff. Think less about the past and focus on the present." Seconds later, Sang-hyun faced the gate and asked everyone, "Shall we depart?" When they stepped through that unidentified gate, a frozen hell awaited the group. Despite the heavy snowfall, the four of them strolled on together. Suddenly Sang-hyun called from behind, "Oh, by the way, thanks a lot, Taeseok." The mage looked a bit puzzled at his remark. Sang-hyun smiled and said, "If you hadn't buffed us, we'd have frozen to death ages ago." The group was currently covered by the Blessing of Flame skill, which increases cold resistance for those blessed. Miso from behind agreed heartily with the hunter. "Really, it wasn't this cold on our last expedition. Oh, Sang-hyun, do you have any weapons besides that greatsword? Why didn't you use it last time?" Sang-hyun glanced over and answered, "For this raid I thought we need more versatility, so I brought this." He laid a hand on his sword. She exclaimed, "So you already know how to use multiple weapons?" Miso's comment made the hunter a little sheepish. He looked away. "Actually, I planned ahead." Still, Sang-hyun felt a bit disheartened. "Now I'm so lazy I can't even bother to make excuses, the only side effect of the reset." Suddenly Miso called to the mage from behind, "Oh, Juhi." She turned immediately at her name. "Yes, sis." Unexpectedly, a brutal demon appeared right behind Sang-hyun and Miso. The archer urgently ordered, "Execute Plan C." Upon receiving the command, Juhi leapt into action. "Yes." Both her hands began to gather magic. The demon, seeing its prey, opened its jaws like a starving tiger and lunged at the group. It struck the ground with the weapon in its hand, sending snow spraying in all directions. Miso and Sang-hyun nimbly evaded and found themselves directly above the demon's head. The archer shouted loudly, "Give the orders, Sang-hyun." He had no choice but to follow. "All right then, support with firepower." At that moment Sang-hyun was pumped. A confident smile tugged at his lips as he charged toward the demon. The demon quickly noticed his movement and snapped its head around to look. When he realized he'd been spotted, Sang-hyun flinched. But he wasn't alone. Miso was providing support right behind him, and the demon shrieked as it looked back. The archer raised her bow and drew the string taut, calling out loudly, "Taeseok." At the sound of his name, he quickly formed a blue fireball. Got it. The instant Miso's sharp arrow was loosed, the fireball enveloped the arrow, and they flew toward the demon together. And Sang-hyun charged forward with his sword at the same time. With this combo, the demon was left stunned. It could do nothing but stand there and take the hits. When the arrow lodged in its head, the demon screamed in agony, and Sang-hyun quickly slashed from behind. With a single gliding sword stroke, he cleaved its body into multiple pieces, blood spraying everywhere. The hunter urgently called out, "Kang Juhi." She heard and knew it was her turn. "Yes, understood." The mage immediately activated a magic circle. The demon, repeatedly struck and unable to resist, now seemed to glimpse a chance to turn the tide. In an instant, the demon spun and lunged its arm out to grab Sang-hyun. Its hand slammed into the snow with a heavy impact, but what the demon caught was only white snow and rock. The man had vanished, leaving only a greatsword planted straight in the ground. It thought it had actually gained something, and a satisfied smile crossed its face. But its brief satisfaction was frozen out. Sang-hyun appeared right behind it, hand on the hilt. "So, thought you got me." Hearing his voice, it froze and widened its eye. The demon glanced back in bafflement. When had the hunter gotten beside? Behind them, Taeseok had a fireball ready and reminded the mage, "Juhi, prepare your move." She quickly replied, "I understand." In danger, the demon rapidly activated its war demon skill and let out several powerful roars. Sang-hyun felt increasingly energized and grinned wide. As he closed in, he and his sword delivered a strike to its head, splitting the demon's body in two. Juhi and Taeseok below looked up in bewilderment. They couldn't comprehend the situation. After that lethal blow, Sang-hyun lightly landed and remarked, "That took a bit of effort." Someone couldn't hold back and asked, "What was that just now?" Sang-hyun glanced up at the question. Taeseok was so stunned his face went blank. He awkwardly explained, "Our original plan didn't include it collapsing from a single strike like that." Juhi enthusiastically nodded in agreement, and Sang-hyun replied awkwardly, "Oh, I see, sorry about that." From behind, Miso stepped forward and contradicted, No, you don't need to apologize. Didn't I tell everyone?" At first I reacted the same way, maybe even more exaggerated. Sang-hyun hasn't even shown everything yet, has he? Mies suddenly turned the attention to him, making the hunter falter. He forced a laugh but thought inwardly. She says it like she's pressuring me to show more. Why would she push me like that? Never mind. He glanced to the side. For our first collaboration we synced strangely well. So these are experienced players after all. Promising indeed. After chatting a while, Sang-hyun slung his sword over his shoulder and told Miso's group, "Well then, shall we start wave 2? After a while they set off, and everywhere the group passed, demons fell. Tae-seok couldn't contain his excitement and shouted joyfully, "Really? You're amazing. You're the best swordsman I've ever teamed up with." Grateful to be trusted like that, Sang-hyun felt very thankful. Miso behind him chuckled. "If you're embarrassed, at least try to hold it in, Sang-hyun. Tae-seok hasn't even used his true trump card yet. Thanks to you he's comfortable, so of course he's happy." Hearing this, Sang-hyun's expression grew worse. He thought to himself, for mages, without a reliable swordsman they tend to rely on supportive spell. But that praise puts a lot of pressure on me. Thinking of Tae-seok's beaming face made him shiver all the more. Miso suddenly asked curiously, "By the way, Sang-hyun, what was that skill just now?" The hunter, busy talking to the mage, hadn't heard her well. Sang-hyun blinked and turned back. Seeing the situation, Miso could only laugh it off. "Honestly, I should be used to this by now, but you keep surprising me." Suddenly, an enormous sound erupted from within the forest, blood spraying higher than the pine tree. Sang-hyun's group continued hunting demons. Suddenly, Miso's eyes widened. It seemed she'd noticed something. From afar, a horde of demons was charging wildly, growling continuously. Miso warned in panic, "An iron-armored orge is coming." At the news, Tae-seok grew extremely worried. "What do we do? This is the worst possible timing." The archer agreed strongly. "Right, we have to focus all our firepower on it. First, keep your distance." Before Miso finished, someone called out, "Kang Juhi, can you open a teleport gate to right where they're coming from?" At this extremely dangerous suggestion from Sang-hyun, everyone was aghast. Miso angrily shouted, "Sang-hyun, that monster has very high defense." But she was cut off by Sang-hyun's actions. He's trying to do something. In situations like this, trusting him once won't hurt. Thinking that, Miso quickly called to the mage, "Juhi, do what Sang-hyun said." Juhi agreed. "I'm opening the gate." As soon as the portal opened, an iron-armored orge stood before Sang-hyun. He pushed off with a foot and shot toward the spatial gate. This was his full-force movement skill. Because his movement speed was so extreme, it generated a massive gust of wind behind him. Through the spatial gate stood the iron-armored orge waiting for Sang-hyun. When it saw him, it was utterly surprised. Sang-hyun decisively delivered a powerful sword strike, cleaving the orge's body in two before it could make sense of what happened. On this side, Miso and Tae-seok were so shocked their eyes bulged and their mouths formed O. The mage seemed unable to believe his eyes, watching Sang-hyun's confident stance and wondering, "Is this for real?" After landing, their group continued on. Miso walked beside the hunter and said, "That's a type of movement skill, but I've never seen one with such power." Sang-hyun explained slowly, "I was confident enough to use it because I trust you all." Suddenly Juhi panicked and signaled, "Everyone quiet," which puzzled everyone. The mage called everyone over to see what had caused her reaction. "Looks like we've arrived." Below the cliff lay a monster asleep, its body draped in blue fur. Juhi curiously asked, "Is it sleeping?" This was the mid-tier boss, the hellhound of this frost hell. Tae-seok looked at the hellhound with some excitement. "Good, now let's make a plan." The mage beside him analyzed, "We have too few support items. Maybe I'll open a few more gates, or I could just throw fire at it as soon as it starts." Sang-hyun hadn't joined the discussion at all. He just sat there grinning with excitement. "Finally you show up, my punching bag." Sang-hyun quickly activated the Day-Night Junction, a special effect with no cooldown. When the moon appears in the dungeon, HP and wound recovery rates increase by 5%. Whether the moon appears or not, dog or wolf-type monsters will become fearful toward a player holding the blue moonstone. Furthermore, if the moon is present, dog or wolf-type monsters will never attack the player holding the blue moonstone. He then looked at the hellhound and laughed loudly. Miso turned to the others and suggested, "Then let's carry out Plan F." Seeing Sang-hyun stand up without a word, she anxiously asked, "Sang-hyun, what are you going to do?" He didn't answer but instead wore a mocking smile that surprised Miso and the other. The archer could hardly believe her eyes. That look from Sang-hyun again. Should I trust him? No matter how I think about it. Suddenly Tae-seok asked, "Sang-hyun, do you have a plan?" As Sang-hyun answered, he drew his sword. I think you all just need to watch." His words left them stunned. Miso absolutely didn't want this to happen and loudly advised, Sanghyun, fine, but at least explain it to us first. In response came an eerie silence. The hunter shot a cold glance back because he knew best. There isn't enough time to explain everything and the tactics. To activate the special effect day-night junction, the moon must be clearly visible. Even partial cloud cover is said to have the effect. Sorry team, but Sanghyun said no more and charged straight in. Miso shouted his name behind him in worry. Their commotion was loud enough to wake the hellhound. When it opened its eyes, it saw him right in front of it. For this hunter, begging forgiveness was quicker than asking, so he didn't hesitate to rush in. Realizing the hellhound had noticed him, Sanghyun merely smiled cheerfully and said, "Hello. Well, even up close you aren't exactly cute." It sensed danger from him and sprang up, its body on high alert. From behind, Miso awkwardly commanded, "Get ready to support him." Tisiak agreed, but Jui hesitated. "Wait, hold on. That thing seems weird. Why isn't the hellhound reacting at all?" At her words, Miso and the mage hurriedly looked down to see. The archer was astonished. "You're right," she then wondered inwardly. "Is it probing?" "No, last time when I encountered it, it went berserk." Across from him, the hellhound kept growling at Sanghyun and finally managed to move a little. Tisiak, seeing it move, exclaimed in shock, "It's moving." Jui hurriedly said, "Maybe I Miso. Let's hurry and help him." But before the mage finished, Miso had noticed something. "No, that posture isn't an attack. It's more like a submissive posture." Just as she'd thought, the hellhound obediently knelt before Sanghyun. Then the system voice rang out. "The hellhound of Frost Hell regards you as a higher-ranked being and has entered a state of complete submission." This left Sanghyun rather astonished. His gaze gradually turned cold. "Damn, you're cuter than I thought, huh? I'll finish this quickly." After a short while, it didn't take much effort for the hunter to defeat the mid-tier boss hellhound of Frost Hell. Standing before its body as it began to dissolve into nothingness, Sanghyun sighed softly. "Killing something that obeys you like this is sad too, but if I didn't do it we couldn't carry out the plan." The system chimed again. "You have received the C-rank title Split." A system panel appeared beside Sanghyun detailing Split. Title rank C. Allows designation of one skill to have its cooldown. Seeing this, the hunter slowly clicked it. This will pair nicely with Recovery. Recovery can instantly remove all abnormal statuses. At that moment, the three others in the group quickly gathered around him. From a distance, Miso called out, "Sanghyun, wait." He turned back curiously and asked, "What's up?" No sooner had he finished speaking than a spherical object appeared behind Sanghyun, its blue light illuminating a large area of space. Startled, he spun around to look at it, panicking inwardly. "We're doomed. Come to think of it, didn't we forget to discuss how we'd split the loot? I've soloed too long and made a huge mistake. Maybe she wants to take this." While Sanghyun was still terrified, Miso beside him called out in a low voice, which made him even more uneasy. "It won't be like that, right?" Contrary to his worries, the archer replied softly, "You handled that hellhound yourself, take everything." Sanghyun forced a smile and replied, "Phew, no, what I mean is thank you, but do the others agree?" Miso glanced at the two mages and stammered, "Agree? You see, so we're all in agreement, right?" From his look, the hunter could immediately see Juhi and Tisiak's enthusiasm to push him to take the reward. Faced with the group's kindness, Sanghyun was genuinely embarrassed. "Thanks, everyone." Inside, he thought, "I really need to get into the habit of guarding loot issues first." After conveying what she wanted to say, Miso quickly turned and left. "All right, we'll go elsewhere. Just do your thing like you always do." Her words puzzled Sanghyun. "Always what?" Seeing his slow reaction, the archer explained, "Every time you get a relic, you do that thing, right?" From Miso's words, Sanghyun seemed to realize something. He hurriedly asked, "That thing, you mean?" At his question, the archer smiled softly. "Yes, actually I've known for a long time. Right after we finished the quest area. At that time, when I was about to leave the quest area first, I turned around to see what you were doing, and I saw your secret, Sanghyun." The more Miso spoke, the more his brows knitted and his heart grew heavy. "So the day has come. Damn, a unique skill is like a player's lifeline and now it's exposed." Sanghyun snapped, "Kim Miso, my skill is..." But before the hunter could finish, Miso cut in. "Sanghyun is a player performing some kind of ritual. There are sometimes players like that. So don't worry, go ahead. If it were me, I'd keep that secret too." The archer had apparently misunderstood Sanghyun, and each of her words left him utterly bewildered. After saying everything to the hunter, Miso put an arm around Juhi and left. The mage couldn't help but turn and ask, "Sis, is Sanghyun really like that?" Miso replied calmly, This is something we should keep secret. The two beauties' huge misunderstanding left the hunter standing dumbfounded. Sang-hyun sighed inwardly. Looks like there's a pretty big misunderstanding here, but it's better than my real secret being exposed. If my unique skill got out, it'd be a mess. Returning to business, Sang-hyun moved over to the Heart of Frost to absorb it, an auxiliary item with a special freezing effect. The extreme cold of Frost Hell is contained in this heart, with a desire to freeze the whole world. After a while, the four of them continued on their way. Juhi was now casting her spatial magic. So this is the final one. Miso stepped up beside her to cheer. Great job, Juhi. Thanks to you we're still alive. Sang-hyun agreed with the archer's words. Yeah, it's all thanks to you, Juhi. The mage heard this and glared in frustration. Sang-hyun, but are you sure this will actually work? I'm only doing it because you said so. Even if the carcasses of those ogres we killed earlier, will the real boss come to eat them? Sang-hyun exhaled softly. Don't worry, this boss goes crazy for any kind of meat. Hearing that, Juhi was very curious. How do you know that? To her question, he just gave a wry smile and glanced upward. Suddenly Sang-hyun pointed at the sky and shouted, Tseok, light the fire quickly. We have to lure the boss here. The mage complied, and Miso, seeing this, was noticeably annoyed. He's ignoring me. The ogres' bodies were gradually burned by Tseok's blue flame. Smoke and the scent of roasting meat began to spread into the cavern. Sang-hyun's group waited just outside to observe. The impatient mage called out, It's been 20 minutes. Sang-hyun beside him warned. It could bite the bait at any moment. No sooner had he finished than a loud roar rang out. From inside the cavern, a massive bear slowly emerged. Sang-hyun took a combat stance and reached for the sword on his back. Okay. Everyone get ready. Finally, after their efforts and wait, the final boss, the giant gray bear, appeared. Kim Miso shifted into a ready stance and raised her bow, preparing to fight. With a cautious gaze, Miso thought to herself, Indeed, thanks to Sang-hyun's plan we can handle things more easily. Watching Sang-hyun struggle against the giant gray bear, she briefly worried. But, in the cold space, fine snow falling, it bared its claws and glared with bloodshot eyes as it roared. Grrr. The hunter forced himself to withstand its heavy killing intent. In that dangerous moment he resolutely thought, no matter what, this situation still. But the tighter the squeeze, the more excited he became. Sang-hyun sneered inwardly, this situation. Then thought, still too dangerous, isn't it? He clearly remembered earlier when they had gathered together. He recalled. A few minutes ago, Miso with a stunned expression asked him, what did you just say, Sang-hyun? He calmly replied, just what you heard. She couldn't help but worry and asked again, You're really going to act as bait by yourself? Immediately, with composure, he said, There is no other way. He continued, If we want the whole team to clear this safely and quickly, this is the best way. To make everyone picture how to deal with the gray bear, he calmly explained, Giant beasts, most of them share one trait. He went on, When they lose a certain amount of blood, a special state occurs. And he confirmed, that state is called devour. Then Sang-hyun clarified the concept. While in the devour state, the beast is physically enhanced and becomes far more ferocious. He pointed out how it voraciously devours food and continued, They also tend to swallow everything around them. He then explained, That's why we piled up the ogre corpses as bait. Though it sounded simple, the action concerned their safety, he thought. Otherwise we'd become its target. But thinking another way, he hinted darkly, So what if? Sang-hyun wondered. What if we do something to the bait pile? Immediately Sang-hyun, Miso, and Park Tseok began gathering dry wood. Sang-hyun continued. From that idea, while Kang Juhi stacked the ogre corpses through the portal, he explained their reasoning. We prepared extra thorn pine wood with a strong sedative effect and mixed it into the bait pile. A concern arose. Park Tseok hesitated. But there's a problem, he asked anxiously. How do we draw enough blood to trigger the devour state? Miso looked surprised but remained silent, listening. Sang-hyun cheerfully explained Park Tseok's worry. Exactly, create an environment where it's easy for everyone to deal damage. Park Tseok listened, a bit confused. Suddenly Sang-hyun shouted excitedly, That'll be my part. He patted his chest and affirmed, Just this once, trust me. Back in the present, Sang-hyun had fallen into a passive situation, continuously attacked by the gray bear and forced to dodge. Now all he could worry about was his own decision. How am I supposed to do this? He thought in terror. I'm about to go to the other world. At that hair-raising moment he could only keep dodging and grit his teeth. Sang-hyun blamed himself. Haven't I gotten a lot stronger than before? Sang-hyun only had time to think. So I thought I could take a few hits. But Before he could react, its bizarre claws struck down and its disgusting jaws opened ferociously. Immediately the hunter raised his sword to block its throat. Its power was so tremendous the ground and stones seemed to shatter. He groaned after just blocking one blow. Thinking, why is this stupid thing so insanely strong? He continued to question himself. Could it be that my strength stat still isn't high enough? The ground beneath him suddenly cracked. He gritted his teeth and thought, if I keep tanking like this, I'll be dead for sure. But remembering the effort of respawning, he steeled himself. I've gone through the trouble to respawn. With enough resolve, he declared. From now on, I have to dodge everything. Suddenly, an explosion occurred. Ice and rock shattered and flew everywhere, and a blinding flash erupted. The giant gray bear continued launching fierce attacks, but unlike before, he now dodged smoothly, making it roar in anger. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr shifted again. Sang-hyun gasped. It's moving too fast. At the critical moment before Sang-hyun could react, it opened its huge mouth and lunged to snatch him, roaring again. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr Suddenly sharp arrows shot toward it. One shot hit and it was gravely wounded, screaming in pain. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr to see something out there in the distance. On the cliff, the figure was Kim Miso. She saw her chance and shouted decisively, "Now, Sang-hyun." Seeing her teammates' enthusiastic support, he smiled and called her name. Kim Miso. Seizing the moment, Sang-hyun sprang into the air and swung his sword fiercely. Answering her zeal, he yelled, "Thanks to you, I'm alive." The gray bear was startled by his sudden change. Those previously bloodshot, furious eyes were now filled with bewilderment and fear. Then the all-out strike was unleashed, sliding across its massive body and shattering even the thick ice, sending fragments flying. Wherever he slashed, the ground froze. Wounds cut by his blade were now rimmed with jagged ice. He explained the move. The giant gray bear is affected by a freezing effect for 1 second, thanks to the all-out strike. Having just used the skill, Sang-hyun was ecstatic. It worked. The next skill was the freezing skill I took from the Heart of Frost. He was delighted. I combined it with all-out strike early on, and happily I thought it wouldn't work because of skill tiers, but it actually did. Timing it before it could move, he lunged his sword toward its paw and shouted, "If so then." He laughed excitedly. "Now it's my turn." And his blade, like wind, tore through its hide, spraying fresh blood. It howled in pain. Grru. The next skill activated. Demon Combative Skill Level 2. From the ice cliff, Kim Miso called out, "Tseok." He responded to her call, "I know." The mage immediately entered combat mode as a blue energy burst covered him. He declared, "I'll use my strongest move." He focused intensely and shouted a warning, "Sang-hyun, get out of the way." Sang-hyun startled in turn. Just in time to dodge aside, Park Tseok unleashed his ultimate straight at the gray bear. This time the skill was Azure Flaming Flamingo. Under the barrage it kept roaring, "Gruha." From afar, Sang-hyun couldn't help but be astonished by this overwhelming power. He thought, this firepower really exceeds expectations. The skill spread was so massive Sang-hyun was helpless to resist, he thought. At this level for sure. And in the end the gray bear was defeated. Sang-hyun quietly rejoiced. "We dealt enough damage." Strangely, its eyes suddenly opened, but transformed into many layers of glittering golden pupils. Something odd seemed to happen. The energy around the giant gray bear is changing. Its teeth grew additional, razor-sharp fangs, and it roared, "Kairaha." As planned, he smiled. "It's working." Moreover, Sang-hyun was glad. The damage threshold was reached. From that moment, everything changed. The giant gray bear has entered the devour state. He grinned excitedly. Just as planned, the devour state. Ready for combat, Miso called to him, "Hey, Sang-hyun." Indeed, the giant gray bear begins devouring everything around it. In its new, ferocious form, it stared at Sang-hyun with a ravenous gaze. His face was now full of worry, he thought. Is the devour state usually this violent? And wondered, where did that dumb bear from before go? As expected, Sang-hyun thought, Kang Juhi will handle the ultimate skill. Fear flooded him and he couldn't focus. Can I hold out until then? Park Tseok panicked. Is that really the devour state? With extreme worry, he thought. It's almost turned into a different monster. Suddenly from above, Miso dove down and called to Tseok. "Tseok, how's Juhi?" He replied in surprise. "Miso." Looking toward Juhi, Park Tseok answered, "She's still preparing." She slowly rose into the air, green energy spiraling around. Her eyes turned green as she entered a state of intense concentration. With a surprised look, Kim Miso awkwardly asked, "She'll make it in time, right?" Paler than a sheet, Park Tae-seok replied, "Now's not the time to worry about that." Meanwhile, Sang-hyun kept running from its razor-sharp jaws, screaming. Running, he thought. Kang Joo-hee still isn't done. Worried for his fate, he mused. If this keeps up, forget the raid. I'm the one who used to stare at naked chickens before. His eyes widened, utterly shocked at the sight before him. It had powered up and caught up to Sang-hyun, and he was now in imminent danger. With no other option, he swung his sword back into a defensive stance. He briefly thought, I can't dodge this. Acting on impulse, Sang-hyun shouted, "Damn it if it comes to this." Unwilling to yield any longer, his eyes flashed with fierce blue lightning as he warned, "Then I'll have to charge in." The new skill being prepared. Illusion skill activate. It was time. Joo-hee stepped forward, creating a massive vortex of blue energy. A little blood welled at her nose, but she said she was ready and teleported instantly. On this side, at the moment, the tip of the sword and the monster's mouth were about to collide. The giant body of the monster was suddenly drawn into a whirlpool and ultimately vanished completely into thin air. The two others rushed over and asked anxiously, "Joo-hee, are you okay?" She replied gently, "Yes, I'm fine, I just used too much mana." On this side, the protagonist also breathed a sigh of relief. He almost died. If my attack hadn't hit the exact spot just now, the two of us might have been swallowed right there. Haha, but as long as it worked, I guess we pulled it off. He said that as he turned to look at the group celebrating together. The gray bear's mouth dripped blood. Its eyes opened wide as it whimpered, "Ji Gyuro." It suddenly rose from the pool of blood, clinging to the cliff and roaring fiercely, "Ji Gyurok." The three of them froze at its new appearance. It pressed its hand to the wound from earlier. Suddenly its eyes glazed over strangely. It snarled in pain, "Ji Juk." And a notification appeared. "Congratulations, you have defeated the giant gray bear boss." It collapsed in a bloody heap, its weight shattering the ice into fragments. Sang-hyun and Miso covered their faces. Another notification appeared. "Congratulations, you have cleared the unidentified gate, dungeon." Miso smiled and said, "Good job, Sang-hyun," he smiled inside. "Ha ha ha. It's nothing, I'm the one who insisted on doing it." That notification appeared again. "You have leveled up." After all the hardships, he forced a pale smile. He thought to himself, this dungeon was really tough. He also recalled, there were so many dangerous moments. Joo-hee teleported out of the gate, stepping out tired and praising, "You guys are really amazing." She awkwardly added, "Sorry I couldn't help much." Seeing her emerge, Sang-hyun was briefly surprised. Miso, seeing Joo-hee blame herself, reassured her, "It's okay." He smiled teasingly. "No, thank you for joining the team in my reckless plan." Seeing that expression, Joo-hee helplessly said, "Because of you I think I've discovered my own limits." He continued to smile cheerfully. "Ha ha ha, then I'll rely on you again." Inside, his happiness mixed with gratitude was clear. "Honestly, I'm very grateful to my teammates for going along with such an absurd plan." He still had his own worry. But anyway, he considered another scenario. Even if no one followed me, I would have gone all the way. Suddenly he imagined the gates he'd faced before. Townspeople terrified and fleeing in chaos, someone screaming, "Over here, need help," he thought silently. "The gates I faced in previous lives," and his tone grew somber, "always ended in tragedy." He remembered being severely wounded, even having others care for him, recalled the concern. "Are you okay?" he briefly thought. "The average survival rate for gates I targeted for their tempting rewards is very low, but on the other hand, because these raids were carried out by experienced members, the survival rate was quite high." He remembered being led away exhausted while they shouted for help. "Check over here too." A helpless look flashed across his eyes. "But a 10% death rate tends to fall on the weaker players in the party." But then he affirmed, "This time that won't be me." He recoiled at the thought. Death is always close to players at any time anywhere. Returning to the present, Sang-hyun thought, self-development is important, but, and then briefly considered, if there's one more goal to achieve in this life. He chuckled to himself. Looking at his teammates, Sang-hyun thought, it's to prevent unnecessary deaths among my teammates. Seeing everyone happily together, Joo-hee still complained, I'm so dizzy. And the two of them worried. Joo-hee. Shortly after, the group excitedly said, "All right then." He walked over to them with a delighted look. "The reward we worked so hard to get." A blazing pink flame erupted wildly, he said. "Let's see what it has." The notification read, The final reward of the gate, the first-time special reward, has appeared. Momentarily surprised, Sang-hyun burst out laughing. At last I get to face it. The first-time special reward. The notification continued. When you place your hand on the first-time special reward, each reward will be granted. He slowly reached out his hand. Suddenly, another pair of hands grasped his. Startled, he turned to look and saw the goddess of luck. The goddess of luck says you will now witness her true power. He grinned with pleasure. Her true power, with all that fanfare. His hands moved as he thought. I'm really looking forward to what's about to appear. A ranking board appeared before his eyes, surprising him. A message announced, player Shin Sang-hyun has received a unique grade artifact. Another message, you may choose one from the artifact list. He was astonished. Unique. The goddess of luck stood behind him, smug. Sang-hyun thought, although I expected it, the feeling of the unique rank is truly different, he guessed. Maybe because it's the fourth highest tier. The goddess of luck smiled smugly while he was utterly bewildered. A blinding light flashed before his eyes, and a new notification appeared. By the power of the goddess of luck, artifacts of unique grade and above will guaranteedly unlock and inherit hidden effects. A look of surprise crossed his face as he remembered. Right, I forgot. He thought further. That clause must be in the contract, right? The notification this time was from the goddess of luck. The goddess of luck requests that you sincerely call her Nuna older sister. Hearing this, she laughed with delight while he panicked. Goddess Nuna, he cheered. I can call you that 100 times. He turned back helplessly. Great, it looks like the other teammates are too busy looking at their rewards, he thought to himself. They probably won't notice, right? He reached his hand toward the light, excited. Am I really going to choose it now? He decisively plunged his hand in. No need to hesitate. A burst of pink light erupted. Instantly a sword appeared. He was thrilled. This is exactly the artifact I had my eye on. Introduction for the sword. Heavy Spirit Greatsword. Two-handed weapon artifact, greatsword type, along with its attack and power stats. He rejoiced inwardly, just as expected from a unique artifact. Those stats are insane. He slowly touched the sword's hilt, thinking, from now on. Gripping the hilt tightly, he exclaimed with glee, I'm counting on you. Its destructive power was overwhelming. He was astonished. He hefted the sword and thought, what the why is this so heavy, he guessed. Where's the weight reduction effect? New effect. Weight reduction passive effect is always active. He stared skeptically at the effects panel. New notification. Due to the Devour artifact skill, mana costs for existing skills are removed. All equipped artifacts will only feel like they weigh 100 G. However, the effect of one type of artifact cannot stack multiple times. Seeing this, he snapped. What is this, a new contract? He wondered. Since when was that clause here? Miso stepped forward and asked. Is something wrong, Sang-hyun? He froze for a moment. Oh, it's nothing, ha ha ha. Sang-hyun looked at everyone and said, oh, but you all. Seeing everyone's cheerful faces, he asked. It seems like everyone's satisfied with their rewards, right? Miso replied excitedly. Yes, we all got artifacts suited to our skill classes. And praised. It's all thanks to you, Sang-hyun. He replied bashfully. Oh, I didn't do much. Seeing him protest, she persisted. There you go again, but you can't deny it's all because of you. Miso continued, smiling. So we discussed it as a team. She said, how about we give all the side loot like the boss corpse and magic stones to you, Sang-hyun? He was stunned, speechless. He awkwardly refused. No, you really don't have to do that, Johi insisted. No, things like this must be made clear. We've calculated everyone's contributions in this battle, so don't worry. He let out a helpless, oh. Everyone panicked at that, Miso said. Sang-hyun, we said it's fine, Joey worried. Don't cry, Taeseok just called his name, Sang-hyun. But inside he felt indescribable. I can't believe my teammates think so highly of me, he sobbed. Just the monster corpse alone is worth 600 million. Add the other drops, it's definitely over 1.5 billion. Suddenly he secretly cracked a mischievous smile. This is really, seeing him keep scowling, Miso cried out to him. Sang-hyun, he thought happily. I can't stop laughing anymore. Then they moved on. Outside the Ga Chunwi ice dungeon gate, he helplessly told Miso, yeah, let's have a celebration party next time. She turned and said, really? What a shame, but there's no other way. She added, I wish you could come eat with us. Inside, he felt a spark of excitement. I'm eager to see the results already. After that, the three of them headed in the opposite direction, not forgetting to say goodbye. See you later, Sang-hyun, Miso said. I'll message you. Sang-hyun replied, yeah, thanks everyone for your hard work. But it seemed Miso still had something to say. She asked him, "Sang-hyun, can I speak to you more intimately now?" He looked briefly surprised. He forced a smile and agreed. "Yeah, sure," thinking to himself. "I can't exactly say, how dare you speak so casually to an elder to her." She smiled gently. Cheerfully she said, "Then get home safely, Sang-hyun oppa." He showed no reaction. Then he smiled faintly and replied, "Yeah, you get home safe too." In his mind he thought, "Oppa, how long has it been since I last heard that?" Perhaps from this moment on the two of them would grow sweeter. Juhi and Tisiak began to read into the word appa, and felt a little warmth in her words. A little later, in the alley behind Chunwi Station's gate, Sang-hyun placed the large sword before him and began to channel magic. Immediately the system chimed. "You have absorbed old greatsword. The condition for the light reduction effect has been met. Effect activated." The sword gradually dissolved. He looked at it and forced a small smile. As expected, no secondary stats came with it, so I couldn't absorb much. Still, since it's that spicy tuna kimbap I like best, I'm kind of happy. Sang-hyun slowly raised his hand and activated the system. "Okay, so that's everything done. Now let's check the results." He pressed OK with eager anticipation, his excitement clear on the smiling face of the hunter. The player info panel popped up quickly. His current level was 51, with strength increased by 150, and agility increased by 50. Sang-hyun had acquired several skills, including Knockback Burst, a skill that knocks enemies back and costs 27 mana to use, and the hunter had also earned the title Cunning Hunter, which restored 1 HP whenever he killed a monster by absorbing its blood. Surveying the fruits he had reaped, Sang-hyun smiled in deep satisfaction. He couldn't have imagined. Just switching to a sword increased my power so much. Plus 2 titles and a skill, this gate really is a treasure. If I raise my luck stat. Without hesitation, Sang-hyun reached out and tapped the screen, and the system then announced, "The player's luck has exceeded 200. Critical hit range recalculated to about 120% to 600%. Seeing such a staggering figure, the hunter was astonished. Up to 600% critical. So if I'm lucky I can land 6 hits. I'm so far ahead of my past life level 50 in just 2 weeks, something Yoon Dekyung took years to do." In the end, Sang-hyun simply smiled. "All right." While the hunter was still elated, "I must keep this pace. Wait, demon sword Do Kyungsu. This life I'll catch up to you." A strange aura began approaching him from behind. Emergency system warning. The atmosphere around you is becoming increasingly eerie. But Sang-hyun didn't seem to notice and remained carefree. Now to find Shin Tae and get revenge, mid-thought. The red light of that aura flared, catching his attention. At the sight of it, the smile on the hunter's face froze. "Huh, this feeling is familiar." The system announced, 3 new constellations are approaching you. Lion King is interested in your swordsmanship. Sower of Beauty and Flame acknowledges your fierce fighting spirit. Hunter of Darkness questions your existence in this world, believing you do not belong here. And when Sang-hyun saw all 3 of them appear before him at once, he couldn't help but be astonished, and the system announced, "Goddess of Luck reports that a few pretty good constellations have appeared this time, and Sang-hyun coins are skyrocketing." Hearing that, the hunter could only groan. Where did she learn to talk like that? After a moment, Sang-hyun still stood frozen, staring at the newly arrived constellation. He forced a smile, a little incredulous. "I didn't expect the next wave of constellations to appear so quickly. It must be because my growth rate is absurdly fast. The friendliness and generosity of Goddess of Luck is probably the biggest reason. Don't act like you can read my thoughts." No sooner had he thought that than the goddess smiled and gave a thumbs up, leaving Sang-hyun stunned. "Wait, she actually can read me." Then the hunter slightly raised his eyelids and looked up. Let's see who has appeared." Lion King and Sower of Beauty and Flame. Everyone knew these 2. They were real heroes who became deified and turned into constellations, and Sang-hyun wondered, could they see warrior potential in me? But maybe the real reason is. Suddenly Sang-hyun made eye contact with Lion King and Sower of Beauty and Flame. The 2 constellations flinched and slightly frowned. Immediately they became angry, and the system reported, "Lion King scolds you for ogling an elder Sower of Beauty and Flame. Shouts that if this were his time as a general, your head would have flown." Seeing their rising anger, the hunter could only force an apologetic smile, then thought, "That's why former heroes are so troublesome. If I sign a pact with them, I can imagine how much they'd scold me, and a very dangerous one has appeared." Thinking that, Sang-hyun warily shifted his gaze elsewhere. This time he looked at Hunter of Darkness. She was watching him with a mocking smile, Exactly the last person Sang-hyun wanted to encounter as a player. She continuously monitors the spatial strips in real time, constantly moving around to track players who gain excessive benefits from system glitches. She's also a bounty hunter who deals with cheaters who exceed limits. Suddenly Sang-hyun remembered something. In my past life, a similar thing happened, except for exceptions like Goddess of Luck. A ranker made a double pact. She clung to them until they completely collapsed, truly terrifying. The more he thought of those horrors, the more terrified the hunter became. His face went pale. Damn it. None of the constellations here suit me. But Lion King raises vitality and Sower of Beauty and Flame raises power. Of course, signing a pact with a constellation is crucial. It's certainly a decision that can change a player's life. But right now I already have Goddess of Luck, and that's enough. Meaning, if I wait a little longer, might I receive something even more amazing? Suddenly Sang-hyun recalled Throne God. Historically, the number of players who made pacts with truly legendary beings could be counted on one hand. He didn't like gambling by nature, but now the hunter had no choice. Sang-hyun slowly turned his gaze back to the constellation. Then he answered plainly, "Sorry, but today I think I won't choose anyone." The swordsman's words stunned them all. The system then announced, "Lion King is astonished, saying he has never been treated like this before. Sower of Beauty and Flame departs, saying he may visit you 3 times, like a sworn brother." Sang-hyun stood still watching them leave one by one, and hearing the system's words he could only smile wryly. "Even if you come back 3 times, my answer won't change." Suddenly Sang-hyun noticed something, and his eyes widened slightly. At that moment Hunter of Darkness was slowly stepping into that spatial doorway. Before fully leaving, she slowly turned her head and looked at Sang-hyun one last time. Her gaze, full of hunger and eyes glowing, fixed on him. The corners of her mouth curled into a sharp smile, and at that instant the system announced, "Hunter of Darkness warns that one day she will expose the secret you are hiding." Sang-hyun flinched at seeing that expression, and hearing her final message. It made him extremely uneasy, exhausting. The hunter felt a bit helpless. "I also want to avoid trouble, but it seems I have no choice. From now on I have to be careful with the new constellation." "Well, this should be fine now, right?" Sang-hyun said as he turned his phone on. After a tense period facing the constellations, the clock was nearing 11:30. The hunter muttered, "Good, if I leave now I won't be late." Sang-hyun read the info on his phone and smiled. "The monsters that will appear in the next rift are a pack of kobolds, like the Cerberus earlier. They're also affected by the day-night junction. I can't miss this target." Without hesitation, he slung his sword over his shoulder and left the alley. "Running 3 times in one day won't be easy, but I'll try until Throne God takes an interest in me." Thinking that made him grin bright. At the same time, in the mission area near Jamsel Station, at the Player Association's office managing Rift B4, staff were working actively. A female staffer answered a call. "Yes, this is the Rift Management Department of the Korea Player Association. We're listening." Whatever the caller said next made her expression go very bad. She widened her eyes and shouted, "What?" After receiving the information from the caller, she turned to the others in disbelief. "Impossible. A rift has appeared at Exit 1 of Bupyeong Station. All combat members, prepare to mobilize immediately." She urgently replied to the caller. "Confirmed. We'll request cooperation from nearby players." So, before she finished, the caller said, "But here, someone has already started fighting." Hearing that, the staffer couldn't help but be horrified. "What? What did you say?" The woman on the line repeated. "I mean, there's already a player here." The staffer recovered. "Huh, how did they get there?" The caller answered. "I don't know, but he's fighting the monsters alone." Hearing that, the staffer panicked. "Alone? That's too dangerous. Tell him to evacuate immediately." Following her guidance, the caller urgently replied, "Understood, but Seeing Sang-hyun eagerly fighting the monsters, the caller hesitated and told the staffer, "Not really, this doesn't look too dangerous." The staffer grew more confused, as if she couldn't believe her ears, and asked, "What?" From a rift the fiends began to appear, stepping out as if. Rifts in reality started appearing 11 years ago after the first outbreak. Unlike dungeons or gates, this is an unpredictable disaster that lets monsters enter our world. A pane of glass shattered open, and a rift appeared there. From the rift, the monsters crawled out and entered the real world. The monster widened its eyes, as if witnessing something before it. Sang-hyun, sword slung over his shoulder, stepped forward to face the monster, his face full of confidence as he stared straight at the monster. "For me, It's not unpredictable. 10 minutes earlier, Sang-hyun had stepped out of the station with his sword on his back. Halfway there, he turned his head to look back over his shoulder. It's about time. From what I remember, I just need to leave this exit. His gaze fixed on something beside him. Strange lights began to appear before his eyes. Sang-hyun scratched his head awkwardly. There it is, the rift. That's why I can remember this so clearly. He recalled from his previous life the monsters that had come out of it. Because of a special reason, this rift is a tragedy. Recalling the scenes from his past life, his resolve hardened. It caused countless civilians to die. This time I'm here so that won't happen. With an impassive face, he finally spoke honestly. I'm glad I reset. Sang-hyun remembered the images of growing up with everyone. I was raised in an orphanage since birth, so I don't remember what my parents looked like, but still, I've never felt sad or hopeless. The photo he took with the people at the orphanage had been shattered. But I know what it's like to lose someone. Images of monsters slaughtering everywhere returned to his mind. So, I will never forget this. At that moment, a girl's figure appeared. She didn't turn but only asked, "Are you okay?" Sang-hyun, his face full of confidence, drew his sword ready to fight the monster. Alone, he confronted the giant monsters emerging from the rift. Their expressions were all ferocious, as they growled to intimidate. Right away, Sang-hyun unleashed a special move. Day and night junction. Wolf-type monsters will be frozen by this effect. The beasts could only stand there growling, unable to move. Pleased, he smiled and praised. Good, it works well. But then Sang-hyun glanced to the side, thinking to himself, but it's not as effective as when I fought the Cerberus. Seeing the starry sky without the moon, he guessed the reason. Must be the moon, it's completely obscured, so they haven't fully submitted to me. That didn't discourage him. Instead, he felt excited. This is interesting too. These monsters couldn't move, and could only snarl in anger. Sang-hyun gripped his sword and lunged at the monsters before him, this time using a new skill. Full strike, a movement skill. Skill level 1. Concentrate a vast amount of power, then dash forward in an instant to strike the enemy. The longer the charge time, the greater the damage and dash distance, but during this, all other movements are restricted. A stream of blue light flashed right past the monster's face. It assumed the light had missed it and grinned smugly. But at that moment, a small blue orb appeared beside the monster. The orb gradually enlarged, pressing the monster's back. Repel, hidden skill. Causes a repulsion state. Costs 27 mana to repel enemies. Success rate and repulsion distance vary with the target's skill resistance. Up to 183 mana can be consumed to increase success rate and repulsion distance. With just Sang-hyun's first strike, those monsters were quickly pushed far away. Those monsters were beaten back and forced back into the rift. Even he himself hadn't expected this skill to be so powerful. Repel effect, its area of effect is huge, and combined with full strike, the damage dealt is pretty massive. The monsters were so badly hit they were vomiting blood. This already increases my area attack capability. The beasts panted heavily, clearly badly injured. Plus luck increases critical damage. Current critical damage ranges from 120% to 600%. When the monsters saw Sang-hyun approaching, they were instantly terrified. You still didn't die from that earlier move, so I guess I haven't reached max critical damage yet. He jumped high, preparing to strike again, causing them to panic and turn to flee. Then this time, let's see what the maximum damage is. A car sped down the road at an astonishing speed. The people in the car drove up to the rift. There, found it. The car quickly stopped near the rift, causing those outside to wonder. Lee Hyun immediately stepped out and introduced himself. We're from the Player Association. Who called in? Korea Player Association. Lee Hyun, level 110, player rank B+. A girl quickly stepped forward and pointed ahead. Yes, I called. There are monsters over there. After hearing the situation, Lee Hyun instructed her. Okay, find a safe place, we will. But someone beside him called to Lee Hyun. Hey, Lee Young looked at him and suggested. I think we should check it first. Korea Player Association. Lee Young, level 90, player rank B. Before the two of them was Sang-hyun fighting the monsters alone. They couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. What the? The monster in front roared and threw a punch straight at Sang-hyun. Lee Hyun and Lee Young quickly grabbed weapons. Lee Hyun, surprised at the monster, said, A kobold warrior. This is a kobold rift, take it down quickly. Got it. From a distance, Sang-hyun called out to reassure them. I'm fine, don't come over here. He confidently declared to them, I'll take them down alone. Not believing his ears, Lee Hyun wanted to ask again. Wait, you mean? New skills and titles activated for Sang-hyun. Title, Confrontation activated. Status, Isolated Kobold Warrior has no allies within 5 m of the target except you. All skills increased by 20%. Let's see. Skill Body Reinforcement activated. The user's body is reinforced and speed is increased. The Kobold Warrior raised its sword, preparing to strike back. But Sanghyun was not weak either. He channeled power into his sword, preparing to strike. Repel what I've been charging up until now. Let's see what happened. Two immense streams of power immediately collided with each other, but the monster seemed much weaker than Sanghyun and was quickly knocked flying by him. The monster was struck as if by lightning, roaring in pain without stop. Finally, it fell straight to the ground right in front of Sanghyun. Perfect. Lee Hyun and Lee Yong, witnessing the scene, were both filled with speechless astonishment. One of the two behind them finally spoke up. Hey, you're Shin Sanghyun, right? The two of them also stepped over to him and thanked him for his help just now. So you two are from the association. Sorry about earlier. No, thanks to you no one was hurt. This rift is truly a miracle. Lee Hyun stepped forward and said, thank you. Hearing the thanks, Sanghyun simply smiled and declined the credit. No problem, lucky I happened to pass by here. Lee Hyun had already guessed Sanghyun's intention. I'm just guessing. You were going to keep fighting, right? The protagonist seemed surprised that he could predict his next move. How did you know? Very quickly Lee Hyun answered his question. I've heard most high-level players do that. If it's not beyond your limits, please stick with us. Contrasting Lee Hyun's determined expression, Lee Yong looked worried. Bro, Lee Hyun genuinely wanted to learn more from Sanghyun. We won't get in your way. I just want to watch how you act. Hearing that, he only smiled. Finally, he agreed to let the two follow him, but as he turned to leave, he sighed. Do as I say, rookie's so cute. I sound like an old man. Sanghyun went ahead, clearing monsters to open the path for Lee Hyun and Lee Yong to follow. Bupyeong Station, Rift, Intermediate Arena. With a single light strike, Sanghyun quickly sliced the blocking monster in two. Lee Hyun and Lee Yong panted as they ran after him. Lee Yong kept complaining. Why does he run so fast? Is he really a low-level player? Forget levels, just follow him. Don't you remember the fight he had outside the rift? Though likely fatigued, Lee Hyun was most determined to tail Sanghyun into the rift. He must have something special in his combat senses or something. We need to observe and learn as much as possible. Lately, I haven't been able to increase my power much. Lee Yong didn't hesitate to voice his doubt. But isn't it strange that he still has so much stamina after that fight? Hearing that, Lee Hyun also noticed the protagonist's oddity. But I was pretty confident my stamina was higher than most players. Yet that battle just now, really not easy. 30 minutes ago at Bupyeong Station, entrance to the rift. The three of them entered the rift together. Suddenly something appeared before them that made Lee Hyun and Lee Yong widen their eyes in astonishment. Before the three of them now stood a horde of giant monsters waiting for them. The monsters positioned above aimed their bows straight at the three. Sanghyun quickly grabbed the corpse of a nearby monster to use as cover and told the two, everyone, hide behind me. I dragged this body in to prepare for situations like this. The monster's arrows were fired one after another. Cruel, but those arrows only struck the corpse. The three quickly took cover behind. Lee Yong looked terrified. He wrapped his arms tightly and glanced at the arrows falling beside him. Sanghyun glanced at the two behind him, thinking, bringing them in was probably a mistake. Handling the monsters while protecting them is a bit too much. His face showed no expression now, silent. But then he brimmed with determination and told himself, why complain? I need to learn how to handle situations like this. At that moment, he reversed the grip on his sword and reminded himself, otherwise, I'll never reach a high rank, right? Just then, a monster drew its bow, aiming directly at Sanghyun. But unlucky for it, his sword flew straight into its head, causing it to flip backward. Seeing its comrade like that, the nearby monster froze in fear. Seizing the moment, Sanghyun sprinted toward them with his sword. Don't get distracted. The arrows have stopped, right? At the same time, he activated his skill and sliced off the heads of those monsters. In the blink of an eye, those monsters collapsed to the floor. Sanghyun glanced behind him and announced, okay, next is up to floor 2. But at that moment, a gigantic monster stepped out to block his way. Sanghyun was knocked backward by the monster. Why all of a sudden? His face showed reluctance as he thought. Good thing I reacted in time. If it had hit me, my body would have been shredded. A massive monster appeared, panting. This beast was the Kobold Champion. I didn't expect such a strong monster to guard floor 2. The Kobold Champion raised its shield and charged at Sanghyun. It snarled and rushed to attack the protagonist. It's alive again. Sanghyun questioned himself. Can I repel this attack? Repel, can I? No, I can't gamble on uncertain situations like this. After calculating, he decided to charge straight in and fight the kobold champion. I have to take its blow and try to minimize the impact as much as possible. His sword drove straight into the shield of the kobold champion. The sword not only pierced the shield, but also decapitated the champion. Even Sanghyun himself hadn't expected his power to be this strong. This damage, it even pierced the shield. The monster's head was no longer on its body, and it one-shot the kobold champion famous for high defense. My stats shouldn't be this high. So is this the true power of the great sword spirit? The champion's head tumbled among the other monsters, terrifying them. Sanghyun gave the monsters a wicked smile that sent chills through them. So that's how it is. He immediately swept through with one move and cleared the monsters on floor 2. Lee Young and Lee Hyun turned to look up in amazement. Now on the second floor, the monsters had been sliced into pieces. On those corpses, a new pair of boots appeared. Speed boots, platinum relic, common equipment type. Boots. Effect. Imbued with the will of an assassin who longed to run faster. Blessed by a common spirit, movement speed is tripled on non-stony terrain. Under normal conditions, movement speed is double. Sanghyun quickly sat down and put on the speed boots, exclaiming, "Jackpot, kobolds are harder to deal with than goblins. I've heard they can drop some rare relics." After putting them on, he looked down, and an energy radiated from the boots. Looking at the boots on his feet, Sanghyun was surprised. These even auto-adjust size. Kobolds don't have athlete-sized feet. This will make things easier from now on. He walked to the railing on floor 2 and looked down. Over there, below, Lee Hyun and Lee Young had, after a struggle, wiped out the monsters there. Seeing the two of them, Sanghyun could finally praise their talent. "You two fight better than I do, huh?" The three of them quickly ran up to the upper floor. "This run has already yielded quite a lot. 5 silver, 4 gold, and a platinum. That's worth about 1.5 billion won. If we just clear kobolds along the way, my HP will be full, so the boss shouldn't be a problem, right?" Sanghyun's HP bar was full, and now he was very confident to face the leader here. The new title is pretty strong too. Wise Hunter, title effect. Restores 5 HP by absorbing life each time you defeat a monster of small size or larger. But suddenly, something ahead made the protagonist's eyes light up. A door appeared before him, emitting a red energy. So that's where that strange energy is coming from. The deepest room in the rift, the king's treasure. Sanghyun quickly entered the chamber. Something gleamed before him, startling him. What is that in front of me? Before him now lay a huge mountain of gold. What the heck is this? Sanghyun's eyes sharpened. He immediately sat down, staring at the pile of treasure. Forget that strange energy, sorry. Cute items, what is this? Can I retire early now? But while he wasn't paying attention, a monster aimed an arrow at him. At the same time, he remained indifferent, gazing at the gold below. Forget getting stronger. With this money, life will take off, right? The monster above fired an arrow towards Sanghyun. The arrow struck the pile of gold below. It didn't expect Sanghyun had been on guard. He immediately leapt up to attack the monster. Another ambush, huh? The kobold king turned its head and growled at him. The protagonist's sword immediately slashed down and he taunted it. "Always this move, so boring." The kobold king quickly rolled and dodged Sanghyun's earlier attack. Even he couldn't believe it could dodge his strike. The way it dodged at that distance. What kind of movement is that? The kobold king turned, preparing to shoot another arrow at Sanghyun. Feels like it lured me in on purpose. It turned out the final monster he had to overcome was this final boss, the kobold king. Fortunately, Sanghyun noticed in time and turned to look back. At the same time, the kobold king's arrow was fired. Luckily, Sanghyun dodged it. The move he used just now was full strike. Seeing the arrow stuck in the ground, Sanghyun felt lucky. If he hadn't used full strike in time to evade, his body would have surely been pierced. Sanghyun and the kobold king simultaneously stomped the ground. Sanghyun looked at the kobold before him with a suspicious expression. This thing. It seemed the kobold king wouldn't give him a moment's rest. It plucked a single hair from the back of its neck. It instantly transformed that hair into a powerful arrow. Seeing it, Sanghyun thought, "That's trouble." Lee Hyun and Lee Young quickly reached the rift door. Has it started? They rushed inside, calling out loudly, "Sanghyun, sorry, we're late." Inside, when the kobold king saw the two, it immediately growled, threatening them. It grew huge, bared razor-sharp teeth, and glared fiercely at the two. Due to the effect, King's Gaze of the kobold king effect, Immobilize has been cast. Lee Hyun stared at it in fear and shouted, "What is this, boss?" Only now did he notice the disturbance and stammered, "My body can't move." Without him realizing when, Sanghyun had appeared behind the kobold king. He raised his sword high, ready to strike down. Sang-hyun flashed a triumphant smile and taunted the Kobold King. You dared take your eyes off me. Recovery skill level 1 activated. Immobilize has been dispelled thanks to restoration. The Kobold King finally noticed Sang-hyun above it. It looked up and growled. Sang-hyun's slash struck the Kobold King's arm. The Kobold King howled in pain at its wounded arm, and then something unexpected happened. Demonic War cannot be cast due to the Kobold King's skill resistance stat. Sang-hyun looked at it with regret. Thanks to restoration I found an opening, but its resistance stat is too high so I couldn't inflict stun. What a shame, but he glanced at Lee Hyun and Lee Young crouched on the ground. The intimidate effect right now. Both of their faces showed it. Sang-hyun, looking back at them, thought, if 2 level 100 players react like that, then maybe it's even stronger than the Goblin Lord I once fought. Sang-hyun smiled, sure he had a new idea. Last time I couldn't get it, but luckily. Once more he seized his sword and charged at the Kobold King with full confidence. This time I'll definitely get it. Intimidate. The Kobold King wasn't to be outdone. It summoned arrows behind its back. Sang-hyun showed no fear. Resolute, he rushed toward it. This time the Kobold King used a stronger move. Kobold King used Rapid Strike. Countless arrows were fired at once, but Sang-hyun dodged them all. Sang-hyun used his sword to block the arrows. These things. Suddenly, the Kobold King leaped into the air. It manifested countless arrows behind its back again. Witnessing this, Sang-hyun was surprised by its intelligence. Just as I thought, it's very smart, unlike any monster I've seen before. But are its arrows infinite? It's unfair. It keeps its distance and drags this into a prolonged fight because of full strike. Given the current situation, the Kobold King's cooldowns are faster than Sang-hyun's. As I recall, its Intimidate has a shorter cooldown than my recovery, if it figures out. If the Kobold exploits Sang-hyun's weakness, he'll have only one path. I might die, since I can't do anything while intimidated. I can't let it drag me into a longer fight. Worried, Sang-hyun stared at the Kobold King in the air, thinking, damn, if only I had a long-range attack, this would be much easier. His attention then fell on the gold coins on the ground. Looking at them, an idea popped into Sang-hyun's head. That's it. Lee Young turned to Lee Hyun to ask about his condition. Hey, are you okay? I've never encountered this effect before, so I was a bit scared, but I'm feeling better now. Countless arrows from the Kobold King were fired at Sang-hyun in succession. This time the Kobold King was very confident and roared. Lee Young watched Sang-hyun fight, puzzled. How is Shin Sang-hyun still fine? Does he have some cleansing skill or something? Lee Hyun also looked up at Sang-hyun with skepticism. If he has one or two of those, it's not surprising, but what is that strange feeling? Suddenly, Lee Hyun's eyes widened, as if he saw something before. The arrows the Kobold King had just fired were now lodged deep in the ground. Wait, the arrows are sinking deeper into the earth. Lee Hyun spotted the Kobold King's scheme and warned Sang-hyun. Damn, I should have noticed sooner. Sang-hyun, it's 7. Sang-hyun was slowly falling down into the pile of gold. Are you done shooting? His foot slowly touched the heap of gold on the ground. At that moment the gold coins gripped his feet tight. The Kobold King now broke into a sinister grin. It began channeling all its power into the crossbow in its hands, aiming at Sang-hyun. The arrow the Kobold King fired with full force was released. With his feet held, Sang-hyun could only stand there and watch. The arrow instantly pierced through his abdomen with ease. The Kobold King then leaped down onto the pile of coins. It seemed delighted to see Sang-hyun struck by that arrow, but its joy didn't last long. Sang-hyun suddenly spoke up, mocking. The arrow had passed through him, yet he showed no sign of injury. You think you were the only one setting traps? Thanks to the sacrifice effect, the incoming attack was nullified and my HP recovered. The hunter slammed his sword into the ground and taunted the Kobold King. You should have paid attention. How could I be hit so easily? Sang-hyun's eyes turned black. Now, illusion skill activated. User's body enhanced, movement speed greatly increased. Gripping his sword with confidence, Sang-hyun charged at the Kobold King. Now it's your turn to take a beating. He used a new skill, Knockback Burst. The gold coins on the ground surged toward the Kobold King. The coins embedded into its flesh, making it roar in pain. Outside, Lee Young finally understood Sang-hyun's tactic. The gold acts like shotgun pellets. How powerful is his shove? Lee Hyun watched in astonishment. No, that's not the point. I've met countless players, but the Kobold King's body was covered in coins. Lee Hyun was shocked by Sang-hyun's strength. I've never seen anyone with combat sense at this level. The coins clung to the Kobold King's body, yet it still struggled to rise and fight. Though wounded, the Kobold King refused to give up. You're as tenacious as a leech. Sanghyun now wore a demonic grin. He gathered strength in his sword, ready to continue. All right, let me finish this. Suddenly, the Kobold King let out a powerful roar. Sanghyun quickly severed its crossbow, then used illusion to close in on it. His attack was so fast the Kobold King couldn't even react. But it was too late. The Kobold King was swiftly cut through by Sanghyun. Congratulations, you have defeated the Kobold King. The Kobold King lay defeated, tongue out, collapsed on the ground. Sanghyun plunged his sword into the ground and a wave of energy radiated out. Your level has greatly increased. You have received a C-rank title before the drink grows cold. Title grade. See title description. A title born of one who bears beauty and flame based on her ancient memories. For 2 hours after entering a dungeon, you and all party players are immune to the intimidate effect. A brilliant radiance now shone from his body. The bearer of beauty and flame once proudly declared, "In youth I beheaded my enemies before the wine could grow cold. This is the first time I've received a title related to a constellation I've encountered." Sanghyun turned and looked back at the light behind him. Finally, on the ground lay the items he'd obtained after leveling up. Appeared, Intimidate, Despair Talisman, Platinum Relic, Support Equipment, Special Effect, Intimidate. A roar nearly escaped from the Akata's Kobold clan, filled with boundless hatred. Enemies hit by this oppressive aura will quickly lose their will to fight. Swift Step Boots, Gold Tier Relic, Common Equipment, Footwear, Special Effect, Retreat. Boots specialized for high-speed evasion. Move backward faster than forward. When an opponent is off guard, they create a major counterattack opportunity. Discovery Necklace, Gold Tier Relic, Accessory, Special Effect, Detection. The Kobold King crafted this necklace to quickly detect enemies. It senses murderous intent and marks enemies within a 100 m radius as red light. Sanghyun bent to pick up the Despair Talisman, unable to hide his delight at the loot. The other items just make my mouth water. I'll store them first and absorb later. People are watching. At that moment a voice called from behind him. Sanghyun. Lee Hyun and Lee Young ran up to Sanghyun and urged him. What's wrong? Why call my name all of a sudden? We have to get out of here now. The rift is starting to close. Upon hearing this his face registered surprise, but Sanghyun sighed helplessly. What? Ah no, everyone knows the rift closes once it's cleared. Why are you two so scared? Suddenly he realized something. Wait, don't tell me. Sanghyun hugged the items he'd received and looked down at the pile of coins with a worried expression. That means, he gazed at the gold and jewels with regret. So, what about this pile of loot? Lee Hyun and Lee Young quickly dragged him out, but he resisted. No, don't pull me out, let go boy, no, damn. Outside, the rift people had gathered. Reporters were even filming. The three of them slowly emerged from the rift to everyone's astonishment. Those outside breathed a huge sigh of relief and cheered. Looks like they succeeded. Holy crap, Sanghyun is so cool. Look, the rift is closing too. But suddenly everyone froze, faces blank with confusion. Clutching the loot, Sanghyun looked despondent because he couldn't take the gold and jewels out. Why is the mood like this? A microphone was immediately shoved toward the sullen Sanghyun. A reporter stepped forward to greet him. Hello Sanghyun, we're reporters from Player magazine. Smiling, the reporter asked Sanghyun how he felt. As the hero who saved Bupyeong Station, could you say a few words? Sanghyun managed an awkward smile, puzzled. Hero, what are you talking about? Player Town, Estour, Advanced Training Room B1, where two girls were fighting monsters. Jo Ihyun raised her staff and began. Summon B-rank Golem. Now Korean Player Association Jo Ihyun, level 120, Summoner Mage, player rank B+. The stone monsters lunged at Terry immediately. Begin combat simulation. Terry remained calm and fearless, narrowing her sharp gaze at the approaching monster. A stone monster charged in, and Terry sliced across its body with her blade. Its body exploded the moment it was slashed. The stone monster looked at her with a puzzled expression. Terry spun the great blade in her hand. Seizing the moment, she gripped the blade tightly and prepared to strike. With her nimble movements, she struck the stone monsters one after another, landing countless cuts as they howled in pain. The bodies of the stone monsters began to crumble away. As Terry stomped, the stone monsters behind her immediately disintegrated. Their fragments quickly fell behind Terry. She turned to look at the debris behind her and praised Ihyun's move. You did great. I came here so I wouldn't forget the feeling from that day, but in Terry's mind were memories of the duel with Sanghyun long ago. I want to fight him again. I should have exchanged contact info, but Miso buted in. A news report behind her caught Terry's attention. Breaking news. Today a rift appeared at Bupyeong Station. Witnesses say a nearby player handled it alone. Hearing this, Terry looked skeptical. A rift? Are we going to interview that player now? Suddenly her eyes widened, as if she'd noticed something ahead. The broadcast showed Sang-hyun being interviewed. The reporter asked him, "How does it feel to clear a rift with no casualties?" He replied, "I just did what needed to be done." Seeing him on the news, Terry couldn't help but smile. So modest, awesome. I didn't expect to run into him like this. The reporter calmly questioned Sang-hyun. "Did you face any difficulty? According to the Player Association, those monsters are around level 150. Your level is somewhat lower. Didn't you struggle?" Sang-hyun answered modestly. "Yes, level matters, but I don't think it's the absolute factor that decides victory or defeat." Watching him on the news, Terry agreed and praised him. He's right. If he can speak so confidently, he clearly knows his limits. I've sensed it for a while. He's grown, like a player who returned from hell. Terry wondered aloud. Who was his teacher? Maybe his constellation is the god of war. She also considered another possibility about Sang-hyun's constellation. Or perhaps he has a pact with the flame god, like I do. The next day, at Shin Sang-hyun's home, he focused on absorbing the items he had gathered the day before. His hair immediately turned white, undefined space. He opened his eyes and stared joyfully at the items on the floor. Finally, time to consume them. Sang-hyun was eager to absorb the items. Yesterday I got a relic, intimidate, detection, and retreat. They're all useful, must be my luck stat. All right, keep going like this and I can grow as I wish. Since the rise of the player's era, most swordsmen fit this image. Their bodies muscular, veins bulging. Swordsmen never escape the mold of strength and stamina. But then, a giant octopus monster wrapped its tentacles around the brawny swordsman's body. With monsters that attack differently, those who pursue raw power alone have begun walking the path of ruin. The brawny swordsman was stunned by the sight before him, and the swordsman standing has stopped, perhaps, but the arrival of one person severed all the octopus's tentacles. Since the demon sword Du Kyungsu appeared, the whole swordsman's mindset has changed. He removed the heavy armor to optimize speed. Instead of defense, he chose evasion. He picked support-oriented skills rather than pure destruction. In other words, he's a swordsman who can handle any situation. Kyungsu was the pioneer of the current swordsman phenomenon. Basically, he pioneered the concept of the all-round swordsman. This time Sang-hyun was ready to change from his previous life. Even in my past life, I never changed my fighting style because of my proud nature. But this life will be different. Pride won't feed me. The system chimed again. Absorption preparation complete. Despair talisman, swift step, and discovery necklace. Delicious dishes were laid out before him. They were plated exquisitely. Fresh forest mushroom kobold soup, kobold steak with pungent pepper sauce. Sang-hyun salivated at the appealing dishes. Delicious. So this time it's based on the Kobold King's cuisine. I thought that other guy was just cunning, but he's quite a foodie. His stomach growled at the sight of the appetizing food, and he wondered, but why are there only 2 dishes? Another dish appeared before him, giving off a pungent odor. On that plate the pupae writhed. Live swamp orange kobold larva salad, scratch my compliment. That foodie remark was premature, this is not good. In front of Shin Sang-hyun's house, 2 security guards were trying to keep people from entering. A man with a camera demanded, "I told you last time we were allowed, open up." The guard at the door barked without mercy, "How many times do I have to tell you? That's wrong." Sang-hyun went to the window, looked down at the crowd making a scene, and forced a smile. So how are we supposed to make a living? Is that my problem? What are they doing down there? Come to think of it, how did they get in here last time? I paid to stop this kind of thing. He remembered the plate of pupae on the table and turned pale with nausea. Going outside to breathe didn't help. Seeing that made me sicker. The deep plate crossed the line. Better go rest inside. Sang-hyun stretched and turned back into the room, wondering, I don't have any plans, what should I do next? Maybe rest today. Yesterday's nausea still hasn't passed. Suddenly his phone in his back pocket rang. He immediately pulled the phone from his pocket and answered. Hello, hi Sang-hyun. The woman on the line introduced herself and then made a request. I'm Kim Jae-hi from the Player Management Department. We met in the Quest area. Do you remember? Yes, I remember. Why are you calling me? Jae-hi got straight to the point. Oh, nothing major. I wanted to call to reward you for the Rift incident, that nameplate thing. Awards like hero or nameplates, honestly, by my standards this achievement is so minor it makes me embarrassed. He recalled swordsmen stronger than him he had fought and felt small. Because compared to the players who will face and stop future disasters, the rifts, what I cleared is just a drop in the ocean. Rather than rest, Sanghyun declined Jai-Hai's offer. I still don't deserve such praise, sorry, but I have to refuse. At least grant priority access to the dungeon I requested earlier. Mentioning priority access to the dungeon made Sanghyun's face fall. I meant the dungeon, the Silent Land. He didn't expect to receive priority so quickly. It was approved. Yes, the higher-ups noticed because of this achievement. No obstacles at all. The Silent Lands, a dungeon where nearly all elite monsters use the silence status effect. And also, Sanghyun glanced to the side. He sat beside the blonde young man. Behind him was a monster they had defeated. He wondered, looking at your sister's photos again. It's a habit. I look at her pictures when it's all over. It's been about 10 years since I lost her. Sanghyun was curious why the blonde man had lost his sister. Which dungeon did your sister go into last time? The blonde man stared at the cheerful photo of his sister and didn't hesitate to name the dungeon. The Silent Lands. She was a player who relied heavily on skills, so once she went in, she couldn't do anything. He kept looking at the photo with regret. But now I can clear that place easily. Regret won't help anymore. All he hoped for was one thing. Unless I could go back to the past. Back in the present, Sanghyun was thrilled to hear he'd been granted priority access to the Silent Lands. All right, prepare it for me right away. This is a dungeon I must go to. The car raced down the road at an astonishing speed. Sanghyun was driving the car himself. Sitting inside, he couldn't help but remark, the new car really handles well. I was only planning to spend money on relics. He remembered walking the subway with his long sword and all eyes turning to him. But last week at Bupyeong Station when the rift appeared, I learned a painful lesson. I like attention, but not like that. I'll never use public transport again. The phone mounted on his dashboard rang. He immediately picked up and answered. Yes, I'm here. Ah, hello, Sanghyun. I'm calling to confirm that today's raid is at the Silent Lands. Yes, I'm on my way and almost there. The person on the other end, having grasped the situation, replied at once. Ah, understood. Other staff will assist you on site as it's outside my jurisdiction. Sanghyun sighed inwardly, thinking, come to think of it, time really flies. He recalled how hard he had trained before. I focused completely on training to review my progress. It's been a week since I cleared that rift. At last Sanghyun could smile. He hummed to himself as he drove. I can't wait any longer to test the new skills. My hands and feet are itching to move. Something suddenly hit his eyes and left him stunned. Ahead, police officers were directing traffic to reroute vehicles. The officers were trying to steer traffic to avoid a jam. Is there still a traffic jam at this hour? Move along. We avoided rush hour on purpose. Inside the car, Sanghyun was annoyed and muttered, it'll take a while before the road clears. What the hell? Could a rift be opening again? Once more his eyes widened as he looked straight ahead. Up ahead, many reporters were crowding around a young man in the street. The young man being interviewed was Kyung-soo. Sanghyun in the car was surprised to see him again in this situation. Do Kyung-soo. At that moment another rift opened behind Kyung-soo. Dungeon number 21, Uedo intersection. The girls outside were ecstatic to see Kyung-soo, repeatedly screaming his name. Kyung-soo oppa, I love you. Just look this way once, please. A female reporter nearby seized the chance to get more from Kyung-soo and praised him. You're still as insanely popular as always, do Kyung-soo. How does it feel to receive so much adoration? Kyung-soo answered with something unrelated to her question. It's an honor for me. The reporter, displeased but forcing a smile, pressed for more news. What's with that perfunctory answer? Thinking you're famous, are you? So then, how do you feel about the upcoming dungeon raid? The woman offered him a hint. Like your attack pattern, for example. But Kyung-soo kept that attitude and answered curtly, same as always. He looked briefly at the reporter in front of him. I'll just cut through all the monsters, that's it. The female reporter immediately admired him after hearing that strategy. Okay, now that I think about it, that blunt answer is kind of captivating. The cameraman next to her urged the reporter, hey, focus. Unknown to him, Sanghyun had leaned his head out of the car to look at them. Look, people outside murmured when they saw his action. It's Shin Sanghyun, he's watching do Kyung-soo. He kept staring and drove off without noticing. Now he remembered. I'm easy to recognize too. Other reporters immediately turned their coverage to Sanghyun's presence. Breaking. A clash between God and man. He's challenging the throne of the Demon Sword King. The bodyguard beside Kyung-soo leaned in and whispered. He's the one who soloed that rift not long ago. I heard his style is similar to yours. On hearing that, Kyungsu didn't get angry, he even smiled rarely. Yes, I know, excuse me. Sang-hyun got out of the car to take questions from the journalists who bombarded him. Mr. Sang-hyun, why did you come all the way here? Just a coincidence. Are you here to challenge Do Kyungsu? No, not really. The barrage of questions left him bewildered. Why did you park like that? Is it the full option model? Can you reveal the price? Just a coincidence. What? No, I mean it's fully loaded. Damn, I don't want to make Do Kyungsu notice me like this. From afar, Kyungsu was also looking toward Sang-hyun, making him flustered. What should I do? He gave Sang-hyun a rare smile, but those smiles were sarcastic. Seeing him smile, Sang-hyun was stunned, disbelief in his eyes. Did he just smile? Was that a sneer? So did you borrow money to buy the car or pay for it yourself? Now he no longer cared about the reporter's questions. His mind fixated on Kyungsu's smile. I don't know what that smile implies, but either way, I'm really glad to see it. They looked at each other at the same time, both gazes full of meaning. Seeing him like that reminds me how long the road ahead still is. Finally, Kyungsu turned and walked away, calling to his bodyguards. All right, we should go. Yes, sir. But for a moment he sighed inwardly. I've met many promising players before, but this one is different. Kyungsu recalled the look Sang-hyun gave him and thought. He doesn't look at me with admiration. He sees me as someone he must surpass. The demon sword wielder Do Kyungsu walked on, but he had already learned Sang-hyun's name. Shin Sang-hyun, right? Sir, wait for me. We will surely meet again. Dungeon number 661, codename, The Silent Lands. Another rift opened there. Someone stepped out of the stopped car and paused there. Sang-hyun closed the car door but kept thinking. Do Kyungsu really is a very special person. He just stands there, yet I can't find a single gap. That presence is still there, his face filled with determination to conquer. The bigger the target, the more thrilling the chase. Just wait, I will catch up to you soon. Suddenly a voice beside him called out. Hey, I'm serious. What do you mean by that? Outside, two people were arguing with Jai Hai, clearly furious at being denied entry. Today was clearly our turn to raid the Silent Lands. Please calm down. Why is it Shin Sang-hyun's turn? Sang-hyun stepped forward to ask about the commotion. Is there a problem? Shin Sang-hyun, perfect timing. The red-haired woman who had been arguing turned to scold him. So you're acting like this just because you're famous. Even as players, you should know the basic rules. Has something like this ever happened before? Seeing the red-haired woman, Sang-hyun felt he recognized her from before. Thank goodness. Actually today, yes, it's that face. I'm not sure because my memory's a bit faded. This woman in front of him was the sister of the blonde man he'd fought alongside in a past life. Today is the day your sister died in the Silent Lands. Hey, are you listening to me? Remembering her gentle older brother, Sang-hyun compared the two in his mind. I didn't expect her to be so rude and wild, sir. She's completely the opposite of him. You must have had a hard time with this kid. The red-haired woman couldn't contain her anger and shouted, Enough! In a situation like this, there's no need for courtesy. Hey, Shin Sang-hyun. Sang-hyun stood above and looked down at her, replying dryly. So what? Sometimes you need to be firm with others. He immediately stepped up to teach the girl a lesson. Even if you're angry, don't take it out on me. I was only following the schedule the association arranged. Any problem with that? After reprimanding the red-haired woman, he turned, waved, and left. Then I'm going into the dungeon. I don't have much time. Ah yes, stand back. The red-haired woman hissed with anger, wanting to lunge at him and kept threatening. Do you think I'll let this go? Watch yourself, Shin Sang-hyun. Be careful when it's dark, got it? I should have just taken the day off. This is so annoying. Entrance to the Silent Lands. At this moment, everything inside the Silent Lands had become dilapidated. Sang-hyun stepped through the rift and entered the Silent Land. The stench made him immediately cover his nose. A foul smell rises as soon as you enter. Well, it's understandable since most of the monsters here are. Suddenly, a mysterious shaft of light erupted at his feet. Two hands emerged from the ground, reaching up to grab Sang-hyun's legs. A monster with a huge mouth crawled up from below, growling non-stop. It's an undead creature. The creature immediately clamped onto Sang-hyun's leg, preventing him from retreating. Sang-hyun drew the long sword from his back to attack, and the system rang out. You have been afflicted with silence by the ghoul's eastern wind attack. You cannot use skills for 0.5 seconds. Just touching it silenced you. Although silenced, his limbs still worked normally, and he raised his sword high. His blade cleaved the undead monster in two. There weren't just one but many undead monsters, immediately crawling up from the ground. The ghoul's hands reached out as they lunged toward Sang-hyun. So basically, Don't get hit even once, and limit skill use. The undead arms nearly touched him, but he wasn't very concerned. Seriously, sounds like playing the basics. If there's one thing I'm most confident in, it's that. Korea Players Association. Scouting Team 4, Tactical Briefing Room. An association staff member was reporting on a player. The next player we need to discuss is player Shin Sang-hyun. His image was enlarged across the screen. A team captain exclaimed with admiration. Oh, so that's the kid who cleared an entire dungeon, right? Quite an impression. He doubted the authenticity of it. Even so, I heard he only awakened his ability a month ago, and before that he was just a porter, right? Someone else snorted in. He also remembered who Sang-hyun was. Oh, it's him, the one Lee Jiang and Lee Hyun keep praising. That man was An Ik-hyun, captain of Scouting Team 4 of the Korea Players Association. Another person chimed in agreement. That's right, he's been getting a lot of public attention lately. Ik-hyun laid out his suspicion. Clearly his development speed is far beyond other players, but should we consider him one of those super special cases, like Kim Misu, Shin Tae, or Do Jeongsu? I'm a bit skeptical. Others agreed. I share that view. This was Shin Minyi, vice captain of Scouting Team 4 of the Korea Players Association. Minyi looked over the flagged report. There are always players who show astonishing growth. The fact he handled that rift solo is highly commendable, but since we can't clearly determine the real danger level of the situations, we must be cautious when discussing his achievements. We also can't rule out that he's just good at manipulating the media. Someone suddenly spoke up in disagreement. I don't think so. The meeting attendees groaned helplessly. There it is again. This is the 100th time Lee Gahi has opposed the vice captain's opinion, and she cut him off before he could finish. The vice captain snapped. All of you, shut up. Ik-hyun looked at the objector and asked, what do you want to say, Lee Gahi? Gahi stood and replied honestly. Yes, sorry for interrupting, but he's a player I've been personally tracking, said Lee Gahi, a scout in the strategy division of Scouting Team 4. She stepped to the screen and explained. Over the past few days I've collected data on Shin Sang-hyun. It took extra time, but I think we should do this, because it's the only way for us to understand that Shin Sang-hyun is not an ordinary player. She presented an example. As you know, this is a growth chart for a normal player. We set the parameters at level 50, assuming Shin Sang-hyun had reached that level. The chart showed only slight fluctuations in player ability. Gahi clicked forward, and now, this is the simulated growth chart for Shin Sang-hyun. His chart shot straight up like a steep incline, leaving everyone in the room stunned. Someone blurted in shock, what the? But Minnie cut in, impossible. He challenged her. Lee Gahi, what do you think you're doing? Have you lost your ability to objectively assess the players you're assigned to monitor? Don't forget your role as a scout. The number of skills might be dismissible, but what do you think about the number of titles? At that rate, are you implying he's on par with the growth speed of the demon sword Do Jeongsu? Gahi stood by her judgment. This is the conclusion I've reached after objectively reviewing the data. It's indisputable. She explained. I've gone to meet everyone who has cooperated with Shin Sang-hyun. The man Minyi had cut off could only mutter in frustration. She cut me off again. Gahi prepared a questionnaire to learn about Sang-hyun. Question 1. Were there any odd traits in Shin Sang-hyun? The interviewer answered. Sang-hyun, I think he has two things many would find strange. She asked him to clarify. Please focus on his skills, combat instinct, and battlefield influence. He laughed. Oh, his skills are incredible. I have never seen someone use stun like that. No one can probably get close to him. Then he suddenly sighed. However, if it's only that, it wouldn't count as extraordinary. The reason he's special. At the same moment, he was frantically charging into the undead in the silent land. That answer seemed to describe his current actions precisely. Probably his innate combat genius. Gahi's second question was what they thought of his combat instinct. Tseok answered excitedly. His basic training is truly top tier. Juhi echoed. Yeah, Sang-hyun is so cool. The vague answer forced her to narrow the question. How to put this, compared to players of the same rank he's better, right? Juhi immediately retorted. Not just that, if it weren't for him, we wouldn't even be here to talk. Tseok added enthusiastically. It's hard to explain, but I think the gap between him and other players comes from how hard he trained. It feels like I'm coordinating with a battle-hardened veteran, he said. Indeed, Sang-hyun was cutting down the undead like a seasoned killer. His remark piqued her interest. What? Can you explain that in more detail? Sang-hyun continuously dodged and slaughtered the undead, exactly as Tseok suspected. It feels like he knows what's about to happen. His instinct can predict the opponent's next move brilliantly. The undead monsters showed no sign of thinning out. More crawled out from somewhere to attack him. Without hesitation, Sanghyun charged at them, while Tisiok explained. I think most people will have moments when they expose weaknesses. Gahi agreed. Right. Unless they have ample experience to defend themselves, a few gaps will show. Tisiok continued. But Sanghyun isn't like that. It's as if his body moves automatically before he even thinks what to do. Sanghyun gently sliced through the undead as he advanced. Even when one suddenly appeared from a blind spot behind him, he easily dodged it without harm. Gahi clarified Tisiok's point. In other words, he seems to have very keen combat instincts. And that was exactly what he meant. Yes, perfect. Combat instinct honed to a fine edge. No matter what situation Sanghyun is in, even when attacked by many at once, he still has ways to handle it. He continued to defeat them with ease. From those surveys, Gahi concluded in the meeting. To summarize, the trait that sets Shin Sanghyun apart is an instinct equivalent to predictive ability. To add, Shin Sanghyun's combat instinct is on par with most A+ players. If we include this in the analysis, then I believe he has sufficient capability to be considered an S-rank player. Sanghyun looked at the pile of undead strewn about and sighed wearily. That's true. A lot of monsters die. Minyi remained stubborn. Unbelievable. He questioned Gahi. Do you understand what being rated S-rank means? She, of course, wouldn't back down. I understand clearly. The vice-captain grew angrier. And what about this prediction? Are you saying Shin Sanghyun anticipated the rift's appearance and used that to claim titles? He was about to explode. Why don't you just say he regressed then? Gahi looked enlightened. Regression also convincing. I knew the captain would. Minyi shouted her name. Lee Gahi. Ikkyun rubbed his temples and intervened. Everyone be quiet. Why do you argue every time we meet? Are you children? I understand why you say Shin Sanghyun isn't an ordinary player. He ordered. Lee Gahi, starting today your task is to focus solely on monitoring Shin Sanghyun. Minyi wanted to object. Captain, but he continued. However, you will work alone, understood. Gahi happily accepted. Yes, I'll do my best. Inside the Silent Lands, Sanghyun continued to probe the area. He muttered irritably as he walked. I hate the smell of monster blood, but ghoul blood might be even worse, which is why I bought new clothes. They keep appearing out of nowhere, so they're really hard to deal with. Don't even drop relics. Suddenly he remembered something. Wait. Sanghyun rubbed his forehead in frustration. Now that I think about it, I don't have that skill. A golden gleam flashed in his eyes. I should have used it from the start. Locator skill, active support skill, skill level 1. Activate detection eyes. If you possess a similar support skill, the effect is disabled. All monsters within a 100-meter radius are marked. Monsters leaving the area are marked separately, with a maximum tracking distance of 500 meters. Suddenly, a massive ghoul undead rose up and appeared before. A chill ran down Sanghyun's spine. What? Why are there still so many monsters? I thought I cleared most of them. Should I leave a few alive? Something strange appeared before his eyes, catching him off guard. A red thing hovered in the air, he guessed. A fly, does that count as a monster? Why did the locator mark it? He reached out to touch it. Boom, the fly exploded in a large blast. Only then did he realize. It's a suicide fly. Sanghyun looked at his slightly burned hand and felt lucky. Good thing I reacted in time or I'd have been burned badly. Could have lost an arm. If there are more suicide flies around, then there must be some magic-type monster nearby. Sure enough, hordes of suicide flies flew closer. If I can't get away from them, those flies kept detonating, causing large explosions that were trackable from afar. And in the distance were some undead mages, the ones controlling the fly. Back at the Korea Players Association meeting, Minyi had calmed down and called Lee Gahi, which made her curious. He asked seriously and precisely. I understand you rate Shin Sanghyun highly, but besides combat instinct, do you have additional information about his skills or titles, as you mentioned? Perhaps he has some special method of acquiring them. Am I right? She replied. No, actually I've considered that, though it's only my hypothesis. But, at the same moment, an undead mage near Sanghyun noticed something. Her voice rang evenly. Even if it's only partially true. He appeared with a shield before the undead. Really? You lot have no sense of living, do you? Sword guard skill, activated support skill. Create a barrier with a sword that blocks attacks aimed at the blade. While the barrier is maintained, you cannot move forward, only retreat. Costs 2 mana per second. If the barrier is broken, Sword Guard must be reactivated. She asserted Shin Sang-hyun is a player who surpasses ordinary limits. Over there, he asked them, is it my turn now? A few days earlier, in the underground training room of Building C in the player's town, someone was frantically practicing swordsmanship against surrounding arrows. Arrows flew continuously without stopping. The person stubbornly fought on, precisely slicing each incoming arrow. That person was Sang-hyun. As he trained, he pondered, looks like I've been following this regimen for 3 days now. Except for special cases like consuming a relic, the way to acquire skills is simple, through repeated habits. If you use the commonly known guides, obtaining basic passive skills is fairly easy. But to obtain an active skill like full strike, those methods don't work, because the repeated habits must match certain conditions. Players who discover these methods usually don't share them, keeping them to themselves. Possessing them is nearly impossible unless you get lucky by chance. Still, back in the present, he had just withstood a large explosion in the Silent Land. He assessed himself. I'm already a fairly experienced player. Sword Guard skill, activated support skill. The sword creates a barrier that blocks attacks aimed at the blade. While the barrier is maintained, you cannot move forward, only retreat. It consumes 2 mana per second. If the barrier is broken, Sword Guard must be reactivated. The undead mages, seeing Sang-hyun still intact, grew cautious and kept spawning more suicide flies. One of them screamed, as if issuing an order. It formed a pitch-black magic orb from its skeletal hand, and the swarm of suicide flies multiplied from there. Then it commanded hundreds of thousands of flies to fly toward the approaching swords. At the same time, he reanalyzed the skill. The Sword Guard I worked hard to get is certainly a good defensive skill, but its biggest drawback is being unable to move forward. However, hundreds of thousands of flies kept detonating, sending smoke and dirt billowing everywhere. Sang-hyun pushed steadily through the dust and smoke, heading straight forward. A spherical barrier surrounded him. He charged forward, swinging his sword to prepare to cleave them, which made them panic. He told them and himself, there's always a way to overcome any limitation. A group of undead mages cast multiple inferno spells at once. They hurled infernos at him continuously. He vaulted to dodge and sneered as he did. Sang-hyun shouted at them, too late. He activated his combat skill. A slash split the undead mages in 2, their cries of pain cutting off. That cry drew the attention of a monster not far away. It prepared to leave its place and move toward the sound. The undead mages gradually disintegrated, consumed by their own agonized cries. They left behind a crystal that radiated a strange purple glow. He picked it up and guessed, is this a purple mana crystal? Finally seeing high-tier drops, and advanced mana crystal sells for over 100 million won on average. The deeper the dungeon, the better the rewards. He set it aside decisively. I'll come back for it after I've finished. Sang-hyun decided on his next destination, now to the deepest part of the dungeon. He used the locator skill. System notification. A monster has appeared via locator. Seeing the system panel stunned him. Only one. Where did all those swarming monsters go? So where is that monster located? The monster suddenly appeared behind him. Sang-hyun also sensed, something's behind me. The monster had readied its sword. He had to rely on his judgment. It's too late to react. Right, left, down, damn it, whatever. Now I have to use instinct to guess where it will strike. The swordsman chose to leap high to evade. Please let this guess be right. Immediately after, the ground beneath his feet was cleaved into collapsing chunks with a thunderous roar. Sang-hyun stared in horror. This is insane. He suddenly realized. Now I get it. Of course the monsters wouldn't just disappear. They all flee to survive, because of this thing appearing. A monster that slaughters both enemies and allies without discrimination. The Death Knight. The monster saw him dodge and immediately lunged forward. He grew more alarmed at that bold move. I don't understand why a monster that should only be in the deepest dungeon came all the way out here. But when I faced it directly, I understood. Yeah, it's because of it. He remembered his teammate and that teammate's sister. It killed my teammate's sister. Sang-hyun swung his sword to strike back. The mid-tier boss, the Death Knight, born of remorse and rage. He kept telling himself, in this life I won't let that happen. 2 swords charged with power clashed head-on, releasing a tremendous force. Sang-hyun barely parried each blow with his sword, cursing silently. Damn it, each of its strikes is overwhelmingly powerful. The Death Knight, like them, is a kind of immortal monster, a knight born from death. More precisely, it's the soul of a dead swordsman reborn into an immortal body. His main skill is Silent Swamp, a perpetually active ability that silences anyone who touches the black mist at his feet. The association thought he could be easily defeated if accompanied by a ranged player. Using the ghoul as the dungeon standard, they set the difficulty of the Silent Lands at level 120, and that was the association's biggest mistake. The true power of the Death Knight isn't something like Silent Swamp, it's the soul of the swordsman within it. In other words, if that swordsman had high skill, the Death Knight becomes exponentially more dangerous. The association realized this too late, and then significantly increased the threat rating of the Silent Lands, Sang-hyun recalled while defending himself. Damn it. Then what followed? After discovering that the Death Knight in the Silent Lands had a threat level between A+ and S, the monster continued to unleash devastating blows at it. Sang-hyun could no longer withstand it, and hammered by the fear strikes, fell to the ground. He was in such pain that his eyes rolled and he spat blood, feeling something was wrong. This is bad. Watching the Death Knight draw nearer, he mocked himself. Am I really going to die this time? Sang-hyun fell silent and waited, thinking. Then he shouted in frustration, "Get pissed off." He planted his sword and rose, saying to the monster, "Every time I say I'm going to die, it's so hard. People don't change easily. Whenever things get even a little more dangerous, weak thoughts always come first. At this rate, I won't change at all." Sang-hyun shouted at the monster, "You bastard. What the hell are you looking at? Come at me, you bastard." He taunted it. The Death Knight fell silent, seemingly absorbing the human's words. Then its face hardened, and it looked at him with obvious anger. The two sides, on one side the Death Knight monster, on the other the swordsman Sang-hyun, stared each other down in tense silence. The monster let out a cry, as if answering his provocation. Sang-hyun moved quickly to find a way to strike. The monster didn't rush. It slowly sized him up. Then it stomped the ground and lunged forward in pursuit of Sang-hyun. He looked at the monster behind him and calculated silently. All right, it's chasing me without hesitation. With my current stamina, confronting it would be foolish. I need to find a way to recover at least a bit of stamina. The system announced, "Locator has found monsters, 17, 18, 19. Many monsters appeared before him." Sang-hyun grinned inwardly. "Just as I thought, they're taking advantage of the moment the Death Knight left. So you were hiding in the deepest reaches to avoid the fight." A door materialized in front of him. He lightly kicked it open and ran straight inside. Dozens of undead monsters were inside. They stared at the intruder who had just appeared. They let out an angry roar. Sang-hyun set his face in a stern expression and prepared to charge. He cut through them, slicing them to pieces, their screams echoing throughout. The Death Knight behind him quickly caught up. System notification. Cunning Hunter, title rank C. Each time you kill a small monster you absorb its blood to restore stamina. He heard and rejoiced. All right. The notification continued. Due to Cunning Hunter, you will recover 35 HP. Everything went as Sang-hyun had calculated. Thanks to the relic I got from the rift, my speed increased, so losing his trail is no problem. Good. Just keep recovering stamina like this. I can reach the deepest part of the dungeon. The monster kept cutting down its kin as it closed in on him. Sang-hyun finally burst into the deepest area of the Silent Land. The sight there made him wince in stunned surprise. Heaps of undead monsters filled the place. He was even more delighted. There are still plenty here. At this rate I can restore most of my stamina. Okay, next. Before he could do anything else, the monster behind him nearly reached him, leaving him frozen. He hurriedly dodged. Damn it. The unlucky undead who couldn't get out of the way were cleaved in two by the Death Knight's blade. Sang-hyun was surprised. This thing, don't tell me the skill earlier wasn't aimed at me. But it was. The monster kept attacking the horde of undead. He understood the reason. It noticed I'm recovering stamina, so it's killing all of its kind. This is insane. Sang-hyun quickly dodged the attacks coming from that monster. Then he swung his sword and lunged at it. The system announced, preparing counterattack. Even if it guessed that, it would be too late. No matter, I've restored enough mana. The chance has come. I will use counterattack to face it head-on. The skill was suddenly crossed out and unusable. Just as Sang-hyun prepared to strike, the system announced the reason. You are in the Death Knight's Silent Swamp. You cannot use any skill. He was surprised. What the? And at that moment the monster's strike landed. Its force crashed down with a thunderous impact, and he unfortunately took the full hit. By inertia, his body flew straight backward and crashed into the ground. Blood poured from his mouth as he reassessed. What a stupid mistake. I swore I'd always be on guard against the silence, but all the stamina I gained just now was blown away in one hit. If I hadn't parried with my sword in time, I'd be dead. He refused to accept it. Got him. Me like this, he remembered those who had fallen. I can't give up like this. Sang-hyun recalled the moment from his past life, when he held his teammate in his arms. The boy struggled to speak his last words. "Hey, I need a favor, just one thing. Sang-hyun, where my sister is buried, please bury me beside her." At that time he tried to hold him back. "Don't say those depressing things. Do you want to die, you bastard? The collapse will be over soon. Just hold on a bit longer and the rescue team will arrive." But the boy only smiled with relief. "Really? Then that's a relief." He tried to call out, "Brother," and Sang-hyun reassured him. "Yeah, you bastard, stay conscious and wait." The nightmare scene he dreaded most then occurred. That teammate passed away peacefully after hearing the news, leaving Sang-hyun alone to endure it. Only then did he shout loudly as if to tell his teammate, "I know." Back in the present, the Death Knight remained in the same stance after beating Sang-hyun to pieces. It stood silently, listening to see if its enemy made any move. His voice rose unexpected to it. "Right, I think I was wrong from the start." He stepped out from the corner. "Maybe I was preparing and hoarding stamina for the final boss fight. Yes, I misjudged everything, repeating the same mistake over and over. It's over, it's really over. So now it's all or nothing, you dog." He lunged at it as if he'd lost his reason, and the system announced, "Confused skill activated." Sang-hyun seemed to regain confidence. "Yes, I absolutely can't give up here. Not because I'm stubborn about a goal or my past. It's just because." He slowly closed in on the Death Knight. They lunged at each other like lightning. They stabbed and slashed fiercely and relentlessly. Sang-hyun kept reminding himself, "I can't live while turning a blind eye to what I can protect." He felt the pain when he drew his sword again. "Just countering tore the skin on my hand as if it were ripped. If this is a battle of strength versus strength, I can't beat it. But during our earlier exchange of blows, I discovered something. It's something I'm better at than it is." He took a stance and looked straight at the monster. Then he quickly dodged the life-threatening sword stroke it swung at him, and appeared behind it. The monster realized quickly and turned its head to attack. But he was no longer there. He was pressed up right beside it. The Death Knight could hardly dodge this blow. Sang-hyun shouted in its face, "No matter how good you are at fighting, it's useless if you can't hit me." His strike hit the monster squarely. The system announced, "Critical hit inflicted. Critical damage scales with the player's luck stat. Current multiplier 120%, 600%. He gripped his sword and yelled, "Die." The Death Knight was knocked back into the wall and thrown aside. The system announced, "Critical hit damage increased by 600%. While it was still disoriented, he quickly struck it again. It was beaten down flat to the ground. He paused to catch his ragged breath. Sang-hyun wiped the blood from his lip and ordered it, "Stop pretending and get up." I knew this wouldn't end easily, and sure enough, the monster slowly pushed itself up on its hand. It let out an angry roar, and the system immediately announced, "The Death Knight has used its last life flame as a sacrifice. All of the Death Knight's stamina stats are sharply increasing." He gripped his sword tighter. "It's starting, revenge for the enemy, the Death Knight." He frowned and bit his lip. Although the Death Knight's skill was nullified, they always share one trait. Whenever their remaining HP drops below 10%, then after 10 seconds it will self-detonate, the so-called definition of death. A massive surge of power surrounded the monster. Just as he knew, the monster was self-detonating, a colossal power radiating around it. Sang-hyun hesitated and calculated. "With my current HP, one hit and I'm dead. Trying to duel it now would be suicide. In this situation, I've completely become its prey, but I won't let myself be swallowed. Even prey has its role. Only 10 seconds left, then I'll run like hell." He charged toward the monster. The two prepared to collide. The monster swung its blade at him. Fortunately, Sang-hyun dodged in time, causing its sword to plunge into the ground and upheave the earth. He stared in horror at the sight. Sang-hyun clenched his jaw to suppress his instinctive fear before the powerful foe. He turned and ran, the monster behind him. 10, 9. The Death Knight began forming a surge of power in its palm. He felt something was wrong. This don't tell me. That power gradually linked to the sword that had been ripped from it early. The sword slowly rose. Then, under the monster's control, it flew back toward its owner. Sang-hyun couldn't let it achieve its wish. He swung his sword at it. "Where do you think you're going?" As a result, the sword lost control and was flung far away. The Death Knight, seeing the sword nearly within reach then snatched away, grew even angry. It abandoned the sword and madly charged at him. Sang-hyun gritted his teeth and sped up his escape. Stupid move. Still too much time left. He felt, "My body is screaming in pain. It feels like my lungs are going to fall out." He reminded himself, "Just a little longer. Hold on a bit more, you damn body." The knight unleashed a devastating strike that shattered the ground into pieces. Luckily, the protagonist was still unharmed. He threw himself forward with all his strength and seemed to collapse from exhaustion. He tried to crawl backward with his whole body. The monster, of course, seized the opportunity to charge at him to finish him off. The system still displayed the previous message, You are in the Death Knight's silent swamp. You cannot use any skill. Sang-hyun panicked and urged himself. Think, come on, think. If you can't think of something, you'll die. The monster's hand was already right next to him. A slicing slash cut the ghoul-like undead clean in half. Only the word "you" could be spoken. He looked at the pile of corpses he'd slain scattered across the ground. Sang-hyun from the past breathed heavily. Finally, he shouted. Finally, I killed those damn ghouls. How many more times were they going to use silence? His former teammate approached from afar and called loudly, Sir, are you finished? He turned and replied, just finished. He looked at the boy's still clean face and asked, by the way, why do you look so spotless? The boy replied awkwardly with a smile, honestly, it wasn't that hard. He listened indignantly. What did you just say? Sang-hyun confronted him with a complaint. You didn't get hit by those damn ghouls. They kept casting silence. How could that be easy? They spammed so I couldn't use any skills. Is that fair? It's basically telling a swordsman like me to go die. He smiled and reminded him. That's why I told you to bring a relic to dispel control. Don't be stubborn. He retorted, it's not stubbornness. What use is bringing a relic with a 2-hour cooldown? If they keep silencing, it's useless. He continued advising, that's why you have to use it carefully. He responded with a puzzled hum. He explained, even if it's unfair, at least you can use it once to create an opening, right? To stage a perfect performance with the scenario you're given. That's what being a real player is, he said. He stared at the light emanating from the boy and couldn't find words. You. Sang-hyun grabbed him and pinched his cheek. You brat, getting cocky with me now. If it were that easy, I'd be a ranker instead of stuck here. The boy protested plaintively. Why are you like that? I'm just telling the truth. He snapped back, the truth? You want me to punch you for it? Who do you think you are, acting high and mighty? The flashback replayed in an instant, making him laugh at himself. I don't think I'm in any position to criticize others anymore. A level 1 healing skill was activated. The recovery removed the silent status. Sang-hyun quietly said, step back. His feet immediately felt empowered and moved backward, activating a movement skill that quickly retreated. Movement is based on the feet touching the ground. The wider the contact area, the farther the retreat. Used against a careless opponent, it can create a huge opening. Thanks to that, he dodged the powerful attack and was only flung away by inertia. The Death Knight roared at him from above. Its roar carried a strong gust of wind, as if to blow him away. Luckily, he grabbed onto the chandelier hanging from the ceiling in time, or he'd have been blown away. He cursed it, you disgusting thing. Sang-hyun thought, that move just used up all my mana. Now I have nothing left to play, not even a little. The monster lunged right in front of him. Sang-hyun let go of the chandelier he was holding. The Death Knight couldn't change direction in time, causing the chandelier to explode into 100 pieces, while he managed to fall down safe. Exhausted, he could only let himself drop to the floor. Sang-hyun spat out a mouthful of blood, losing all sense of time. I don't even have the strength to lift a finger. Time, how much is left? He watched the monster frantically preparing to unleash its power and curse it under his breath. Fuck, is this really the end of me? Sang-hyun wondered, when did everything start going wrong? No, it's been mistake after mistake. From the start, I misjudged the enemy's strength and ended up taking a huge amount of damage for nothing. Then I kept making mistakes. I really headed straight for the end. The monster's hand was right at his throat. Sang-hyun felt helpless. I should have made the most of this so-called rebirth, damn. Just as the hand was about 2 inches from his neck, it began to dissolve. The monster had used up all its remaining time. Its body gradually crumbled into pieces. Sang-hyun escaped death by a hair and laughed mockingly. He muttered, I really thought I was dead. Looking at the monster dissolving, he wondered, feels like I've been reborn again, doesn't it? The system announced, congratulations, you have defeated the mid-level boss, the Death Knight. You have received a large amount of experience. His level rose continuously. The system announced, your level has greatly increased. HP has been fully restored. He laughed with joy. I totally forgot. Level up HP recovery just saved me. But stamina and HP aren't the same. My stamina still hasn't recovered. Sang-hyun looked at his hand, still trembling. One more thing. And the side effects from that frenzy skill earlier remain. I can carry all these side effects forward, but the final boss of the Silent Lands isn't easy. Indeed, that Death Knight was unusually strong. Pushing forward now is completely unrealistic. He made a decision. There's only one conclusion. What I can do is, except for removing the frenzy, there's no choice but to accept the side effects to recover stamina. The frenzy state vanished immediately. He guessed, I didn't take any critical damage after activating it, so it should be fine. No sooner had he spoken than his body began to erupt. He felt pain all over. Sang-hyun clutched himself and screamed in agony. The system announced along with his screams. Due to removing frenzy, you have fallen into an extreme fatigue state from accumulated damage. Accumulated damage warning increased threefold, fatigue level sharply increased. Prolonged warning of this condition may lead to player death. He wanted to question the system. Why wasn't this warning given earlier? But couldn't. He felt, no, my consciousness is fading. Entrance to the silent land. The gatekeeper felt something was off. Strange. According to the organization's stats, he should have cleared it and come out already. The blonde man accompanying Sang-hyun's former teammate speculated, could something have happened in there? The other woman asked, what should we do? Should we report it? The girl arrogantly refused. Report what? If he's confident he can be responsible for himself. Someone disagreed with the girl. But I still feel like something's wrong. The girl snapped irritably. What a hassle. A question echoed from the silent lands. What the hell is going on in there? Seeing Sang-hyun collapsed on the ground, that voice sounded even more suspicious. What did he do? Sang-hyun lay unconscious on the ground. While the monsters slowly tightened their encircle, they aimed straight for him. One monster even drooled at the sight of Sang-hyun, preparing to leap forward and seize him. But the goddess of luck declared she would not forgive anyone who harmed her player. That proclamation alone was enough to send the monsters into a panic and flee. The goddess of luck snapped at him to stop acting like a baby and get up. She slapped Sang-hyun hard across the face, then nagged, asking if this was all he had. But there was no response. Seeing this, the goddess glanced around and noticed something. A sly smile appeared on her lips. She dragged Sang-hyun's unconscious body close to the wall, then lay down beside him and even fell asleep. Finally, Sang-hyun woke up. He jolted awake, panicked, and wondered how long he'd been out. He couldn't believe he'd blacked out inside a dungeon. When he tried to stand, his whole body ached as if run over by a wagon. Sang-hyun swore when he realized the hallucination drug's side effects were this severe. But facing such enemies, he had no other choice. From now on he had to be more careful. Fortunately, the ghouls didn't seem to chase him, though he found that odd. Those things are usually obsessed with corpses. Just then, he discovered something lying right beside him. Sang-hyun couldn't believe his eyes. Seeing the goddess of luck asleep from exhaustion, he understood immediately that she had saved him. He didn't know what had happened while he was unconscious, but he trusted the goddess would explain when she woke. Meanwhile, he had to do what he could. A ring had appeared. Sang-hyun moved closer. He was a little disappointed that this was the only artifact. The item's name was Silent Ring, a platinum tier support ring. Its special effect, mana circulation. Once worn, mana recovery speed quadruples. However, this effect only works in dungeons at night under a bright moon. During the day, mana recovery is halved. Though strange, the ring, crafted by a hunger-driven, vengeful spirit of mana, possessed an incredible ability to gather mana. Sang-hyun was angry that after all his effort, he only got this kind of reward, and it wasn't even a silence effect. He grumbled that maybe the Death Knight wasn't the true final boss. But then he realized something. Before he passed out, he defeated the Death Knight and received an unprecedented amount of experience. A status panel he'd never seen before had appeared, so he decided to check it immediately. The player info panel appeared before him. Name, Shin Sang-hyun, level 83. Title, Clever Hunter plus 8 other titles. Constellation, Goddess of Luck. Exclusive skill, Devour Artifacts, 29 artifacts consumed. HP, 238 MP, 247 EXP, 1738. Stats, Strength 250, Stamina 109, Dexterity 83, Mana 71, Luck 229, Evasion 33, Defense 65. 25 unallocated stat points remaining. Sang-hyun was shocked to see his level had reached 83. He gaped, unable to believe it. When he last defeated the Kobold King, he had only reached level 58. Now, just by taking down the Death Knight, he jumped more than 20 levels. He guessed that to make up for the lack of artifacts, the system had compensated with massive experience. Sure enough, his rate of progress was exponential. If he kept this up, becoming a top hunter would only be a matter of time. He laughed so hard he coughed up blood. Of course, that laugh woke the goddess of luck. Sang-hyun was bleeding quite heavily. After that, the two of them built a fire and relaxed around the campfire. It had been a long time since Sang-hyun had sat by a campfire like this. He couldn't remember the last time he had a proper rest in a dungeon, even if it was just a short break to recover stamina. But he noticed the goddess was relaxing a bit too much. The goddess of luck said, If you don't learn to enjoy life's small pleasures, luck won't come to you. Sang-hyun smiled faintly and admitted he used to try to live that way. But now things were different. He resolved to seize his fate with his own hand. System notice. Beginning monosynchronization with silent ring. Absorption preparing to complete. A plate of marrow garnished with silent forest greens was presented before him. Sang-hyun was amazed. He never imagined he'd get to eat such rare marrow. In his past life, he'd only seen it on YouTube and wondered what it tasted like. In the videos, people usually scoop it out with a spoon. Now it was his turn. System notice. Silent ring has been absorbed. Sang-hyun said contentedly that eating meat by the fire felt like a dream. The goddess of luck looked at him dazedly, wondering which of them was really over-relaxing. She curiously asked how he obtained that ability. Growth unbounded abilities are extremely rare. Sang-hyun explained that when a player awakens, each receives an innate ability. At least that was what he knew. The goddess of luck admitted she didn't know much about players' personal traits. She said if that's true, having such an ability is an incredible stroke of luck. Sang-hyun forced a smile and agreed he was very lucky, though inwardly he thought this was the kind of luck only possible because he had regressed. The goddess of luck also said she was fortunate to have met a growth-type player like him. Becoming his constellation was a great decision. Sang-hyun thought about his rate of growth. At this pace, his name would quickly spread across the country, but he knew human greed was limitless. When the stage is no longer a nation but the whole world, there exists a realm no player would dare dream, the domain of true monster. There was a man who had surpassed every limit of a mage-type player. After mastering all 4 elemental magics, he alone fought in S-Class Rift, the monster of all monsters. He was the first Grand Archmage of the Kingdom of Britain, Geron Decay. Sang-hyun realized he was still far from being able to face that man, but perhaps one day he would make him his target. He called the goddess and told her he would do his utmost so she would believe choosing him was the greatest stroke of luck of her life. He had to keep getting stronger and one day aim for that man. The goddess was astonished by his word, but also smiled happily. Suddenly, a gigantic figure loomed above him. The goddess returned to her true size and hugged Sang-hyun tightly. She knew she had an excellent eye for people, and that made her joyful. She said his words were admirable and that she was proud of him. From that moment, the goddess of luck resolved to support him with everything she had. She declared their fates were now linked, and her trust in player Sang-hyun deepened. Sang-hyun yelped in alarm as she squeezed him, complaining it hurt and his muscles ached all over. But the goddess's full embrace fully restored his stamina. He was stunned as even the muscle pain vanished. Meanwhile, in a gloomy place guarded by the god of death, this was the final boss room of the Silent Grounds, the audience chamber of silence. Seated on the throne was the final boss himself, weary King Archie. He said, "Tandem huc preventum est." Then he switched to another language when he realized that no matter how many times he repeated it, his opponent still didn't understand. He praised the intruder for making it this far and wondered whether this person could banish his boredom. The other, Sang-hyun, looked puzzled and asked if he was always like this. He asked why the Archmage allowed them to camp right outside his door. But thanks to that, he had fully recovered. Sang-hyun drew his sword, telling the final boss he would finish this quickly, so the man wouldn't have time to get bored. After that, he would leave this tedious place. Moments later, the Archlick rained countless beams of magic down onto Sang-hyun's head. It laughed loudly and said watching him scurry around like a rat was truly entertaining. Then it declared it would see how long he could keep talking. Another powerful bolt of energy shot straight at him. Sang-hyun realized the subspace skill was extremely dangerous. Weapons kept flying in from every direction. Even though he was properly defending with his sword, blocking them all was becoming difficult. He didn't know how many more hits he could endure. At this point, he began to wonder whether these monsters ever ran out of mana. By contrast, he was certain he would run out if he kept using skills like that. He had activated the skill 4 times in a row. While thinking, he suddenly realized the intention behind the enemy's skill usage. It felt like the opponent was deliberately baiting him to exhaust all his mana. The Archlick declared it was time to end the show. It called him a vermin. The Archlick began to transform. Many dry bones sprouted from its body, while black cloth slowly wrapped around them. It announced the end had come, and told Sang-hyun not to be overly afraid. Sang-hyun told the skeleton to relax. He confidently declared he would finish the fight in the blink of an eye, though he added sarcastically that the Archlick had no eyes to see with. The Archlick was an undead monster capable of casting high-level magic, ranked as an advanced mage. Compared to the Death Knight earlier, it was normally less dangerous. However, in this transformed state, it became a much tougher opponent. The reason was simple. Normally, most mages need both hands to cast a spell. Using one hand makes spells weaker and less accurate, so the Archlich chose an extremely simple method to exploit its undead body to force an increase in the number of arms, thereby casting multiple spells at once. Sang-hyun was sure a perfect triple cast was impossible. Even so, firing 3 spells in succession was a simple but terrifying tactic, but he knew what he had to do. He had to take down the Archlich before it could make full use of that ability. The Archlich declared he had made a grave mistake. It activated Language of Silence. Luminous sigils suddenly surrounded Sang-hyun, freezing him in astonishment. He was afflicted with the silence effect. For 3 seconds, he couldn't use any skill. But for Sang-hyun, that didn't matter, because even without skills he was strong enough to cleave off its head. That was precisely the Archlich's intention. Sang-hyun's eyes widened as the Archlich suddenly vanished and reappeared behind him. It used the extreme close-range blink skill. The Archlich declared he had made a grave mistake again, still calling him vermin. Then it cast Flames of Purgatory. The Archlich mocked him, saying not to be sad about encountering such terrible luck. But suddenly it froze in astonishment. Sang-hyun's sword was pointed right in front of it, only an inch away. Next came the Archlich's terrifying scream. His attack had landed. It couldn't understand what had just happened. Sang-hyun told it was wrong about one thing. He had never been unlucky, because luck always stood by his side. The Archlich's head rolled across the floor. It still couldn't believe it. It desperately asked why. Sang-hyun looked very pleased with that question. He pointed out that the Archlich had been watching him from the start, so it should already know the answer. He revealed he had a skill that could dispel silence. The Archlich knew this, because it had witnessed it in Sang-hyun's previous fight. It understood his fighting style, even knew his mana limits. It was certain its calculations were perfect. The Archlich insisted Sang-hyun couldn't use any skill. Its calculations were flawless. But Sang-hyun pointed out the flaw in the Archlich's logic. If someone exceeds their limits, even a vermin can keep getting stronger. He activated mana circulation. The special effect works passively and has no cooldown. Thanks to devour artifacts, the ring's ability still functions even when not worn. In exchange, mana circulation's effectiveness is halved. Still, at night when the dungeon moon is bright, his mana recovery is tripled. During the day it's increased by 1.5 times. Meanwhile, his old friend's younger sister looked at Sang-hyun in stunned shock. She saw Sang-hyun emerge alive. Unbelievable. Someone hurriedly shouted, "Roll camera," because the interview was about to start. Sang-hyun was completely dazed, asking what was going on. A huge crowd of reporters and cameramen stood before him. In the blink of an eye, they all surged forward. A reporter thrust a microphone into his face while firing questions. Meanwhile, medics checked his pulse. Others kept asking about injuries, whether he'd lost much blood, his blood type, any pre-existing condition. Completely overwhelmed, Sang-hyun shouted for people to stop pushing and give him some space. Suddenly, he recognized someone. His old friend was standing next to his sister. The sister insisted Sang-hyun was clearly fine, so there was no reason to ask their brother for help. She denied being worried about him. Meanwhile, Sang-hyun's old friend looked puzzled as to why Sang-hyun kept staring at him. The crowd around them was still noisy and chaotic, but Sang-hyun's attention was fixed on his old friend, as if it were just the two of them in the world. And deep inside, Sang-hyun felt relieved that he had finally repaid his debt. Around 10 years after his awakening, Sang-hyun hit a wall. His progress stalled completely because he focused all on the Devour artifact's skill. He failed to build meaningful relationships with other players. Eventually, he became isolated from the player world. It was just an ordinary day. No one paid attention to him. Then the guild leader, his old friend, asked if he wanted to join a raid. He awkwardly explained that a member suddenly had a stomachache. It turned out they ate expired scallion kimchi, without knowing kimchi has an expiration date. They joked that's why kimchi refrigerators are needed. Still, they noted the absent member was also a swordsman. Sang-hyun realized the genuine happiness of their guild. Because he had never truly belonged anywhere, he longed for that sense of security. But in the end, he apologized and said he planned to raid alone that day. It was a foolish act of pride. After 10 years as a player, he couldn't bear others seeing him fail to meet even basic standards. And because of that pride, he nearly died, until someone appeared and said things could have been much worse. It was the person who had invited him to the party. He asked if Sang-hyun was okay. That overly kind guy had followed him into the dungeon. Sang-hyun was sure that without him, he would have died. He awkwardly explained that the guildmate thought Sang-hyun refused because of the kimchi incident, so they worried he was upset and went into the dungeon alone. In the end, they rushed to the first aid room. Sang-hyun sincerely thanked him. For the first time, he let go of his inferiority complex and began anew. If it weren't for that man back then, he would never have changed. After that, he accepted the guild without hesitation, and gradually grew attached to the guild they built together. It wasn't a strong guild, but one that protected weaker players. And it reminded him why he became a player in the first place. But one night, the man suddenly declared he was truly quitting this time. He shouted that he couldn't take it anymore. Sang-hyun commented that he always said that, then asked what he planned to do after quitting. He shouted that he'd rather do anything else, part-time work, farming, anything. Then he revealed the truth. He was terrified from facing death over and over, witnessing people die right before his eyes. He couldn't bear it anymore. He asked Sang-hyun if he knew why he founded the guild. It was because his sister had died. For that reason, he decided to help players in danger, and that's how he had lived since. However, recently he heard that another guildmate had ended up in the ICU after taking just one day off. Despite all the help he had given, Sang-hyun admitted he still wasn't strong enough to help when it really mattered. He wanted to tell him to quit, but the guild had grown too large. He couldn't abandon all the members who relied on him to live. Sang-hyun had no words. Back in the present, Sang-hyun stepped forward and lightly tapped his fist against the man's chest. Now he finally had the chance to say those words for him. He told him never to think about founding a guild. He warned that it would only make his life miserable. The man looked at him in complete shock. Then he sheepishly apologized and admitted he didn't remember ever meeting him before. Meanwhile, his sister shouted angrily at Sang-hyun, accusing him of taunting her family and even stealing her dungeon. Sang-hyun left quietly, praying that this time the man would live a happier life. In the Dimension Core residential area, this place was a slum. Various creatures wandered the gloomy, filthy streets. A giant creature held a backpack between its fingers, muttering words humans couldn't understand. Meanwhile, a mysterious man whispered that it was too late. He realized the plan had to be carried out immediately. The news later reported that thanks to information from player Sang-hyun, the Silent Grounds dungeon had its danger level adjusted. Previously, Silent Grounds had been regarded as having an unusually high death rate for its assigned rank. They revealed that the monster called the Death Knight was far more dangerous than other monsters in the dungeon. As a result, entry to Silent Grounds was completely banned until the true danger level could be reassessed. The report added that the association's negligent management policies had led to countless unnecessary deaths. Hearing the report, Sang-hyun murmured to himself that it was good. He was certain the tragedy from his past life would no longer occur. He wondered if, after the reset, this was the first time he had truly saved someone. He realized he had gained a lot from going into Silent Grounds, and not just artifacts with titles. He also collected information on the late bloomer model student. In addition, he obtained some extremely powerful items. One of them was the Dimensional Bag Platinum Grade Artifact, Support Type Accessory, Special Effect, Subspace. According to the description, a mage's failed experiment accidentally opened a spatial gateway. The only thing left was a bag connected to an infinite subspace. Thanks to this bag, the user can break the limits of physical reality. He can store and retrieve items freely without worrying about weight or size. The next item was the Lick Ring Gold Grade Artifact Support Type. Special Effect. Silence costs 25 mana. This is the Archlick's favored ring, necessary to cast Swamp of Silence. The silent energy contained within the ring threatens to swallow all light and warmth in the world. Finally, the Telekinesis Necklace, also a gold-grade artifact, support type. Special effect, telekinesis, allowing the user to move objects by willpower. Through the necklace, he can summon any designated item via telekinesis. However, items over 200 kg cannot be summoned. Also, the heavier the item, the longer the summon time. Sang-hyun was completely stunned. The rewards were simply insane. He already knew silence would appear, but he never expected subspace and telekinesis as well. Just these two skills alone would multiply his combat versatility. Depending on how he used them, he could step up to a whole new level. In his previous life, he'd never heard of anyone possessing abilities like these. He wondered if he was about to receive a first title. The goddess Luck scolded him that despite all the blessings she'd given, he'd never properly thanked her. Sang-hyun hurriedly admitted he was deeply grateful to the goddess, but Lady Luck demanded he express his thanks more sincerely. At that moment, the three artifacts suddenly began mana synchronization. Then strange dishes appeared in succession, purple soul macarons, whispers of the void meringue, and the legendary mill of infinite layers. He looked at the plate in bewilderment, asking what the dish was called this time. He cursed the archlick and wondered what kind of grotesque things that undead ate all day. He decided to try the mill of infinite layers first. His taste buds were utterly surprised. He was shocked to find that, true to its name, it really had countless layers. It felt like the layers melting in his mouth would never end, a wave of flavors overwhelming every sense. To him, it tasted like a dream. He suddenly felt guilty for having despised sweets his whole life. From the bottom of his heart, he sincerely apologized to every dessert he'd ever looked down on. At that time, he began absorbing the 3 artifacts. Eventually, the absorption process completed. Sang-hyun admitted that although the archlick talked non-stop, he wasn't so bad after all. He even acknowledged the archlick had fairly good taste. Looking at the panels before him, he realized he had to make a decision. He was given the choice to bind silence or telekinesis. When he selected the Great Sword of Fighting Spirit for the left slot, the system automatically assigned telekinesis to the right. He didn't need to think about that. The real issue was silence. Unlike stun or freeze, it had no duration effect, so he suspected binding it to full charging or knockback burst would create more impact. He also had to consider skill delay. Since the risks were still unknown, he decided this was the safest choice for now. In the end, he chose to bind silence to basic attack. An additional requirement immediately appeared. Certain conditions had to be met to bind the absorbed silence effect to basic attack. He looked at the notification in surprise. The system explained that by consuming 1 mana per basic attack, he would apply the silence effect. Then it asked if he wanted to proceed. Sang-hyun quickly realized that costing 1 mana per basic strike was an absurdly dangerous effect. It meant he could continuously apply silence to every attack as long as he had mana. He remembered the mana-related title he received after defeating the previous enemy. The title was End of a Twisted Desire, rank B. The description said a mage's failed research led to a slow descent into dark power, but even in a fate twisted by darkness, the mage's pure passion remained. As a result, Sang-hyun inherited the mana the archlick regretted leaving behind before dying. Title effect, plus 150 mana. He realized that combined with mana circulation, he could maintain a steady mana pool. However, if surrounded by large numbers of weaker monsters, this effect could become a dangerous burden. Sang-hyun quietly wondered what he should do. After deep thought, he slowly smiled. He decided that sometimes one must take risks. He knew he couldn't keep getting stronger if he stayed forever in his comfort zone. Finally, silence was successfully bound to basic attack. From now on, whenever basic attack triggers, the silence effect will also be applied, depending on the target's resistance. Suddenly, a portal opened behind them. The surrounding energy immediately turned cold and gloomy. Sang-hyun immediately asked Lady Luck if she had summoned any other constellations. He muttered that he would feel bad if he had to reject another one. But Lady Luck looked truly flustered, insisting she had nothing to do with it. 3 new constellations suddenly appeared before him. The great conqueror of the Mongols declared Sang-hyun had left a deep impression with his fierce brutality and manliness, while Sunkin said a rough diamond like Sang-hyun deserved a supporter who could grant rewards and proper guidance. Lady Luck immediately exploded in anger, scolding the other constellations for daring to appear despite clearly knowing she was here. She demanded they all leave at once. However, an entirely new goddess suddenly appeared, and calmly declared that no player should be monopolized by a single constellation. Lady Luck looked at the newcomer in disbelief. The new goddess casually told the great conqueror of the Mongols to step aside. The conqueror only smiled and obediently yielded her place. Sang-hyun looked at the new goddess and felt he could guess who she was just from her appearance. He wondered whether her epithet matched her personality so perfect. The new goddess smiled. She said she had been watching his courageous spirit all this time. She admitted his actions had made a strong impression, which was why she appeared in person. The new goddess confidently declared that a man like him fully deserved to stand by her side. She arrogantly demanded he abandon that old, outdated goddess and stand beside someone refined and splendid like her. Lady Luck instantly went berserk. She angrily shouted that a shameless goddess who disrespected hierarchy had dared to usurp her position. Meanwhile, the new goddess calmly ordered the other constellations to remove ancient relics of forgotten eras from her noble site. Lady Luck could only repeat the word ancient in a state of disbelief. The new goddess mocked her, saying luck was the only thing she had. Sang-hyun truly didn't know what their relationship was, but one thing was clear. These two goddesses hated each other intensely. He even began to wonder if there was room in the world for two goddesses. The new goddess declared she had secret information to share. She insisted that if he listened to her information and signed a contract with her, she would reveal everything. While holding the struggling Lady Luck, the new goddess calmly disclosed information related to the late bloomer model student. Upon hearing that, Sang-hyun suddenly grabbed her arm. He urgently asked whether that constellation had already signed a contract with another player. Then he changed his question and demanded to know how that person was doing and what he'd been up to. The new goddess explained that while traveling, she had accidentally discovered him in the slums of Dimension Core. She added that the man had become completely obsessed with the eschatology of the Dimension Core. The new goddess smiled and declared that if Sang-hyun truly wanted to know more about him, he would have to abandon Lady Luck and sign a contract with her instead. Sang-hyun returned to his room. He repeated the phrase eschatology of the Dimension Core in his mouth in confusion. He didn't understand what she meant. In his previous life when they were together, that person had never mentioned anything like it. Just then, he was surprised when Lady Luck suddenly appeared before him. He immediately asked if she had gathered any information. Lady Luck apologized and said she hadn't been able to find him anywhere in the slums. Sang-hyun quietly thanked her for taking the trouble to investigate. In any case, Lady Luck cheerfully remarked that seeing him make that cunning she-cat humble even once was truly satisfying. Sang-hyun kept wondering why that person was in the slums, a place usually reserved for those who fail to become constellation. Irritated and confused, he cursed under his breath. Above all, he desperately wanted to know where that person was and what he'd been doing all this time. Meanwhile, at Hyunjeong Corporation, the company president was informed that the new participant list for the upcoming open market had arrived. She looked somewhat intrigued. When she saw Sang-hyun's profile, a faint smile appeared on her lips. She remarked that this time, they had a rather interesting guest. This woman was Han Hyun-jeong, a player level 900 plus rank S+. Sang-hyun drove, and even while driving he continued investigating the matter. However, no matter how much he searched, he couldn't find any information related to the late bloomer model student or the eschatology of the Dimension Core. Still, he knew he couldn't casually sign a contract with that new goddess. He suspected she wanted to contract a constellation with him to eventually rank up into a mythical constellation. After all, there have been cases where a constellation's rank rose as the contracted player matured. But if something disastrous happened after signing with Lady Luck, he believed his chances of survival would be much higher. Besides, there was no guarantee the new goddess would succeed in becoming a mythical constellation. Meanwhile, Lady Luck cheerfully admitted that remembering the shocked expression on that she-cat's face gave her great satisfaction. Just then, the navigation system announced they had arrived. Sang-hyun let out a quiet sigh of relief, because they had finally come. The destination was Hyunjeong Market, commonly known as the open market. As the name implies, this was a place where people could freely buy and sell artifacts. Previously, most artifact transactions occurred directly between players. However, the open market guaranteed absolute security in exchange for high commission fees. Even so, Sang-hyun thought the emergence of such a market was inevitable. Players constantly traded valuable goods at exorbitant prices, and those transactions often involved robbery, betrayal, and violence. Therefore, the open market's most important value was safety. Most open markets worldwide were run by large guilds. Among them, Hyunjeong Market was the undisputed #1 market in the country. Although it belonged to the powerful Hyunjeong Corporation, the guild was not the kind of organization that relied solely on military might to dominate. Yet Hyunjeong Market still led for a simple reason. Han Hyun-jeong, leader of Hyunjeong Corporation, the only buff rank S+ player in the world. High-level players from across the globe flocked to Hyunjeong Market because of her. In a way, these elite players became invisible guardians, naturally maintaining peace in the market. After all, anyone wanting Han Hyun-jeong's buff had to queue longer than several football stadiums combined. In a place like that, no one dared cause trouble. Thinking back, Sang-hyun realized how terrifying that old woman was. At that moment, a female attendant approached him. Before letting him in, the attendant politely explained they needed to verify the entry code and identity. Sang-hyun introduced himself as Shin Sang-hyun and said he had been granted access about a day earlier. After checking the information, the attendant thanked him. Then she informed him that Mr. Sanghyun had been granted access down to the 8th basement level. Sanghyun was stunned. The 8th basement was the VIP area. He wondered awkwardly whether Han Hyun-jong thought highly of him. Even so, he decided he should at least go take a look. Just then, someone nearby suddenly called out Shin Sanghyun's name and asked why he wasn't with Kim Miso today. Another asked why he was with her. One man casually replied that the two of them were dating. Another commented that after Kim Miso lost her boyfriend in an accident caused by greed, it was understandable she would date another player. Someone else said he would never feel comfortable dating her. Sanghyun immediately felt uneasy hearing the conversation. He had accidentally overheard something he shouldn't have. At the same time, he couldn't understand why people were so carefree about gossiping about others. Nearby, someone joked he'd still date her if she made the first move. Another man laughed loudly that he'd just mess around with her. Sanghyun realized Kim Miso truly struggled with these filthy rumors following her everywhere. He knew he should let it go, but he wasn't mature enough to just smile and act like an adult. So he loudly remarked that Hyunjeong Market was certainly open-minded right from the entrance. He openly asked how people could spit out such dirty talk with no shame. Almost immediately, the men were escorted out by security. The group looked bewildered, demanding to know why they were being kicked out. A guard calmly replied that everything would be explained outside. The men went mad, shouting that Hyunjeong Market had no right to treat customers that way. The security officer coldly announced that the market had the right to deal with anyone on the blacklist as it saw fit. Sanghyun grinned widely as he watched them being dragged away. In his head he thought, so this is how adults settle things. After that, with a calm smile, he decided it was time to begin. He stepped into the elevator. First, he decided to go to the VIP area on the 8th basement level. After selling all the drops from Silent Grounds, Sanghyun had collected a total of 3.9 billion. Even so, he suspected that amount wasn't enough to buy artifacts in the VIP section, but just touring around would be inspiring. After all, the VIP of Hyunjeong Market was a place he had never once seen in his previous life. He was sure that the experience alone would help him grow a lot. Finally, he arrived at the VIP room on the 8th basement level. A woman introduced herself as Song Ah-hyun and said she would guide him in the VIP area. She politely added that if he didn't want a guide, he only needed to say so, and she'd wait nearby in case he needed assistance later. Sanghyun truly felt completely out of place. To him, it felt like a child suddenly wandering alone into a luxury mall. Still, he told himself he couldn't back down now, especially if he might become a regular here in the future. Finally, Sanghyun politely accepted Song Ah-hyun's guidance. She smiled, said she understood, and warmly told him to ask anything if he needed. He looked around the display cases, and the moment he saw the price of the first item, he was completely stunned. 140 billion. Song Ah-hyun explained it was an epic-grade artifact called the Book of the Abyss, priced at exactly 140 billion. Sanghyun quickly replied that he understood, but since he was a swordsman, a book-type artifact wasn't useful to him. Song Ah-hyun immediately apologized and politely offered to lead him to the artifact area more suitable for a swordsman. Trying to keep a calm face, Sanghyun said he was fine for now. Inside, he prayed she hadn't noticed the moment he froze at the price. The nearby customers continued admiring another item, saying they'd never expected to see something like that in person. Others wondered who would even buy such a ridiculously expensive artifact and take it back home. Curious, Sanghyun asked what everyone was looking at over there. Song Ah-hyun explained it was a special exhibit for items the market had newly acquired. Of course, those exhibit items could also be purchased. She offered to explain that artifact to him, but Sanghyun politely declined and said he wanted to look on his own this time. As he stepped closer, he wondered what made the exhibit so special and how massive an artifact had to be to provoke such reaction. Then he saw it. The artifact glowed brilliantly as flames swirled around it. Its name was Mage Stone. Artifact rank Almighty. Seller Jeron Decay, Domestic Agent. Han Hyun-jong. The moment he saw the word Almighty, Sanghyun froze in shock. It was the highest rank among the 9 artifact tiers. He had never imagined he would see a real one. Then his gaze slowly moved to the price board. Starting bid, 3 trillion. Sanghyun was truly stunned as he looked at the string of zeros. He wondered whether Jeron Decay selling such an artifact casually meant that the seller possessed even higher grade gear. After all, If someone could comfortably sell an artifact perfectly suited to their class, they must own even more terrifying treasures. Sang-hyun gave a bitter smile. He had come here to motivate himself. The result now only made clear how weak he still was. Meanwhile, in the Platinum area, on the fourth basement level of Hyunjeong Market, Sang-hyun checked another display case. This time the starting price was 700 million. He forced a smile and admitted it wasn't cheap. Still, compared to the terrifying wall of zeros earlier, this price felt much easier on his spirit. Suddenly, someone approached. The man introduced himself as Jang Junhyuk and politely asked what kind of artifact Sang-hyun was looking for. Sang-hyun immediately recognized the name. In the future, Jang Junhyuk would become famous as Perfect Storm. He was one of the legendary players who rose after the reset. Sang-hyun replied that he wasn't looking for anything specific, just browsing. Junhyuk asked if he wanted to see some of his artifacts. He explained there was one artifact he was having trouble with because it didn't suit him well. Then he opened the item info and showed Sang-hyun in more detail. The artifact was called Stream of Life Ring. Rank, Platinum Type, Support, Special Effect, Stream of Life plus 50 mana, Passive Effect, automatically consumes a certain percentage of mana to regenerate stamina over time, can restore up to 5% stamina every 10 minutes. Active Effect, consume 20% of current mana to immediately restore 30% stamina. Additionally, when mana is below 10% and the passive is active, it will automatically consume mana to heal HP equal to 5% of maximum stamina. Cooldown, 1 hour. Sang-hyun wondered if Jang Junhyuk intended to use the market's free direct transaction system on the spot. Unlike other open markets, Hyunjeong Market had a special policy called Direct Transaction Exemption. Normally, the market charged a 5% transaction fee in exchange for safety and convenience. But if two players agreed to transact directly inside the market, they'd be completely exempt from fees. Sang-hyun admitted the artifact was pretty good. Since he had titles related to mana, the ring suited him extremely well. Still, he apologized and explained the artifact was a bit different from what he was truly looking for. Jang Junhyuk calmly replied that it was fine. Deep down, the artifacts Sang-hyun really wanted were those no one bothered to buy because they were useless. That way, after Devour, he could use their effects in completely different ways. And most importantly, those items were much cheaper. Suddenly, the conversation was interrupted by shouting nearby. Someone was scolding a girl for eating inside the market. A girl was sitting on the floor holding a slice of pizza, surrounded by stacks of pizza boxes. The security guard looked furious. The girl argued she was only eating food she bought with her own money. She also pointed out she hadn't seen any rule forbidding bringing food in. The guard said that even if there's no written rule, basic manners still apply because others have to endure the smell. It turned out this had been going on for days, and it wasn't just a few slices. She had brought whole stacks of pizza. The girl bashfully asked if he wanted some pizza, but immediately clarified she wasn't actually going to share. The guard took offense and asked if she really thought he wanted her pizza that bad. Feeling pressured, she reluctantly handed over a free sample of spaghetti she'd received earlier. Jang Junhyuk remarked calmly that she was causing trouble again. The guard shouted that he didn't want her food. The girl argued that pizza did nothing wrong. Then she added that technically she wasn't doing anything wrong either. Sang-hyun stepped closer and politely apologized for interrupting her meal. Then he asked if she could show him the artifact she was selling. While still nibbling pizza, she told him to pick them up and look. She wasn't going to accuse him of stealing. Sang-hyun held the rings. The moment he inspected them, he immediately felt it. This was perfect for him. Exactly the kind of artifact he had been searching for. The first artifact was the Ring of Speed. Rank, Platinum Type, Support, Special Effect, Speed plus 10 Dexterity. The ring allowed the wearer to move with explosive speed far beyond human limits. Double speed cost 20 mana sec, triple speed 30 mana sec, quadruple speed 40 mana sec. The second artifact was the Potential Reinforcement Ring. Also Platinum Rank Type, Support, Special Effect, just a little faster. When long-sealed strength is finally released, the wearer's latent potential awakens. It consumes 10 mana per second to increase dexterity by 1.5 times. However, when mana runs out, the effect disappears immediately. Sang-hyun realized this effect was similar to the Lightning effect he had received before. The effect was incredibly strong, but the mana consumption was terrible. For that reason, nobody wanted to buy them. Without hesitation, Sang-hyun immediately declared he would buy both rings. Then he asked the price. The girl bashfully admitted She also really liked the two items. So she offered 1.2 billion for the speed ring and 1 billion for the potential ring. Sang-hyun stared at her in silence without answering. Feeling pressured by the silence, she quickly said that if he bought both she'd lower it to 2 billion. But Sang-hyun kept staring without a word. Unable to bear the pressure, she anxiously announced that since she was in a very good mood from eating pizza today, she'd give a special discount. 1.8 billion. Sang-hyun still stared at her. Finally, the two agreed on 1.3 billion. Sang-hyun thanked her for the bargain. The girl laughed and remarked that he was good at haggling. Of course, she didn't know that in his previous life, Sang-hyun had been dirt poor most of the time. For him, bargaining like that was natural. After completing the transaction, the girl casually said she was going to leave now. She cheerfully replied that she intended to buy something tasty to eat first. Then she planned to donate the remaining money to the orphanage. Curious, Sang-hyun asked. She explained that she ran an orphanage. Then she proudly showed him a photo. It was a picture of her, with several adorable children. The moment Sang-hyun saw the photo, his eyes widened in shock. It was Joy Orphanage, the very orphanage where he had grown up. The girl quickly noticed his reaction. Sang-hyun suddenly went pale, so she anxiously asked if something was wrong. He replied that he had just remembered something from the past. Then he explained he happened to know about the orphanage, though he thought it no longer existed. The girl looked genuinely surprised. She confirmed the orphanage had indeed been destroyed after being attacked during the collapse. Then she asked curiously how he knew about the place. Sang-hyun answered that he had only happened to know someone who used to live there. However, deep down he felt it was better to hide the fact that he himself had grown up there. After all, many people targeted players simply because they assumed all players were wealthy. At that moment, he was sure the reason she needed so much money for the orphanage was likely to hire private security. And since she was also a player, people would certainly bother her more. The girl explained that her parents had run the orphanage long ago. That's why she recently decided to personally rebuild and revive it. Sang-hyun quietly admitted he didn't know about any of this. She smiled and told him to drop by if he had time. Then she handed him the orphanage's business card. She proudly explained that the children themselves had drawn the illustrations on it. Then she cheerfully asked if he thought they were cute. Sang-hyun silently stared at the business card in shock. He forced a smile and admitted that it was indeed very cute. The drawings were basically full of money images everywhere. Honestly, it made him think the kids had very practical dreams. But behind that forced smile, Sang-hyun quietly swallowed. Suddenly, he felt strangely moved. The orphanage where he'd grown up had truly been a warm, wonderful place. Some of the children there had survived the collapse and were later moved to other facilities. He silently wondered how all of them were doing now. Sang-hyun tried to hold back his tears. For a moment he almost cried in front of someone he'd just met, but he immediately told himself he absolutely couldn't let that happen. He realized he was getting emotional over something small. Even so, he just barely managed to keep himself composed. He had never realized how fulfilling it was to have someone cherish the same memories. At that moment, Sang-hyun quietly decided he would visit the orphanage again soon, in a different way. At Eden Guild headquarters in Uedo, Sang-hyun entered the building. He was immediately greeted. A burly middle-aged man in an orange jumper welcomed him and said they had been waiting. The man introduced himself as Jin-ho and invited Sang-hyun upstairs. Sang-hyun smiled awkwardly inwardly, thinking he hadn't expected Jin-ho himself to greet him as soon as he walked in. Though he had only dropped by on a whim at first, he realized he needed to be more serious now. An hour earlier, Sang-hyun had told the girl selling the rings that he would contact her later. She cheerfully replied that it was fine, and the kids would probably love to meet him. Just then, Sang-hyun suddenly received a call. He apologized and explained he had to take the call, asking if she minded. She quickly said it was totally fine and that she should get going anyway, adding she was glad the transaction went smoothly. Sang-hyun answered it was Kim Miso. The moment he startled and called her name, Miso immediately noted he hadn't even saved her number. She called because they were about to take a 2-player raid gate assignment requiring at least level 130. The location was Known Station. The dungeon's name was Black Gate. The name felt instantly familiar to Sang-hyun. He recalled that Black Gate was the dungeon Kong Boa, Arbiter of Swords, had first cleared successfully, and she later published the strategy for conquering. From what Sang-hyun remembered, flawless team coordination was the minimum requirement to clear the dungeon. Still, he believed he and Kim Miso had been cooperating quite well so far. Moreover, archers and swordsmen naturally had excellent compatibility, and if his memory was correct, The Black Gate First Clear reward was insanely large. Like an epic rank artifact, those items could easily sell for around 120 billion. Hearing that, Sang-hyun eagerly told Miso he'd definitely join. He asked what he needed to do and offered to come to her guild first to plan thoroughly. Miso told him to come. They'd work out the details together. To be honest, Sang-hyun was really looking forward to it. At least this meant he wouldn't be the hungry loser in the corner of Hunjong Market anymore. Jinho noticed Sang-hyun's odd expression and asked if something was wrong. Sang-hyun said it wasn't. The two went up to the 4th floor. Jinho explained that Miso was meeting with the guildmaster, so he would accompany Sang-hyun for now. He joked it might be a bit uncomfortable being led by an old man like him. Sang-hyun laughed and assured him he wasn't bothered at all. Jinho explained that after passing through the next area, they'd reach a special training room. It was considered one of Eden Guild's greatest pride. However, there were limits on who could use it. The moment Sang-hyun stepped in, he immediately realized the atmosphere had completely changed. Jinho smiled and admitted he felt the same way every time he came here. He said nobody had booked it today, so Sang-hyun could make himself comfortable. Then they opened the door. Sang-hyun immediately pointed out there was someone inside. Jinho looked genuinely surprised. Inside the training room, a woman was fighting a giant golem. The giant golem roared ferociously. Terry quickly dodged the attack. Then she thrust both knives into a precise point. A hole immediately tore open in the golem's body. Its arm was completely severed, and moments later, the giant collapsed to the ground. Jinho asked if she had booked the room because he couldn't find a reservation in the system. Terry finally recognized the two of them and looked surprised. Jinho calmly explained that if it was just a booking mistake, they could wait outside. He asked how much longer she intended to use the room. He announced they needed the room from 6 p.m. onward. However, something suddenly caught her attention. Jinho's eyebrow twitched slightly when she completely ignored his question. Instead, Terry greeted Sang-hyun and asked what he was doing here. Sang-hyun replied he was glad to see her again and hadn't expected to run into her here today. He then explained that he had come to train with Miso to improve their coordination for the upcoming gate raid. Terry remarked that he and Miso already seemed quite close. Sang-hyun shyly replied that things had just naturally turned out that way. Meanwhile, Jinho called Terry again, asking if she could hear him because she was totally ignoring him. Terry was silent, lost in thought. Jinho gradually lost patience, realizing she might be deliberately snubbing him. Then, as if suddenly remembering, Terry turned and walked away. Before leaving, she told Sang-hyun they should spar sometime when they had the chance. Then she casually said she'd be in touch later. Terry noted that she had used the room without booking and said they could use it now. The veins on Jinho's forehead almost bulged as he sarcastically thanked her for finally responding so quickly. After Terry left, Jinho apologized for her attitude and explained she wasn't usually like that. Sang-hyun reassured him it was fine and he really didn't mind. Jinho told him to make himself at home since it looked like Miso would take quite a while. He suggested that just sitting and waiting would be boring. Fortunately, he knew a great way to kill time. He asked Sang-hyun if he was up for it. Sang-hyun looked puzzled. Jinho proposed a light spar. Sang-hyun was completely stunned, especially when Jinho began taking off his outer jacket. At that moment, Sang-hyun really began to wonder why everyone in this guild behaved like that. He even suspected that challenging strangers to a duel right after meeting them might be a guild tradition. Jinho laughed and told him not to feel pressured. He explained that both Miso and Terry had already vouched for Sang-hyun's ability, so he was naturally curious as well. Jinho frankly admitted this was one of his hobbies. He said exchanging blades with another swordsman was the best way to understand who someone really was. Sang-hyun realized then that Jinho wanted to test him personally to see what kind of person he was. Jinho pointed to a weapons rack nearby and said Sang-hyun could borrow one if he didn't have any. Sang-hyun calmly replied he didn't need one because he already had a weapon and always carried it with him. Right in front of Jinho, Sang-hyun summoned his weapon from subspace. It was a hidden active skill. Thanks to this ability, he could open a subspace and store items as he wished. As the skill level increased, the space inside would continue to expand. Jinho's eyes widened in amazement. Then he suddenly burst into loud laughter. He admitted he hadn't expected Sang-hyun to have such a skill. Jinho said he'd heard rumors that Sang-hyun was an interesting person, and now he knew those rumors were completely true. He grinned and declared they should start immediately. Suddenly, Jinho's body began to grow larger. He admitted he had initially meant to take it easy with Sang-hyun, but after seeing that skill, holding back would be disrespectful. So from the start, he would fight seriously with full force. Meanwhile, in the Eden Guild CEO's office, Miso's father told her to listen carefully this time. He warned that if she continued like this, the old tragedy would repeat itself. Miso immediately told him not to bring that up again. Her father apologized and begged her to understand, saying he was only worried about her. Miso quietly admitted she understood how he felt. Then she turned and left, telling him not to contact her anymore. Her father desperately shouted for her to wait, but Kim Yun-Kail could only sigh in resignation. A moment later, the secretary answered the call. Yun-Cho asked if Chief Jang still had connections in the association. Chief Jang replied that he did. The guildmaster calmly said he had a request. It was about Sang-hyun. He ordered a detailed investigation into everything about him, starting with his family and past. Jin-ho declared the setup complete. Suddenly, training mode activated. The target players displayed were Jo Jin-ho and Shin Sang-hyun. Jin-ho asked if Sang-hyun was ready. The system announced that training mode setup was complete, and they could begin the simulation match when prepared. It also showed that only one of the two was currently ready. Jin-ho asked if they were really okay limiting the match to just 2 rounds. He explained that exchanging blades twice was enough to understand another swordsman's ability. Jin-ho told Sang-hyun to say when he was ready. Sang-hyun quietly observed Jin-ho's gigantification ability. Although Jin-ho was still smaller than the grisly big bear he had encountered, the pressure emanating from him was entirely different. People often said Do Junsu had completely changed the swordsman meta with his all-rounder style, but that could only be because he was Do Junsu. Not every player can easily adapt to such a demanding playstyle. Meanwhile, other swordsmen outright rejected that path. They poured everything into raw power, firmly believing absolute strength was the true answer. Those players relentlessly trained both body and brute force. Sang-hyun himself had once belonged to that group. Naturally, one question always arose. If Do Junsu stood at the pinnacle of the all-rounder style, who stood at the pinnacle of pure strength swordsmanship? There was no unified answer worldwide, but at least in this country, everyone knew the name Jo Jin-ho. With the gigantification skill, he possessed enough power to crush an opponent with a single strike. Even as the swordsman meta continuously shifted, Jin-ho maintained his top position. Sang-hyun quietly wondered how effective his newly enhanced strength would be against such a monster, thinking that made him even more excited. Finally, he declared he was ready and told him to begin. The system announced that all players in training mode were ready, and the simulation match would start immediately. Jin-ho grinned widely and admitted he really liked Sang-hyun's confidence. He declared that a real man casts aside doubt and proves himself through action. The moment Jin-ho lifted his sword, a terrifying surge of pressure burst outward. Sang-hyun immediately weighed whether to block with defensive sword or trigger stun first, but he quickly realized an important fact. Fighting Jo Jin-ho was completely different from fighting a monster. The only answer was to use strength against strength. At that moment, the psychedelic skill activated, reinforcing Sang-hyun's body and significantly increasing his speed. At the same time, the face-off title activated. The system confirmed Jin-ho was isolated. Within a 5m radius around the target, there was no one else but Sang-hyun. As a result, the face-off effect was triggered. Jin-ho swung his sword, and that attack was only a light strike. Sang-hyun tried to stay calm. After all, this was a direct strength confrontation with Jo Jin-ho. Colliding head-on with him would be suicide. Sang-hyun immediately realized he needed to strike at the weakest point of the attack, from the flank. Jin-ho was clearly surprised. Not only did he manage to block the massive sword, Jin-ho could hardly believe Sang-hyun had blocked his strike. But what shocked him wasn't that the blow was stopped. Of all possible reactions, dodging, stiffening, even dropping the sword in panic, Sang-hyun chose to confront strength with strength again. That was something Jin-ho had not expected at all. Sang-hyun calmly declared it was his turn. At that moment, Jin-ho realized he'd lost focus for a second. The force behind Sang-hyun's attack was terrible. Jin-ho immediately recognized that this strike was truly dangerous. The collision forced Jin-ho back several steps. Even so, he looked like he was thoroughly enjoying it. It had been a long time since anyone had pushed him back like that. Jin-ho immediately realized he had completely underestimated Sang-hyun. He had only heard about him from Miso and Terry, who assumed Sang-hyun was just a big fish in a small pond. Now he knew how wrong he had been. Jin-ho tightened his grip on his sword. With a wide smile, he regarded Sang-hyun as a true man like himself. He frankly admitted he was genuinely amazed. Sang-hyun simply thanked him. Jin-ho laughed loudly and said he hadn't expected such a small frame to block his strike head-on. At that moment, he realized the rumors calling Shin Sang-hyun a monster were true. Meanwhile, Sang-hyun knew the real reason. Psychedelic had triggered a critical along with knockback burst. Normally, most monsters would explode instantly from that combo, but Jo Jin-ho was the real monster. Sang-hyun modestly said he had just been lucky to land a critical. Jin-ho burst out laughing and said there was no need for fake modesty. To him, a true man never hides behind false humility. Then Jin-ho apologized for his earlier rudeness. He admitted he should have faced him seriously from the start. Hearing that, excitement welled up inside Sang-hyun, because the next move was the technique Jo Jin-ho would use to save countless lives during the second collapse 20 years later. Back then, countless meteorites summoned by monsters rained down, and Jo Jin-ho destroyed them all with a single sword. That signature technique was Starbreak. Jin-ho admitted the technique was still imperfect. In fact, this was the first time he had shown it to someone else. Even so, he hoped Sang-hyun would be satisfied despite its flaw. Sang-hyun honestly admitted he was satisfied simply because Jin-ho was willing to fight him seriously. That alone proved how much he'd grown. But at the same time, he immediately recognized the terrifying problem. Even unfinished, the move was nearly impossible to block head-on. Yet surrender was not an option, so Sang-hyun decided to unleash the strongest attack he could at the moment. He prepared to combine psychedelic full charging plus speed acceleration with knockback burst. This was the most powerful strike he could perform in his current state. Sang-hyun declared he was ready. The strategy remained the same. Strike the flank where the force was weakest. At the same time, he couldn't help thinking how absurd the situation was. He was trying to overwhelm a level 700 player with pure strength. A terrifying force erupted around them both. Then they both lunged forward simultaneously. Sang-hyun remained confident because up till now, he had continually overcome the impossible. And now, he decided he would surpass the impossible once more. Meanwhile, Miso was walking down the corridor. She looked truly dejected, but tried to focus on training with Sang-hyun. She didn't want to stay trapped in her sadness. Suddenly, the entire corridor shook violently. A nearby woman anxiously asked what the tremor had been. But Miso immediately realized the shock had come from the training room. The moment she understood, her expression changed instantly. She dashed straight for the room. As she entered, she loudly demanded to know what the hell was going on with Sang-hyun. But the chaos inside completely took her by surprise. The entire area looked like it had been ravaged. Miso looked around in shock, wondering what had just happened. Meanwhile, Jin-ho returned to his original size, propping himself up with his sword. Gasping for breath, he burst out laughing and admitted Sang-hyun had continually surprised him. Even though it was just a training mode match, he had put a lot of power into the final blow, and yet Sang-hyun met it head-on as if to show off. Jin-ho honestly admitted he had not expected this outcome. Sang-hyun thanked him for the compliment but also conceded he hadn't escaped the clash unscathed. He thought to himself that his wrist was probably injured from the impact. Jin-ho laughed and told him not to worry. Eden Guild had a top medical facility. According to him, the injury wouldn't affect his upcoming training with Miso. Meanwhile, deep down Jin-ho realized he had taken more damage than expected. He could hardly believe he was on par with a rising rookie player. Strangely, he didn't feel upset at all. On the contrary, he was convinced the answer lay in the moment the blades met. Sang-hyun's blade didn't carry the feel of a typical rookie. It felt like taking a blow from a seasoned swordsman who'd been through countless battles. The thought was hard to believe. But at the same time, Jin-ho realized something else. He still had a long way to go. At that point, training mode officially ended. Jin-ho thanked Sang-hyun for accepting his selfish request. He admitted he hadn't expected the spar to become a moment of self-questioning. He then assured that no one in Eden Guild would doubt Sang-hyun's ability anymore. Jin-ho reached out to help Sang-hyun to his feet. Sang-hyun took his hand and joked that after all, this was a kind of test. Jin-ho replied that it was only natural. After all, Sang-hyun had suddenly become famous out of nowhere, so people were bound to be skeptical. But now Jin-ho fully recognized him. He proudly declared Sang-hyun a real man and immediately invited him to join his real man club. Before he could continue, someone suddenly interrupted. Miso finally understood what had happened, and she looked extremely angry. She immediately scolded Jin-ho, pointing out that she had only asked him to show Sang-hyun around the guild. Yet the two of them had destroyed the training room. Jin-ho's face went tense as he realized they were in trouble. Miso continued yelling that a real man would never ignore a friend's request like that. Jin-ho immediately apologized to her without hesitation. Then Miso turned to Sang-hyun, still very upset. She pointed out that he had promised to train with her, yet he had done this instead. Sang-hyun could only awkwardly apologize. In the underground parking lot of the Playertown building, Sang-hyun opened the car door. He looked like a zombie. His cheeks were hollow, his whole body exhausted and lifeless. Sang-hyun knew it was entirely his fault for ignoring Miso's warning and going to spar with Jinho. Earlier, Miso had coldly told him to brace himself, so he had been trained continuously for 18 hours. Despite the hardship, Sang-hyun had to admit the training was immensely beneficial. With about 2 days left until the Black Gate raid, he decided to rest until then. Just then, someone suddenly called to him. The woman commented that it was a coincidence to meet him there. Then she asked if he had just finished training. Sang-hyun was surprised. He immediately asked who she was, which made the woman startle as well. She handed him a business card. Sang-hyun quickly realized she was a scout from the association. He admitted that her suddenly calling his name genuinely startled him. For a moment, he even thought she might be an acquaintance from a past life. The woman introduced herself as Lee Gahi from Strategy Scout Team 4. She bluntly explained that she had gathered information on him to recruit him into the association. Sang-hyun casually remarked that most people usually hide that. To be honest, Sang-hyun was completely exhausted after today's training. He politely said he was heading home and asked her to leave recruitment questions for another time. But just before he left, Gahi stopped him. She asked one question: "Were you really not interested in becoming a player affiliated with the association?" Sang-hyun calmly replied that, at least for now, he had no interest. Gahi nodded as if she'd predicted the answer. Then she admitted she had one more question, a more personal one. She politely asked if she could ask one last thing. Although it was obvious Sang-hyun was so tired he might collapse, he agreed. At the same time, he wondered why she was persistently so strange. Honestly, he felt like he could faint at any moment. Then Gahi suddenly asked directly, "Is your ability the kind that can copy or even steal other people's powers?" She continued, "Or do you possess an ability that can see the future?" Sang-hyun was completely taken aback. The next day, at the entrance to Uedo Black Gate, a car slowly pulled up. Miso stepped out and told the driver she'd contact him later. She'd arrived earlier than planned, but thought it was fine since she'd have more time to prepare. At that moment, she noticed someone sitting on a bench nearby. At first glance, she thought it was Sang-hyun. Miso cheerfully called to him, saying he'd arrived earlier than she expected and that she herself had come ahead of schedule. Then she asked if he wanted to warm up together before the raid, but as she approached, she was completely shocked. Sang-hyun looked so exhausted and haggard she almost didn't recognize him. She immediately asked what had happened and if he was okay. Sang-hyun quickly replied that he was perfectly fine, but in his head, Sang-hyun was silently cursing. Since the conversation with that woman, he'd been obsessed and couldn't sleep all night. Now he truly felt he might faint at any moment. He'd spent the entire night researching Lee Gahi, but found nothing useful, and the unease was gnawing at him bit by bit. He'd never imagined someone would suspect his exclusive skill, or that he'd regressed. He thought he'd been extremely careful all this time, so how had she discovered it so quickly? Sang-hyun knew the situation was dangerous. To him, it felt like a terrifying weirdo had just seen through all his secrets. Now he desperately thought of ways to stop her from becoming more suspicious. At times, he thought he should lie low for a while. Then he thought maybe he should befriend her to reduce suspicion. He even considered inviting her for a drink, but immediately realized that might make him look even more suspicious. Sang-hyun finally snapped out of it when Miso called his name again. Miso seriously told him not to hide things and asked directly if something was wrong. She even suggested canceling the raid today, but Sang-hyun firmly insisted he was perfectly fine and that nothing was wrong. No way was he going to miss this opportunity. Trying to change the subject, Sang-hyun suddenly pointed at her weapon. He said he'd never seen that bow before and asked if she had a new one. Miso immediately brightened and admitted she was eager to show it off. The bow was an epic-grade artifact borrowed from the Kurikawa Guild of Japan, thanks to a long-term cooperation between Eden Guild and them. She explained she'd done everything possible to prepare for this raid. Sang-hyun forced a smile and admitted the bow was truly amazing. But deep down, he was shocked that someone could casually borrow an epic-grade artifact so easily. Just thinking about its enormous value made him dizzy. Still, it inspired him. He suddenly resolved that sooner or later he would have an epic-grade artifact of his own. Sang-hyun quickly told himself not to be jealous of those things. For now, he needed to focus on getting an epic-grade item first. Lee Gahi's matter could wait. He finished preparing, Despite being earlier than planned, Sang-hyun suggested they start the raid immediately. Miso agreed. The two headed toward the portal together. Sang-hyun looked pathetic, but he didn't care as long as he could get an epic raid artifact. No matter how much the regression issue bothered him, he forced himself to focus only on what needed to be done now. Meanwhile, Miso thought Sang-hyun truly lacked self-awareness. He didn't even question why she had borrowed an epic-grade artifact for this raid. What she had witnessed in the training a few days ago had truly shaken her to the core. She already knew Sang-hyun's rate of growth was abnormal. But around the 15th hour of training, Sang-hyun suddenly learned an entirely new skill and demanded to test it immediately. Then he even panicked and asked if she was okay. The training field, built to withstand destructive force, was shattered by one of his blows. At that point, Miso honestly believed that without borrowing an epic-grade artifact, she wouldn't even be able to keep up with him. That was exactly why she had prepared so thoroughly, because she didn't want to spend her life trailing behind him. At the entrance to the hollow forest of the Black Gate, the two walked into the forest side by side. Miso was still extremely tense. Sang-hyun realized he should tell her to be careful but not to overworry, or she'd waste stamina needlessly. Miso quickly nodded and admitted the current situation was completely different from the preliminary investigation report. That's why she was worried. According to the report, the forest had supernatural activity, but seeing it firsthand, the atmosphere felt strangely off. Meanwhile, Sang-hyun recalled having studied this gate thoroughly in a past life, so he was also unsettled, because this was the first time he'd encountered something different from his previous life memory. Suddenly, a gigantic monster appeared before them. Miso immediately assessed it as an orc, but Sang-hyun immediately corrected her, and in that moment he was completely certain this gate was no longer like in his past life. That monster wasn't an orc, it was a big goblin, and this was not a minor change. The monster suddenly lunged straight at them. Sang-hyun instantly put a hand up to shield Miso. Then he signaled with 2 fingers. Earlier, Sang-hyun had told Miso that after researching the Black Gate thoroughly, he had a proposal and wanted them to strictly follow that plan. Miso asked if he meant the hand sign he had mentioned before. Sang-hyun nodded and explained that to prepare for high-pressure situations, they would simulate many possible scenarios and communicate entirely by hand signals during combat. Miso asked whether they could prepare for every situation, especially with only a few days. Sang-hyun reassured her not to worry. He didn't mean prepare for every contingency. Instead, by memorizing basic movement patterns, the rest would follow naturally. Still, he admitted it wouldn't be easy to remember them immediately in combat, so they really had only one option: relentless practice. By repeating the patterns over continuous training sessions, they would eventually react instinctively to any situation. And when the hand signs became natural, they'd clear the raid flawlessly. During practice, Sang-hyun held up 2 fingers. At first, Miso couldn't remember what the signal meant, but eventually she learned it. Back in the present, the two immediately executed the practice strategy. Miso instantly remembered the meaning of signal number 2. If the monster charged straight at them, they would dodge in opposite direction. Then the monster would instinctively target the opponent who looked weaker, and in most cases that would be Miso. While dodging, Miso immediately fired an arrow, and because she already knew where the monster would move before it acted, she can aim precisely at the joint to limit its movement. When the enemy's movement is restricted, she can naturally create an opening without using a skill. Even so, Miso admitted this was the absolute limit of her predictive shooting ability. She didn't expect the attack to deal a critical hit, but the moment the arrow struck the big goblin, it completely severed one of its legs. Miso's eyes widened in shock. She hadn't even drawn the bowstring fully. Only then did she realize the terrifying power of an epic-grade artifact. She had only lightly pulled the string, yet the force released was overwhelming. For a moment she wondered if using full power would kill instantly. The big goblin immediately stopped its charge. Instead of retreating, it leapt straight toward Miso to close the distance. But in the previous practice, Sang-hyun had told her that it was fine even if she didn't land a critical hit, because he intended to take advantage of the opening she created himself. At that moment, Sang-hyun appeared beside the monster. Then he swung his sword straight at the big goblin's head. That was the strategy they devised to finish the fight in an instant. Just like that, the monster was defeated with great ease. Sang-hyun was about to say something, but Miso immediately understood and finished the sentence for him. Her firepower had increased tremendously compared to before, so she thought they needed to completely reconsider their strategy, taking her new bow into account. Sang-hyun agreed. At this point, Miso's firepower was at least 3 to 5 times stronger than before. Sang-hyun immediately realized that if they used this advantage well, the Black Gate raid would become much easier. Miso felt secretly relieved that their coordination was going so smoothly. Sang-hyun agreed and praised her lightning-fast reactions in battle, which made him think she must have practiced the strategy on her own afterward. Meanwhile, deep down Miso silently resented him. She had spent countless hours rewatching the training footage because she didn't want to be left behind by him. Sang-hyun pointed out that the practice round was officially over, which meant it was time to enter the real fight. At that moment, several big goblins suddenly appeared around them. The monsters growled angrily. They looked extremely furious. Sang-hyun wondered if they were angry because the two of them had easily killed one of their companions. At the same time, he realized something important. The monsters were very cautious. They didn't charge blindly but were carefully observing the two of them first. If they intended to fight like this, the situation would be even more advantageous for Sang-hyun and Miso. The system detected 10 monsters. Sang-hyun immediately realized the number was smaller than expected. He guessed it was probably because they were still fairly close to the dungeon entrance. He informed Miso there were 10 enemies in total, including a strange monster he had never seen. Based on preliminary investigation data, he suspected it was a cobalt assassin. It appeared to have an invisibility ability. Miso quickly suggested using a 4-2 strategy would be the most suitable for the current situation. But Sang-hyun immediately shook his head. He pointed out that since there were no long-range monsters, they needed to use a completely different strategy. Miso at first looked confused, but the moment she realized which strategy he had in mind, her face instantly filled with horror. She immediately refused and loudly declared she absolutely did not want to do that. In response, Sang-hyun quietly set his sword on the ground and pointed at it. Miso desperately insisted that the correct approach here was clearly the 4-2 strategy. She even tried suggesting the standard 4 strategy, but Sang-hyun continued to gesture toward the sword without saying a word. Meanwhile, even the monsters looked bewildered, watching the two of them argue in the middle of battle. Finally, with a miserable expression, Miso slowly sat on the sword while asking why they absolutely had to do this. Sang-hyun calmly replied that she already knew the answer. Her firepower was now far stronger than expected, so there was no reason not to exploit that advantage fully. And logically, this really was their optimal strategy. Miso quietly admitted she knew that too. Then, realizing that once he'd decided it couldn't be changed, she reluctantly told him to just do it. After all, if the dungeon truly had no long-range monsters, placing Miso in the safest attacking position would become a huge tactical advantage. The monsters slowly lifted their head, just as Sang-hyun launched Miso high into the air. Sang-hyun proudly called this technique the Kim Miso human cannonball strategy. Meanwhile, Miso yelled that she absolutely hated floating in the air like this. She loudly complained that she never rode roller coasters because she hated that hovering feeling. Still, while airborne, she quickly stabilized her posture. At that moment, her level 4 flight skill activated. For the next 5 minutes, her falling speed from height would be greatly reduced. Miso concentrated intensely and silently prayed that this ridiculous strategy would work. Meanwhile, the big goblins finally charged. Their target was Sang-hyun. Then suddenly, one big goblin froze in confusion because the head of the monster standing right in front of it exploded without warning. Sang-hyun immediately got excited witnessing the scene. He had predicted this would happen, but seeing the insane one-shot, one-kill power in person was still extremely satisfying. And Sang-hyun clearly understood one thing. This overwhelming power wasn't due to the epic-grade artifact alone. He wasn't entirely sure whether it was from Miso's harsh training or the time that had passed since their last cooperation. But one thing was clear, her accuracy had become much sharper. In that brief moment, Sang-hyun seemed to glimpse her future image from his past life. Kim Miso, divine archer of carnage. He then realized an important thing. It wasn't only him who was getting stronger. Everyone else was evolving too. To be honest, Sang-hyun admitted he was genuinely surprised. He had never thought Miso would become someone who could inspire him. Sang-hyun shifted his attention to a more distant target. A dark form slowly took shape before him. Finally, it materialized into the shape of a bipedal beast. The kobold assassin, cloaked in invisibility, looked plainly confused. At that moment, Sang-hyun lunged forward before it could aim at Miso. He coldly told it to stop. Then, with a single clean slash, he immediately severed the kobold's head. Sang-hyun had decided to fight seriously, to support Miso properly. Honestly, he had never expected things to turn out this way. But finally the day had come. the day Miso carried the team instead of him. Meanwhile, Miso focused on the 7 remaining monsters. She activated the multiple lock-on skill. Targets immediately appeared above all 7 monsters. Then she unleashed Stardust Rain. A volley of arrows shot out. Each arrow flew precisely to its locked target, and in an instant, the heads of all 7 big goblins exploded simultaneously. That night, at the World Tree Rest area in the Hollow Forest, Sanghyun sat quietly by the fire, while Miso deliberately turned her back to him. Sanghyun carefully tried to start a conversation. He cautiously asked how long she planned to stay mad at him. Miso immediately replied, "Forever." She complained that he had forced her to perform that ridiculous strategy 6 times. Sanghyun forced a smile and explained that monsters were everywhere then, so they really had no other choice. Miso kept complaining about why she alone had to kill all the monsters. She admitted she could do the technique, but being forced to do it 6 times was excessive. Deep down, Sanghyun agreed with her. It was a bit much, but at the same time he felt like he'd finally caught a free ride after a very long time, so he'd involuntarily gotten excited. Now he quietly wondered how to placate her. He knew ordinary gifts surely wouldn't work this time. Suddenly, an idea came to him. He took out a pan and began to cook. While preparing the ingredients, he muttered that it had been a long time since he'd shown off his cooking skill. Sanghyun truly believed that at times like this, a good meal was the perfect cure for a bad mood. Before long, the smell of the food spread, and of course it immediately attracted Miso's attention. She sneaked a sniff of the air. When she came closer, Sanghyun had finished the dish. Miso curiously asked what he was making, then her eyes locked onto the food. Sanghyun explained that eating something delicious now would lift their spirits, because they still had a long journey ahead. What he made was beef Wellington for adventurers. Sanghyun told her to go ahead and eat. Miso carefully took a bite, and her eyes immediately widened in shock. She exclaimed how delicious it was and demanded to know how he knew how to make it. Sanghyun smiled inwardly, relieved she liked it. Miso noted the meat's unique texture and asked where he got it. She admitted she'd never eaten anything like it before. Sanghyun casually replied that he had just hunted a rabbit-like creature. Miso eagerly asked if they could catch a few more on the way out of the dungeon. Meanwhile, deep inside, Sanghyun silently apologized for not being able to tell her the truth. But if hiding this secret made her happy, he was willing to take it to his grave. Because the meat she was enjoying so much was kobold meat. After that, the two finished their meal. Miso leaned back, looking full and completely satisfied. She thanked Sanghyun for the delicious meal. Sanghyun then reminded her that the area ahead was the last region mentioned in the preliminary investigation report. Miso nodded and explained that it was where the Shadow Defender had appeared. Beyond that point, there was no information about the rest of the dungeon. Still, she believed they'd be fine. Sanghyun suggested resting a bit longer before continuing. After a moment of silence, Miso suddenly brought up something else. She admitted that recently she felt she had caused Sanghyun a lot of unnecessary trouble. Then she apologized for being careless. Sanghyun immediately understood she was referring to the rumors around them. The rumor that he was her boyfriend, or the rumor that she threw money at him and treated him like a personal slave. Miso quickly denied ever hearing the slave rumor. Sanghyun nonchalantly replied that people certainly said such things, but he really didn't care, so she shouldn't worry either. Miso quietly admitted that after seeing how skilled he was, she had naturally been attracted to him. But for some reason, the media distorted everything into strange misunderstandings. Sanghyun just shrugged and said people had always been like that. And honestly, it only proved they were attracting a lot of attention. He even joked that sometimes he quite enjoyed becoming famous thanks to her. Miso immediately responded that even without her, he would still attract enormous attention. After all, his growth rate had been completely abnormal. Sanghyun laughed and reassured her once more that there was truly no need to apologize for this. Then he casually added that no matter what nonsense the media spread, they still turned to each other whenever help was needed. Finally, he concluded that this was simply how normal business relationships work. Miso immediately fell silent. Meanwhile, Sanghyun casually remarked that people just liked gossiping about others. Then suddenly, Miso quietly asked what he would think if that wasn't the whole truth of the situation. Her cheeks slowly flushed as she anxiously admitted that maybe their relationship wasn't just business. Then she softly asked what he would do if that were true. Miso continued, "If it's not a business relationship, then what is it?" Her question made Sanghyun's expression freeze. He couldn't understand why she was asking that out of the blue. In his head he guessed, Don't tell me this is an allergic reaction to kobolds. The incidence of this symptom is only 1 in 100,000, so I never even considered it. Who would have thought miso could be allergic? Last time a teammate had an allergy, it was absolute hell. Think, what do you do in cases like this? Then, as if he'd thought of something, his eyes widened. Right, there's only one way. The plan was to pretend he was allergic too so she wouldn't feel embarrassed. Without hesitation, he spoke up. Hey Miso, actually, I really want to turn into a bird too. At first Miso looked at him with a skeptical gaze, but then she brightened at the sight of a kindred spirit. A bird, you idiot, there's even fake birds now. Time quickly passed until the next morning. Because of what happened last night, the atmosphere between them was now extremely awkward. Miso turned over guiltily and said to Sanghyun, Hey Sanghyun. Sanghyun jumped and stammered, What is it? That dish was really good, right? Haha, but I think it had a weird hallucinogenic side effect. Let's not eat it again next time. Saying that, he reminded himself. At all costs, I must pretend I know nothing, even though I'm doing this so Miso won't feel awkward. I can't believe at my age I'm pulling stunts like this. Damn it. Sanghyun screamed inwardly, then shouted aloud. Hey, we're almost there. Haha, get ready. At the back, Miso was also scolding herself. That's crazy. Stop it, don't spout random confessions of love. But actually, she whispered in the tiniest voice, that's not a lie either. Hearing her mumble, Sanghyun turned and asked, What did you just say, Miso? Miso quickly forced a smile and replied, Haha, it's nothing. Before the two could continue their awkward banter, a monster's roar rang out, drawing their attention. Of course, they both noticed the monsters present. Down in the valley below were 5 large monsters. They were a group of shadow guards. Sitting and observing, Sanghyun asked her opinion. Oh, so Miso, can we get through them? Mies frowned and said, I'm not sure, but it'll be tough. According to accurate info, their armor hardness is quite high. Isn't it very hard to take them down with a single blow? So we can't rely on getting lucky like before. Sanghyun muttered, then quietly calculated a plan. Even with Miso using her performance-grade techniques, they're still a bit lacking in raw power to pierce their defenses. Wait until his stats become more righteous, and these guys will be just kindling, but not yet. So this time we fight head-on, he said as he drew his sword. The archer girl fully agreed. As long as you lead the way, I'll follow you to the end. Then our protagonist suddenly noticed something. He whispered, Hey Miso, do they always move in packs like this? The prompt made Miso look again, and she murmured, They do. But now that you mention it, could there be some information we missed during reconnaissance? Down below, the monsters seemed to have detected the two of them, and turned cold eyes upward to watch, making Sanghyun's face immediately tighten. Damn it, they know we're coming. There's no way these familiar monsters would coordinate their movements like this unless there's a boss monster nearby. There was no time to hesitate. The two of them hurriedly, along with Miso, jumped off the cliff. Right after that, at the spot where they had been standing, the ground suddenly split open, and a giant rhinoceros emerged from beneath the earth. This was the sub-boss, the impervious defense king. The two of them leaped onto a nearby branch. If not for Sanghyun's earlier warning, Miso would probably have been killed. However, heavy footsteps continued to thunder. A rock monster charged straight at them like a tank. Miso's expression began to change. This doesn't look good. Is he signaling the 3-finger sign, which means 3 repeated lightning attacks at a chaotic tempo? With that, he and the others began to strike wildly at the monsters. A devastating arrow from Miso struck the face of a giant, sending its heavy body reeling backward. She shouted, I'm over here now. Before she could finish, a shadow hurled toward her. It was the rhino sub-boss charging at her like a small mountain. Seeing her teammate in danger, the protagonist rushed over. The pressure it radiated made him grit his teeth. Damn big-nosed monster. As he spoke, he activated his acceleration skill, immediately closing in beneath the monster, and then leaping straight into the air. At the same time, he used a repulsion skill, causing its massive body to fall back to the ground. That guy's really tanky. Took that hit and not even a scratch. The main character frowned to see his opponent unharmed, and only angrier. So the impervious threshold isn't just for show. If we keep hitting like this, we'll eventually take him down. But I want to save some energy for the final boss. I think the moment has come to use that spot. With that thought, he raised one finger, signaling Miso and asking if she understood his plan. Miso swallowed and, of course, recognized the meaning. The number 1 sign. She nodded, Okay, I understand. Then she launched herself into the air, gently landing on the ledge above the valley. In her head she thought, of course. Against an enemy with such high defense, his current tactic is completely correct. But the skill I saw that day, Sanghyun has never tried it in real combat. Is it really okay to use that move this time? Unaware of her thoughts, Sang-hyun began to warm up and said, "Why don't we start now?" He took a step back to gain momentum while raising his sword into the air. The rhinoceros monster seemed to sense some invisible pressure bearing down on. In front of it, Sang-hyun himself appeared to burst into flames. He laughed and said, "Hee hee, you still don't know what's happening, do you? Don't worry, no need to overthink it. I'll finish you right now." As if understanding Sang-hyun's taunt, the rhino monster instantly went berserk. Without a moment's hesitation, it hurled its massive body straight forward. At the same time, Sang-hyun's sword trembled as if it had been charged with tremendous power. He stomped his foot hard into the ground, then thrust his sword straight ahead. It's time to test its real combat might. This is the Destruction Sword skill, active skill level. One uses 1/3 of current mana to infuse the sword with destructive power. If current mana does not exceed 50% of maximum mana, Destruction Sword will not activate. Destructive power varies with mana consumed. Opposite them, the charging rhino suddenly developed countless cuts across its body. Then fragments of its body were blown away by the force of the attack. As a result, with a single strike, the protagonist sent the monster to reincarnation. The system quickly announced, "Congratulations, you have defeated the sub-boss, the impervious defense king." This made the male lead laugh like a madman. "Haha, this is exactly what I wanted. Pretty powerful. I finally got my first ultimate after regression." Unfortunately, his smile didn't last long. His face froze because another notification appeared. "You have consumed all mana for Destruction Sword and are now in a mana-depleted state." Time rewound to a few days earlier, at Eden's special training grounds. At that moment, our protagonist seemed to realize something. He hurriedly called out, "Miso, wait a moment." The archer immediately stopped. The surrounding golems dissolved as well. She turned, frowning. "What now?" It was getting good. Sang-hyun apologized awkwardly, "Sorry, but I need to check this." He looked at his display, thinking to himself, "Finally, I've obtained this skill. Destruction Sword, one of the techniques I used most in my previous life. So I've finally qualified to learn it. Use sword techniques to control mana a certain number of times." It was indeed fast. In my past life it took years to acquire this skill. I didn't expect to get it in less than a month this time. Destruction Sword is a supreme skill that almost any swordsman can achieve given enough time. So common that it's called a basic human right of swordsman, although typically used as a finishing move, focusing all destructive energy at the blade's tip, or pushing mana control to the limit to execute a concentrated energy sword technique. For someone like me who possesses artifact-devouring skills, mana control techniques are something I can master naturally. That's why it became the ultimate technique I used most in my previous life. But in truth, I only realized that near the end of my life, so I didn't get to make much use of it. Thinking of that, the protagonist felt a little embarrassed. But this time it's different. If I now have an additional sharp weapon like the Destruction Sword, it would be like a tiger sprouting wings. My growth rate would skyrocket. Back in the present, with a single, simple swing, the shockwave from the strike pulverized the monsters in front of them. The impact was so great that nearby Miso screamed in terror. She stammered, "No way. Its power is even more terrifying than last time. Do you see that? But how on earth did it do that?" She widened her eyes and looked ahead. The ground had been so wrecked by the attack it was unrecognizable. What was more alarming was that Sang-hyun was lying motionless on the ground like a dead dog, causing her to cry out in panic. It was all because Sang-hyun had expended all his mana in that attack and temporarily gone inert. There was nothing they could do but rest for a while. Sang-hyun took the opportunity to use Miso's mana potion. After draining the potion in his hand, he cheerfully said, "That was close. Thanks, Miso. Who would have thought you'd carry a mana potion? You really saved my life." Hearing him, the archer could only mutter, "You used up all your mana just for that move. This completely wrecks the original plan. Weren't we supposed to finish it in one blow to save energy? What if you collapse? How am I supposed to handle that?" Sang-hyun forced a smile. "Haha, sorry. It's been a long time since I used this skill, so I got too excited and couldn't hold back." His remark made Miso even more flustered. "But this is the first time you've used it, right? Why do you talk like you've used it 1,000 times? At that, Sang-hyun's face suddenly went stiff. He quickly beat around the bush and changed the subject. "Why do I sound like I've used it 1,000 times? Times move fast nowadays, you know. This world really." His lies only made Miso more suspicious. To steer the conversation, Sang-hyun shifted to praising her. "Anyway, Miso, Eden really lives up to its reputation. Who would have thought they'd hand out such high-purity mana potions? It's a proper necessity, truly top-notch." Miso's expression flickered with pride, then she offered, If you like it that much, why not join our guild? It's not that hard. I can supply them to you for life. Sang-hyun laughed but had no intention of joining. Haha, stop teasing me. But seriously, how much is this? I should pay you back. I can't just accept something like this for free. About 500 million or so, I guess, she answered. Ah, Sang-hyun replied. Lately it's been like that. Well, it's not too expensive if it's around that. Before Sang-hyun finished speaking, the atmosphere between them suddenly went silent. A few seconds later, the protagonist's brain finally caught up. Wait, you said 500. Well, that's a bit pricey, but... Not letting him finish, Miso reminded him again. Yes, I said 500 million. 500 million, I see. After saying that, Sang-hyun wilted like a dried plant left unwatered. His pitiful expression made Miso unable to help but reassure him. I'm not charging you, so just drink it. Time passed quickly. Scene shifts to the deepest area of the hollow forest, the village of the dead breath. At that time, Sang-hyun and Miso were also on a narrow path. As they walked, the male lead scanned the surroundings and stated, I'm sure now. From the moment we entered the dungeon, I felt something was off. This place is too different from anything I knew. I can accept severe mutation, but I've never heard of a monster village on this scale. It's the first time information from my past life has been so wildly at odds with reality. Just to be safe, I should share as much information with Miso as possible. After all, the info about the final boss is probably still accurate. With that thought, he turned back and said bluntly, Hey Miso, according to my calculations, the final boss of this dungeon is... Just as his words trailed off, a few butterflies suddenly appeared around them. Miso asked curiously, the final boss, how do you know that? A second later, the space around them suddenly turned gray and everything froze, making Sang-hyun's face deepen. What? Time's been stopped. At that moment, the goddess of luck appeared and gently reassured him. The words you were about to speak have been blocked, so that no calculation in other dimensions can hear them. Her appearance surprised Sang-hyun even more. A calculation is directly intervening in the real world. More importantly, why would the goddess? She didn't let him wonder for long and explained. I have something important to tell you. The more people discover your uniqueness, the sooner you'll lose your unrivaled position. Sang-hyun urgently shouted, Goddess, does that mean you already know everything about me? Unfortunately, his question went unanswered because the goddess had already left. Time resumed. Miso, curious, asked, So what exactly were you trying to tell me? Sang-hyun, what do you know about the final boss? The protagonist didn't intend to keep explaining about the boss, so he brushed it off. I'm not sure, I might be misremembering. I watched a video once and it looked a lot like this place. Miso nodded brightly, showing no doubt. I see, that's fine. Sometimes my mind gets muddled like that too, but I think we should stay on guard for the final boss. It could appear at any time. Ignoring her remark, Sang-hyun continued to brood over the goddess's appearance. Was that a warning for me, or protection? Either way, the goddess of luck must at least somewhat know that I'm a regressor. Have I been too careless? Right, I can't forget that I could fall into someone else's sights at any moment. If there are calculations that consider my regression cheating, like that dark hunter I met before, I'll become their prey. Even if they punish me through blades, I'll be in extreme danger. And there are others, even more dangerous ones that I need to watch out for. Exactly, if I fall into their sights now, there will be no retreat. Predator, it's a cult-like group of players who specialize in killing other players by special methods to seize the calculations those players contracted, or to absorb all their skills. They were formed by blacklisted individuals who wiped their records or changed identities to evade guild purification. The Predator Guild, they were the criminal organization that pushed this world to the brink of destruction even in my previous life. And among all of them, if I happen to run into those people, then scrap any talk of power advancement or whatever. The moment that happens, I'm done for. To prevent that, I must become strong enough to silently confront those bastards. I mustn't draw too much attention from them. With that in mind, he said, let's search the area now, split up and look for clues. Miso agreed completely. Understood, if we find anything, signal each other. Sang-hyun half smiled but couldn't hide his worry. Right. I don't know exactly what the goddess wanted to warn me about. For now, my top priority is to not reveal even the slightest bit of information about being a regressor. Even if dungeon clearing becomes more inconvenient, it's better than dying right now. Time passed quickly. Inside the monster village strewn with corpses, there was a very clear set of scratch marks high up on a tree trunk. Sang-hyun studied it silently for a few seconds, then gave a wry smile. They left a trace that's way too obvious, like a child. It seems they were desperate to prove this village was their personal achievement. So it turns out this is a hunter's handiwork. Then why not play along with him a little in this childish hunting game? Cut to Miso's position. While moving, she noticed a few things. No doubt about it. Something extremely dangerous is hiding around here. Dead monsters are scattered all over the village along with these marks. Even though the corpses are spaced far apart, their level of decay is similar. That means the one doing this is a monster extremely confident in its speed. At that moment, a shadow seemed to appear behind her. Without hesitation, Miso spun around and fired an arrow in that direction. But the arrow didn't hit anything. This made her even tenser. Too fast. I distinctly sensed its presence, yet it vanished in an instant. Facing it alone would be too dangerous. First, I have to signal Sanghyun. By the time that thought occurred, it was a little too late, because the monster had already appeared right behind her. Miso immediately felt its killing intent, and her face tightened to the extreme. Miso was about to signal Sanghyun Appa, when a huge dark shape loomed right behind her. She jolted and spun around, sweat pouring as she realized death was dangerously close. The Lobless snarled and launched a clawing strike that tore through the air. Miso couldn't react in time. She stood frozen as the killing blow descended. The monster's blood-red eyes glinted with bloodlust, convinced it had finished the job. A blinding light flared. Maria's pendant shattered to protect its owner from certain death. Miso panicked when her only protective item was ruined. She hastily jumped back to create distance, breathing heavily with fear. This assassin was too fast, toying with Miso like a cat with a mouse. These were exactly the kind of monsters she feared most, but also what she had trained to face. At that life-or-death moment, she forced herself to calm down and recall Tariani's teaching. Tari had warned that the first rule was never to engage in a race of speed with assassins. Miso had wondered whether she should avoid direct confrontation. Tari explained that a melee-weak archer should avoid one-on-one situations when possible. But dungeons are always full of surprises. No one knows what will happen. If your protector falls, you'll be forced to fight on your own, Tari said, pointing at the surrounding monsters. Miso anxiously asked what she should do, and Tari sneered, saying there were many options. She was confused until Tari suddenly drew her weapon. Experiencing it yourself is the fastest way to learn, Tari said, then lunged at Miso. The way to handle an opponent faster than an arrow is to read their movements. With assassins like Lobless, if the skill gap isn't huge, they won't attack head-on. Those who rely on speed are usually overly confident in their dodging ability. They believe no one can touch them unless luck is involved. Miso focused all her senses, watching the opponent's footwork and breathing to predict position. She narrowed her eyes and stared at the monster, refusing to let fear cloud her vision again. Sure enough, the Lobless vanished and reappeared behind her to deliver the finishing strike. But Miso had been waiting. She spun and released her bow at that exact moment. An arrow pierced straight through the monster's heart, felling it in astonishment. Before Miso could rejoice, another shadow fell from above. There was a second one, diving to snatch her as she had just used her strength on the previous shot. The monster roared, opening a mouth full of sharp teeth to bite her. Cowards! A deep voice rang out as blue eyes flashed brightly in midair. Kim Sanghyun descended from above like a black lightning bolt. He swung his massive greatsword, blocking the Lobless's claws and flinging it away. The two monsters bristled and snarled at the intruder who had interrupted them. They were Lobless, the famous twin predators known for perfect coordination. Sanghyun stood between Miso and the pack, his presence completely overwhelming the creatures. He mocked the monsters for being cowardly, 2 against 1 with a weak girl. Now then, let's make this proper, Sanghyun said with a challenging smirk. An official fair 2-on-2 match began among the predators. Sanghyun realized solemnly that this dungeon was different from others. The monsters appeared early but were extremely strong. They were called Lobless, also nicknamed the Twin Predators, notorious for terrifying speed and vicious nature. Kang Bo, who once conquered Hollow Forest, had warned that perfect synchronization with teammates was essential to deal with them. Sanghyun turned to check on Miso and apologized for being late. Miso breathed a sigh of relief, insisting it was he who had saved her life. Seeing Maria's pendant shattered, Sanghyun couldn't help but sweat. Things had unfolded too quickly. This situation was really bad. Both of them were at a disadvantage from the start of the fight. Facing 2 monsters that could coordinate down to each breath was an immense challenge. Sanghyun knew he couldn't easily fight while also protecting an archer like Miso. If they stuck to the old plan, the monsters would certainly find a gap to tear Miso apart first. He realized there was only one way to change the situation. Sanghyun softly called Miso's name, his gaze showing clear determination. He declared he would stop using signals and trust her completely. Sang-hyun decided he would no longer treat Miso as someone to protect, but as a true partner standing shoulder to shoulder. The monster Loblis let out one mournful roar before collapsing complete. A boss defeat announcement blazed across the screen, the creature's corpse dissolving into nothingness and leaving Sang-hyun standing there as casually as if on a stroll. A leveling light surrounded Sang-hyun, signaling that his rank had just taken a leap. The status board appeared. Milestone level 90 had been officially conquered, with 5 talent points waiting to be allocated. Sang-hyun smiled faintly. Only 10 more levels stood between him and the powerful 3-digit mark. He mentally tallied the levels gained from previous bosses, quietly grateful for the generous gift Loblis had just provided. The system vibrated again, issuing a special reward for reaching level 90, a selectable epic-grade artifact. He beamed with delight. Finally, the chance to get his hands on the coveted epic item had arrived. A daydream of luxury, fur coats and sunglasses, flashed through his mind, since each of these items could be worth hundreds of billions of won. But more important than money, one of the last pieces for his ultimate gear set had appeared. Without hesitation, Sang-hyun reached out to select the item he believed to be the most valuable on the list. Miso ran up from behind and called out loudly, cutting through his thoughts. She beamed her thanks for the raid's resounding success, but Sang-hyun waved it off, saying it was thanks to both of their efforts. Miso froze at the straightforward praise from her teammate. She suddenly seemed small, her eyes welling with emotion. Miso smiled shyly, admitting that hearing those words from him made her feel much lighter. Seeing that reaction, Sang-hyun realized she had been under terrible pressure from online gossip. He thought about how misleading articles had forced this girl to brace herself to prove her worth. Sang-hyun felt ridiculous, remembering the earlier, unpleasant misunderstandings about her. Memories of their first meeting and the times they faced off flashed through his mind. But now, standing before him, she was a more reliable teammate than ever. He reached out and ruffled Miso's hair like an older brother, praising her for a job well done. Miso's face flushed bright red like a ripe tomato, her eyes wide and dazed. Sang-hyun was startled to realize his action had been a bit too familiar. Sweat began to bead on his brow. He hastily made up an excuse about a bug on her head to cover his embarrassment, while Miso was still reeling. Miso smoothed her hair, thinking to herself that he probably hadn't meant anything more by it. Suddenly, her gaze fell on the glowing item in his hand. She asked curiously whether that was the artifact he had just chosen. Sang-hyun held up the updraft belt, explaining that its stats fit his current situation well. Then he noticed that Miso had also equipped a brand new bow, with an extremely flashy appearance. Miso spun to show off her new weapon, excitedly asking if it suited her. Sang-hyun looked at her change bows like change clothes attitude like a rich girl, and could only smile wryly inward. He suggested she test the weapon's power right there to check the real stats. Miso took aim, drawing the bowstring tight as an arrow of light began to coalesce. Sang-hyun stood by, watching and focusing as he awaited the attack. The arrow suddenly blazed with intense light, the pressure it emitted leaving him astonished. Miso released the string. The arrow shot forward and unexpectedly split into multiple streams of energy that ravaged the ground. A series of explosions rang out as the earth was churned into deep, smoking crater. Sang-hyun stared blankly and asked to be sure she really had fired only a single arrow, right? He realized this was no illusion, but a truly destructive power. It was the skill, 9-arrow fracture, one shot that divides into 9 strikes of equal potency. Sang-hyun swallowed. Now he understood why Miso's title, the Slayer Archer, was so renowned. Looking at the wreckage, he was secretly amazed that Miso's progression had matched top veterans from her past life. Miso was still excited, urging Sang-hyun to test his new item right away while it was hot. Tempting as it sounded, Sang-hyun picked up the new belt and considered whether to do a light test. Seeing his suggestive expression, Miso felt a mix of curiosity and concern. Sang-hyun gave a not-so-innocent smile and said there was no choice but to try it out. He was so excited, he nearly lost his mind, shouting to reassure Miso before activating the skill instantly. Before Miso could grasp what was happening, a fierce gust engulfed her, and she could only scream in helplessness. Sang-hyun roared with delight as he saw the skill work perfect. Miso was blown high into the air like a leaf in a storm. Information about the updraft belt appeared. This epic item granted 200 strength and had a control skill that left enemies suspended in midair. As soon as she landed, Miso turned and yelled at Sang-hyun for taking the prank too far. The cheerful atmosphere was abruptly cut by shocking news about the death of a player, Jean Clauet, in France. His body was found completely frozen, linked to a series of recent mysterious disappearances. At an ancient cathedral ruin, a predatory network called the Predation Network was holding a secret meeting. A shadowy figure asked who had consumed Jean Clauet this time. Luca Vile stepped forward calmly and admitted he was the culprit. Nietzsche barked Luca's name, clearly displeased with that arrogant attitude. He warned that if Luca kept acting recklessly, the network would collapse sooner or later. Luca sneered, calling Nietzsche's words ridiculous. He retorted, asking since when did a bunch of hunters like them need so-called community conscience. Another member of the group voiced agreement with Luca's ruthless view. Luca continued bragging about the recent prey, saying that devouring Jean Clauet had drastically increased his endurance stat. He reminded them that their power was determined by the quality of the constellations they consumed. Incidentally, Luca also revealed the next target he had set his sights on. It was a player from Korea named Shin Sang-hyun, though the others seemed largely unconcerned. Luca left nonchalantly, leaving behind a tense, silent atmosphere. He vanished in a shaft of light, preparing for his next hunt. Nietzsche stood in thought, a calculating gleam flaring in his blood-red eyes. Cut to a dark room stained with blood. A man who had been brutally murdered lay collapsed on the floor. The killer sat back in a chair, exhaling with satisfaction, secretly pleased that no one had noticed the prey's abnormal growth rate. A video of Sang-hyun's battles played on the computer screen. A blood-smeared hand stroked Sang-hyun's face on the screen in a haunting gesture. Tori appeared, smiling to reveal two sharp fangs, declaring that Sang-hyun would belong to her sooner or later. She laughed madly, her blood-red eyes radiating a chilling hunger for her upcoming dinner.